Lucas Krpalek, and I will fight in Ippon gear.
Good morning and welcome to Glasgow. We're here for the European Open for men and women. Well, we're in throwing distance from Parkhead Celtic football ground here in the Emirates Arena. It's a fantastic arena, and we're going to be starting with the preliminaries in the lightweight categories. So under 60s, under 66 and 73 for men, and 48, 52 and 57 and 63 for women. We've got a real mix of athletes here, well in contention. Some Olympic medalists dusted in as well. So I'm going to give you our top seeds and also some players to watch out for. So number 1 seed in 60s is Joshua Katz from Australia. Well, he's also going to have his hands full because he's got number 2 seed is Richard Verges from France, and also home favourite Neil MacDonald. Well, young athlete, really has some spectacular judo, someone to watch out for here. It's going to be a real crowd pleaser if he can get going in the early rounds. And we've got 66s, and number 1 seed is Kenneth van Ganbeke from Belgium. Well, he's already a European Open winner in Madrid this year, so very, very strong number 1 seed. 73s, we have our home nation. Eric Ham is our number 1 seed here, but it's a really strong 73 field. Someone else to look out for is number 3 seed, and that's Augusto Melanoni from Italy. He's also a European Open winner from Prague this year. And we're going to move through into the women categories. Number 1 seed is home favourite Scottish Commonwealth champion, and that's Kimberly Rennicks. She's sitting at number 1. Number 2 seed though is Cinta Garcia Mesa from Spain, Continental Open winner herself as well. 52 is a very strong category here as well. We have Cécile Heriate from France. She's a Continental Open winner, and number 2 seed from Germany is Natalie Rouvier, and she's also a European Open medalist. 57s, number 1 seed is Dewey Carthouse from the Netherlands, but sitting down unseeded in that first half is Autumn Pavier from France. Well, she's Olympic bronze medalist, very, very strong French player, and we know she's going to make some waves in this 57 kilogram category. And 63s, again, it's littered with some really strong athletes, but I'm going to go with number 1 seed, and that's home favourite, and that's Ljubljana Pivesana from Great Britain. Well, I hope you're going to enjoy the judo today. We're going to obviously follow with the preliminaries, and you can select whichever category you want to be watching by selecting whichever mat, or you can follow with me, and we'll follow the athletes through. So the athletes now are going to be making their way on. We're going to stay on mat 1, and we're going to follow the under 73 kilogram category, and that's going to be between Eric Ham and Hamzat Isiev from Germany. So there's going to be some nervous first fights here. Athletes are just making their way through. Crowds are going to be starting to come through, and I think what about this arena is it's so light and airy, and it's such a nice arena for spectators as well. So they're going to hopefully have a fantastic day of judo, and well, we're going to be following this first match here. Eric Ham of Great Britain facing Hamzat Isiev from Germany. Ham in white and Isiev in blue. Well, first exchange here, it's always going to be a little cagey. Both athletes still have those first nerves coming onto this first contest, but also they don't want to make any mistakes. They really want to get through this first one, and it'll be a little cagey and wary of each other as well. There's first attack there by Ham and followed by a strong Ippon Nagi attempt. Well, Isiev looking for the shimiwaza, but it was across the jaw, so it was quickly stopped there by the referee.
On mat 2 and was submitted to Dana Paul from Germany.
A strong right-handed grip there from the German. And well, Uchi there nearly countered as well. Just that real strong right-handed grip needs to be broken down by Ham. Giving himself a shake there. Just getting it switched on. I think that, you know, with every exchange, you have to kind of reset what you want to do, or you know, your plan of attack as you go back into the middle of the mat. And here, just really struggling to get his choice of grip. Oh, well, Sutemiwaza attempt there by Ham, now quickly looking for the transition in Nuwaza. Well, he gets some rotation and some movement, and as long as there's progression, the referee will like to keep it down there. Now he's looking to secure the upper part of his opponent here. Now he is switched it, maybe looking for a Juji Gatami, but doesn't feel it that time. We're just a minute 20 left, and Isiev there picking up his first penalty. Now Ham looking for the exchange again. Now he has that arm controlled. Well, tight exchange there. And just under a minute now to go. Another strong attack by Ham. Just so much work done in Tachiwaza. Sometimes the athletes really just don't have the energy to follow in the transition there. Now, for me, Ham is doing more attacking judo here, but Isiev just managing to control with that right grip. And I think Ham is looking to break that down. That strong hand there on the collar, you can see that it's just controlling Ham's head, and well, it can make him look passive as well, so he just needs to be careful there. Oh, there's a low Sianagi. Can he get the rotation? Now Isiev now in a controlling position, but loses the control on the top there. Well, half a minute now into golden score. First one to score here will take the win, and second penalty goes to Isiev for passivity. So now he's in danger. If he picks up another penalty, it's all over for him.
contest on mat 3 now moves into golden score.
Yeah, well, if Ham can keep up strong work rate here and force another penalty.
In the white judo gi, representing Great Britain, Verity Stevens.
Well, Ham there getting some encouragement from the crowd. Really try and get this one finished.
On mat 3, the win to Florian Packard from Germany. Coming on to mat 3 now.
There's that lovely Ochi, just not controlling the upper shoulder of his opponent there, but putting the work in. He just needs to keep the work rate up now. A strong comeback there from Isiev. Both athletes just struggling to get up onto their feet here, and going in nearly into the second minute now in golden score. Well, opportunity there to counter from the British player. Well, even in the penalties up now. Well, referee gives that score to Hamza Isiev. Well, it was a strong comeback there from the German. Two Shidos down going into golden score, and managed to come back with the penalties and nip in with that score there. Well, these are tough first round contests here.
On mat 1, that was a win to Hamza Isiev from Germany.
We're going to see a replay here. Just catches with that Kochi Gary and just manages to get his opponent onto his side. Well, it was a close, on the line really, for the score, but well, he did come back strong there and takes that first win. Our next contest, we're going to be seeing Pablo Sanchez Garcia Monco from Spain. He's facing Gabriel Sully from Italy. Sanchez in white and Sully in blue. Well, Sully searching maybe for Sangaku underneath there, not managing to get the control with his legs. So there's a thick pair of shin pads on there. I don't know how they would have could have got in the way there, tidying up the legs. I think each player will find what suits them, and you can see there he's got these really thick shin pads on his shins, whether he carries an injury or it's just something that he's used to wearing, but you don't normally see that a lot in competition.
On mat 3, the win to Pierre Dumontier from France.
Now Sanchez looking to try and control that upper body, and he's in a great position there. He has decent control. Now looking, searching for the shimmy waza. If you can keep the control down there, the referee will be happy to let it proceed.
In the white judo gi, representing Spain, Alberto Carranza Moreno.
Now what he's doing there, he's trying to tidy up the top there, maybe tie it off. Well, he can't complain about a grip. He just really has to get on with it down in Nuaza. Miss an opportunity.
And in the blue judo gi, in the white judo gi, representing Germany, Sheena Zander.
Well, just under a minute now to go in this round one contest.
On mat 3, that's a win to Miguel Isco from Portugal.
Well, we're at this fantastic arena. Oh, well, it's a Temiwaza attempt there, and just a 360 spin out from the Italian. Yeah, this is a fabulous arena where we are. We're just in the east end of Glasgow, and it's a beautiful, crisp autumn day here. And we're just saying there's a lot of windows at one side of the arena, and you can see Celtic football ground, Parkhead, really famous Glaswegian football team here. Well, the last few seconds here, Sutemi Waza attempt from Suli. And just remember, you can follow any one of 3 mats here by clicking I think on the top of your screen there, and you can follow. Also, you can see the fight order underneath as well. You can also go on to ipon.org and you can see the draws there as well. So that's quite nice to be able to follow the draw and then follow which mat you want to as well. We're into golden score now. No penalties up here as well. So neither competitor has made an error. Well, that would be nice to have a look at again. We could see that Sanchez there. For me, I thought he'd went in here round the back there for the counter, and then it was the Italian who actually rotated out, and it was Sanchez who landed on his back first. And we have to remember as well, when we go to counter, if you land on your back first, you can't get the score. So they would have to either take that score off. Yeah, they'll take the score off there. And they didn't think there was enough control from Sully to warrant a score either. So they've had an opportunity to review that, and we'll carry on here. So still all to play for here. Sanchez there, just running out of energy for that Niwaza there, that transition. Well, a nice attempt there from the Italian. I think Sanchez just manages to escape that one. Now he's looking to escape the leg. Can he control his opponent here? Well, the hold is there. He's just trying to settle down. He's just hanging on by the fingertips there. Impossible for him. Well, Sully still has it here. You can see there, that low CO. It's really unusual. We've seen that a lot from the lightweight Italians. They like that technique. And you can see it's well defended there from the Spaniard. Well, Sanchez there pressuring Sully with those high grips. And now again. Coming in with the first attack. And again, following it up. Now Sully really needs to come back with something. Now, can this get the score? No. Well, he drives through, and Sanchez just using the front of his shoulder there to avoid that one.
Coming on to mandatory now, ladies and gentlemen, in the men's under 60 kilos, in the blue judo gi, representing Great Britain, Henry Weeks. In the white judo gi, representing Finland, Otto Koponen.
Well, we're going to head into the third minute here in golden score. Total of 7 minutes these athletes have been on the mat. And, well, they'll be feeling it now. Uchimata attempt. Well, just really out of his line. And, well, he puts himself under the pressure there. And, well, Sully manages to get that counter attack. Well, he's just having a look up at, glance up. I think they put the score on the wrong side of the scoreboard there. They've corrected it now. You'll be pleased to see that when he stands up. And have a replay. You can see there that Sanchez just hasn't put himself in a position. His legs really far out, and he knows now he's lost control. And well, gets turned there for the score.
On that one, that's a win to Gabriele Sui from Italy. Coming on to man 2 now, in the women's under 63 kilos. In the blue judo gi, representing Belgium, Lisa Bastille.
Our next contest, we're going to be seeing Niam Matt from Switzerland, and he's facing Kylian Labouche from France. Matt in white and Labouche in blue. Well, it's the first time we're going to be seeing Kylian Labouche. For me, I think he's probably one of the top seeds here in the 73 kilogram category. He's a Grand Slam and Grand Prix medalist. And, well, Niam Matt here. A sharp start there. He's full of it, full of energy. Really focused and switched on here. Strong grip fight in the first seconds here. Really trying to get their best chance to throw. Well, both on the double sleeves here, and well, the low Seoinage, and you can see there Kylian Labouche sharp in his transition and just driving his opponent. You can see he's controlling the upper half of his opponent's arm there and shoulder, now looking for the rotation. He, as long as he's got some movement, the referee will allow that to stay on. Well, an excellent that was a fantastic defense there from Matt. You know, he's confident himself there in the Newaza exchange, and he knows he's in a position there for the Juji Gatami. It's not always strong with the leg caught, and he loses the control at the end there. A lot of energy is spent in the attacking phase in Newaza, and both athletes had a go there, so they'll be just trying to compose themselves before they get going. Nice combination. Well, Labouche there, both athletes really pinning each other's sleeves. They need that sleeve for their own control, but it also, by keeping it down and controlling it, it stops their opponent using that as a high grip, and they'll use that high grip either on the lapel or around the collar, and they need that for their forward attacks to control the head. And again, they're both on the sleeve. Some nice ashiwaza used just to break up the line. And, well, the low Seoinage, no real chance to throw there, but it does give Matt an opportunity there to attack in Newaza, and he's looking for the shimiwaza, and it's looking good. It's looking really strong here. He's definitely got it in the right position. He just needs to control it and make sure that he keeps the pressure on. Well, he gets the submission, and well, what a win for him. Fantastic. Nyam Matt takes the win in the first round. And well, a bit of a shocker there for Labouche. We know he's had some really strong results in the past, Grand Slam Grand Prix medalist, but there he showed that strong Newaza in the opening minute of that contest, and you can see there the pressure he's putting on. You can see Labouche knows there's no way out there. Super work from the Swiss. Well, we're going to move through now, and our next contest we're going to be seeing Alex Pask from Great Britain, and he's facing Michael Winkler from Austria. Pask in white and Winkler in blue. Winkler, taller opponent, so strong with the high grip, but moving through onto the same side there for the low Seoinage. Pask there looking for the inside lapel grip from underneath his opponent. You can see Pask there just struggling to get really close to his opponent. You can see Winkler using that long reach, just holding out onto Pask there. Well, hopefully the referee will have a look at this first opening minute. Well, I'm not sure if that went the right way. For me, I thought Winkler was the one who was holding out there. And Pask's trying to move forward, trying to get close to his opponent. Well, Pask here, just secondary onto the attack, and we can see here opportunity now to come over the top and get closer. Well, losing his grip there on that attack. Needs to be really careful there to really fight and keep control of that grip. Strong attack there from the Austrian, and well, Pask is just really struggling to get close to his opponent and picks up his second penalty there. Now he'll find himself chasing forward, and well, that could be beneficial for his opponent. Yeah.
On mat 3, that was a win to heavyweights of Great Britain. Coming on to mat 3 now in the men's under 60 kilos. In the blue jersey, representing Belgium,
now looking for Nuaza. Well, didn't feel it's there. We'll have a glance at the clock. There's only 5 seconds to go, so what normally happens here? I think he may have a slight nosebleed there, so he's going to go off and get some medical attention. And doesn't feel it himself, but the referee must have caught sight of a little bit of blood there, so they'll clean that up. He'll get himself sorted and get back onto the mat. You can see a few highlights here. Well, manages to avoid any part of his side or back on the mat there. But he'll give him time now just to assess. Well, for both athletes, really, just to assess now. I'm obviously going to go into golden score here, and what do I need to do? Well, Pask, he needs to get a score on the board. And Winkler, well, he knows that he just needs to carry on and stay strong and push for that third penalty.
The contest on mat 1 now moves to golden score.
Well, difficult for Pask. He's wanting to fight from that lapel grip, and you can see that Winkler really just trying to hold out, and he's not really getting the movement he needs to get close to his opponent. Well, Unfortunately there for Pask. He picks up his third penalty for stepping out of the area, so I'm not sure. You can see there the British coach there, they want it reviewed, they want that action reviewed. I wonder if we can have a replay. They're convinced it was the Austrian who stepped out of the area. Now let's have a look. Well, there was an attack there. Maybe it was before that one.
Coming on to match one now, and it's under 73 kilos. In the blue judo, representing Great Britain, Daniel Matiti. And in the white judo, representing Italy, Enrico Papatri.
Well, our next contest, we're going to be seeing Enrico Paolatti from Italy. He's facing Daniel Paciti from Great Britain. Paolatti in white and Paciti in blue.
On mat 2, the winner is Patricia Robles Lozano from Spain. Coming on to mat 2 now, women's under 63 kilos. In the blue judo, representing Germany, Agatha Schicht. In the white judo, representing Finland, Alexandra Barton.
Accent on
it. We're just looking at Paciti from Great Britain. Obviously he's got an Italian name, but he's a local boy from he lives over in Edinburgh, which is not too far from Glasgow, about an hour's drive away. You can see there he's getting some assistance from his mat-side coach, who's Billy Cusack, the national Scottish coach here. A strong low Sienagi attack there from Paolatti. Minute 20 to go.
On mat 3, the winner is Fabio Mafra from Belgium.
Pelati now looking for the shimmy waza. I think, well, Pachiti there leaving himself open without any defence on his neck. Well, Pelati just taken the control now. Whether he's going to work on that head or he's going to lose it, we'll have to see. We can't see from this angle. Well, Pachiti there, he looked comfortable. Yeah, just using his hand there just to motion to the referee. There's nothing going on here. Well, we're going to now go into the golden score period. So first one to score will take the win here. Pelati has had an opportunity there maybe for the Sangaku, but sometimes you just, you know, you either haven't the energy or you just have a feeling that you're not in the right position for the Newaza exchange, and then it's therefore you're going to waste your energy down there, so they'll just pause momentarily for the referee to stand them up. Well, again here in the same position. Pelati now not getting any reaction from Pachiti, and I think for Pachiti he's coming stronger into this contest. He's to initiate some movement as well when he's attacking. And just looks quite fit there and avoiding that low Sianagi. Well, whether there's enough avoidance for it to warrant it to be an attack, or he's going to pick up, he's going to pick up his first penalty there for that defensive really on the attack. Well, it evens the fight up, so no one really has an advantage now. And well, that wasn't a good move there from the Italian. You could see second penalty here there for that drop down. Not really an attack either. Well, the advantage turns now to Pachiti, and he only has the one penalty. Needs to be careful when in that style of attack they lose the sleeve grip, which helps them rotate their opponents. So when they lose that sleeve grip, they're very vulnerable to getting turned themselves on the way down. Well, avoids it that time, and we're going to be hitting the 2-minute mark soon in this golden score. Some strong grip in there from Pachiti. Just needs to keep control of that sleeve grip if he can. But again, just getting pushed into the corner there from the Italian, trying to get a bit of pressure for the attack. So Temiwaza attempt, but really, was it really an attack now? An advantage here for Pachiti. He's going to try and control that upper half of his opponent and then try and pop that leg up. Well, the referee sees the lack of control either from that attacking position and stands him up. Oh, he's had some signalling from the table that it could be another penalty. Nope. Well, they're going to carry on here now. So into the 3rd minute in golden score. An error there from Pachiti, just wandered out of the mat area, and he'll pick up his second penalty for that mat infringement there. Well, he's evened it up again. So first one to make a mistake will lose out here, or the first one to score will take the win. Excellent attack there, and the first score goes to Pachiti, and he takes the win in golden score. Unfortunately for us, the camera couldn't follow that action. We just missed the ending to that. So We might be able to get a replay, we'll have to see, but I think the cameraman there was a bit slow on their move. That's a good win there for Daniel Pachiti from Great Britain.
On man one, that was a win to Daniel Pachiti from Great Britain. Coming on to man two now, in the women's under 63 kilos. In the blue judo, representing Great Britain, Rachel Lee. In the white judo, representing Italy, Christina Picchi. And coming on to the women's under 73 kilos. In the blue judo, representing the Netherlands, Roy Schiller. In the white judo, representing Belgium, Dennis Carol-Vasseur.
Well, our next contest we see is Dennis Carol Logo Brasseur from Belgium, and he's facing Roy Schipper from the Netherlands. Caro in white and Schipper in blue.
Coming on to man two now in the start of the women's under 48 kilos. In the blue judo, representing Austria, Katarina Tanzer. In the white judo, representing France, Justine Deleuil.
Well, a bit of a situation there where Caro needs to decide where he wants to go, because he sees leg was caught, so he really needed to just secure what he could on the top and then rotate his body around and see if he could get that leg out. Well, surely has some ability there in Nuaza, and Schipper here using that inside grip to control the space of his opponent, and just waiting a little bit too long. And I think what they can do there, they can initiate some more movement. So if you initiate the movement, you're in control of your opponent, and it helps to put their attacks off, so you have a little bit more time to set up on your own attack. Well, 2 minutes in here and no score to either player, and also no shidos. So a clean sheet, I'd like to see here. Low Sianagi there, and Schipper takes the first score. On with the shimmy waza as well. Just loses that control. Referee sees that, and he's quite happy to stop that action quickly and get them up onto their feet. We can see here, well, really, what can you do when both athletes are bent over like that? Their posture wasn't great, and really the only way to throw is to get underneath their opponent there, and well, Skipper manages to do that. Now he's got just under a minute now to avoid any score against him now, and he could have wasted some time there in groundwork, attacking and controlling his opponent, but he's happy to stand up and try and stay in control. He's has only was the one penalty, so he couldn't, you know, pick one more up and still feel quite comfortable to keep the win out. Well, just over the 20-second mark. Just remembering as well that you can follow any mat you wish. You can see the mats there at the top of the screen, and you can go on the site and click on any mat you want. Well, Caro there looking to finish in shimmy-waz, and it's that position where you think, well, I can either try, I've got 10 seconds to really try here, I'm in a good position, or do I want to stand up and try and score? Well, you could see there Skipper just walking out of the mat area and, you know, avoiding the grip there. So he picks up his second penalty, but it doesn't cost him the fight. He takes the win there, and you go through into the second round.
On that one, representing Judo from the Netherlands. Coming on to the final in women's under 73 kilos, in the blue jury, representing Spain, Antonio Sanchez Fernandez. In the white jury, representing France.
Our next contest, we're going to be seeing Julian Larocca from France, and he's facing Antonio Sanchez Fernandez from Spain. Larocca in white and Sanchez in blue.
In the white jury, representing Italy, Elisa Adrasti. On mat 3, that was moving to Gaëtan from France. And coming on to mat 3 now, it is under 57 kilos. In the blue jury, representing France, Auton Fabian. In the white jury, representing Great Britain, Stephanie Walker.
I think we're going to try, if we can, we're going to try and move down to mat 1. And we can stay here and follow the action in the under 73 kilograms. But I think we're going to try and move over to mat 1 and see if we can catch the contest between Stephanie Walker of Great Britain and Autumn Pavier of France. Okay, so if we can go to mat 1, oh, mat 3, sorry. Do you know they've got Yeah, it's confusing for us here because they've got. Can you see they've got mat 1 on each of the at the top of the screen. So there, it's mat 3. This contest here. Okay. Well, Stephanie Walker here, and she's found herself against Autumn Pavier. And we all know Autumn Pavier is had some fantastic results. Olympic bronze medalist and European champion as well. She's had some time out. She's a young mum, and she's coming back through in some of the lower ranked competitions here. She would say she'd always be in the top Grand Slams and Grand Prix. Well, she's here at the European Open. Oh, it's my fault. It's my fault. Yeah, we were looking at the top of the screen thinking it was mat 1, and it's not, it's round 1. I have to get my my spectacles on. Well, Pavia here won't get her own way with Stephanie Walker. I think Stephanie Walker can be really unpredictable here, and she'll keep going and keep going. She doesn't stop in the attack, so you'll find maybe Autumn Pavia is a little bit of a suss out on what's happening here, but she picks up her first penalty there for passivity. The Uchimata attempt there. What we looking for from Pavia is that really sharp attack. She attacks straight away off the sleeve grip or off the lapel grip, and she'll stretch right across. And obviously she's a Uchimata specialist as well. Just trying to draw her opponent forward. Assessing it again. We're halfway through, and well, Stephanie Walker really having a good attempt here. Well, problematic for Pavia. We can see Walker here just breaking up the action. Maybe not with an attack that can throw, but it's an attack that's doing the job she needs to do at the moment, and that's avoiding the score. Oh, she there, and well, nicely done. And Autumn Pavia now getting back into the swing of things here in round 1 and takes the win. It's a nice start there. You can see, so she can just see she's attempting forward, and then she hooks in and then switches the direction straight back, using that lapel grip to get the full back on the mat.
Coming on to mat 3 now, in the women's under 57 kilos. In the blue judo gi, representing Great Britain, Jodie Haller. In the white judo gi, representing Finland, Ina Matakainen.
Okay, our next contest is between Fila Matakainen from Finland. She's facing Jodie Haller of Great Britain. Matakainen in white and Haller in blue.
Coming on to mat 2 now in the women's under 48 kilos. In the blue judo gi, representing Belgium, Hélène Salens. In white judo gi, representing Great Britain, Judo.
A low attempt there by Calla. Something about Calla, she doesn't stop. She has a really high work rate here. And, well, Matkinen, she's not going to get her own way here. You see plenty of movement from Calla. Breaking up that action again now, looking for Sangaku here. Now that's looking quite good. If she can tie that off, control the arm, she's in a fantastic position to finish here, and Jodie Calla takes the hold. Now she looks quite comfortable there. If she can keep those legs strong, and there's no way out there for Matkinen.
In the blue judo gi, representing Switzerland, in the white judo gi, representing Canada, Radley Loa.
There's 22 countries here represented at this European Open in Glasgow, and if I have a look through countries, let's have a look through. Well, we know we've got 31 now, even more, 31 countries, from Uruguay, lots of European, but even further afield, Australia, Argentina and Canada, and where we have 169 male competitors and 134 female competitors, so a good entry here. And we're going to be seeing the lightweights today and heavyweights or heavier weights, so that'll be 81 plus for men and 70 plus for women. And I was also saying that we have a real mix of competitors here as well. Just opening rounds here, we have Maria Ruiz Muro from Spain, and she's facing Wilsa Gomez of Portugal. Ruiz Muro in white and Gomez in blue. Okay, we're here and we have a minute and a half to go, and there's no score. Both players here have a Judo each, so really there's no advantage for either player. And well, 3 Judos will win a contest here, or it can be a score. A Wazari will win a contest at full time, which the full time is 4 minutes, and a win of a Nippon, which is a full 10 points, that finishes the contest. And you can get a Nippon by throwing your opponent on the back, which is the majority of your back hits the mat, or hold down for 20 seconds, or a submission. You can get a submission from a choke or a strangle or an arm lock. Well, we're just under the minute mark here, and we have no real advantage yet. You can see a desperate attempt there from Gomez, and a change of direction, but you can see they're just out of the area. So the referee will put a stop there to the proceedings, gather them back into the middle, and set them off again. See here the shimmy waza attempt, and well, it must have been across her opponent's, or so the collar grip there, she was trying to get it underneath the jaw for the shimmy waza, but it must have been across her opponent's face. So the referee had a good eye on that, and he just stopped the contest again. Well, now the 4 minutes is finished, so we're going to go into the golden score period, and the golden score period is first one to score will take the contest, or first person who goes down 3 Judos will lose the contest. Well, you can get those penalties by being passive, so not really doing enough work, not putting enough attacks in, or doing a negative attack where you're not really moving your opponent or really trying to score. Now there's an opportunity for a counter attack there for Gomez. She didn't get the rotation she needed to get her opponent onto a side or a back, and you can score by getting your opponent on to your back or onto your side. You'll get a Wazari score. We see the Wazari score being put on there for Gomez. So she had enough rotation to get her opponent onto her side, and that takes the first score. If you can do that twice in the contest, you can win. So 2 Wazaris will make the Ippon, or you can get a full Ippon score, which is finishes the contest, and that's by throwing your opponent on the majority of their back with good control.
And on that 3, that was a winner to Gomez from Portugal.
You see here a replay. So that was a low Sianagi attack. Didn't have fantastic control, but she had enough rotation to land her opponent onto her side. And our next contest in the under 52 kilogram female category is between Julie Marcoux from France, and she's facing Molly Harvey of Great Britain in blue. Marcoux in white and Harvey in blue. You can see here the competitors are making their way with the coaches to the mat. And, well, they've done a strong warm-up here at the Emirates Arena, and they'll be focused and prepared for this first contest. It's really important to win this first contest to stay in the competition here. And you can see the coaches have a seat and a box to sit in there by the side of the mat. Luke Preston there, coach for Molly Harvey. Taking his time till his opponent is player is ready, composed on the mat before he takes the seat. It's quite nice to see that. Molly Harvey there in for the first low attack.
Coming on to match one now, in the men's under 73 kilos. In the blue judo gi, representing the Netherlands, Dan Limburg. In the white judo gi, representing Spain,
well, Molly Harvey from the Camberley Judo Club. Famous clubs produce some really strong competitors and Olympic and world medalists. Well, Molly Harvey there going down on that score. You can see there she just came off the back of her opponent, landing onto her side, so putting Marku ahead by a Wazari score. Still just over the 3 minutes to go. Molly Harvey herself going in for the low Sianagi. Strong attempt there by the British fighter.
in the blue judo gi, representing Germany, Bea Paul. In the white judo gi, representing Great Britain, Luliana Riolizana. And on that one, that was moving to Dan Limburg from the Netherlands. Coming on to match one now, in the men's under 73 kilos. In the blue judo gi,
You can see there Harvey getting some instruction from her coach on her grip. So what he's wanting her to do there is to take an inside grip of her opponent. What that does is you have two hands on your opponent, one preferably high up and then one on the sleeve. You have good control. Well, Molly Harvey didn't manage it that time. She picked up another score against her, and Julie Moku there of France will take that first win.
on match three, that was moving to Julie Marcoux from France.
Well, Molly Harvey, not a normal sharp self. She didn't really get into that contest, but some nice ashiwaza, which is a foot technique, and then you can see manages to take a leg right behind and puts her opponent onto her back. Well, our next contest we're going to be seeing is Lena Gulic from Germany, and she's facing Eve Jackson of Great Britain. Gulic in white and Jackson in blue.
Representing Great Britain, Eve Jackson. In the white judo gi, representing Germany, Lena Gulic.
Well, what's nice here is this having a British Open, well, a GB Open, and it gives a lot of the younger fighters here in Great Britain who are sitting among the junior squads as well, gives them an opportunity to come out here and fight on this stage. So it'll be the highest level that some of these young athletes have fought in, and you know, they can have a real opportunity to get some valuable experience here, but also, you know, they've got nothing to lose out there, so some of them will have a real fight in them, and you know, could trouble a lot of these older players. Jackson here, she's one of those. You can see a belt, she's still a brown belt, and it's unusual to see that at this level, to see a brown belt competing. Well, Grulich there picks up the first score, and you could see that she just popped underneath her opponent there and rotated her onto her side, so she picks up the first Wazari, and she's still searching for the hold here. She's gone around her opponent, but Jackson managing to escape that one. Maybe looking to get up onto her feet here. Well, Grulich there losing control in that rotation, and referee sees that and he'll stand up. It's interesting as well to see the referee who's in charge of this contest here, is overseeing it, is Pino Maddaloni. Now, he himself an Olympic champion from the Sydney Olympics back in 2000. Now it's you have a quality judo player there looking after this contest. Well, the strong attack there from Gulic. What it does, there's no score, but it gives her a good opportunity there for the transition in Nuaz. And when I say transition, it means that it has to be a fast and sleek opportunity to attack her opponent and finish either with a hold or a choke, strangle, or an arm lock. Well, she doesn't get that opportunity, but she does push a penalty for passivity to Jackson. Jackson needs to step it up now to stay in the match.
Representing Ireland, Joshua Green. In the white jury, representing Germany, Robert Barry.
Well, Grulich here just looking stronger, a bit more experienced from Jackson. She's rotated her opponent now. Now she's going to be looking, well, either for the arm lock or the hold. Well, she's securing the top now. She has to get out the leg to get the full control for the hold. And, well, she manages that, but, well, can Jackson escape this one? And she's doing extremely well here just to stay in this match. You can see the pressure going onto the arm from Gulrich. She'll try and open that one up, and well, she doesn't get the opportunity. Jackson manages to escape that one. She'll have a glance at the clock, 30 seconds to go, but she picks up another penalty for passivity. Well, it shouldn't worry her. She needs to get a score to stay in the match. She needs to come forward and really try her hardest here. Well, last seconds here now. Gulrich just holding out here. She knows she's got this one in the bag. Well, Lena Grulich here, she'll be happy to take this win in the first round. She'll move through now. And if we look at the weight categories we have today, we have the lightweights, and we're in the preliminary rounds here. And well, we start off in the females at under 48 kilograms. We have 52s, 57s and 63s. And in the men's lightweights, we start at under 60s, 66 and 73s. Well, we're going to be moving through here. In the 52s, there's 20 competitors, and they've finished their first round. Some players will have buys, so they'll move through straight into the second round, so we'll see them a little bit later on. But now we're going to move through into the men's under 60 kilogram second round contest, and it's the first time we're going to be seeing their number 1 seed, and that is Joshua Katz from Australia. Now he's facing Lorian Pachel from Germany. So Katz in white and Pachel in blue. Yeah, Joshua Katz, he's the number 1 seed. He had a bye in his first round, so he's going to be facing this young German here. It's going to be a tough contest for him. The German had a strong first round contest, winning to Daniel Rabbit of Great Britain. Pachel looking for the uchimata attempt, which is same hooking the leg between his opponents. He'll try and get rotation and lift that leg to throw. Well, he didn't have the control he needed for that, and you can see there Katz now thinking, well, I've got an opportunity to finish on the ground, and he's going to try and use that. Yeah, you can see his legs caught, and when the legs caught, you're unable to hold your opponent down or really get a lot of power to attempt the jujigatame, which is a straight arm bar here. Well, minute in. A little untidy there from Pachel, and again we can see that Katz is in the same situation as he is from before, and we can't really see what's happening on top, but for me what he'd be trying to do is control the top half and tie something off, and what that does, it controls the upper half of your opponent's body and then gives you an ability to get the leg out but stay in control at the same time, so you can finish with a hold. You can see his coach there giving him some attention, some advice. You can see the coach can only do that on a mate, so that's between the fight when the referee asks the players to come back into the middle of the mat. You can see a real grip fight here, and it's the first stages of the judo contest is the players are trying to get their preferred grip, and that can be either with one hand, as you saw there with Katz. Now he's tying off on the lower skirt of the judo jacket there, and now he's trying to get the rotation over. Now he gets good rotation, but you can see there his leg is caught, but you know, if he can control the top half of his opponent as he's done there, you can see the hand slipping under the shoulder, he will be able to manage to get this leg out. Now he hopped the knee joint out first, and you can see him pressing in. Now he manages to get the leg out, but has he lost the control on the top? I think he may have. I think Jonathan Katz spending some of his time training in the UK at the Camberley Judo Club, which is mentioned before. It's a very strong club, and you can see actually you can see their coach sitting out in the seats there, keeping an eye on him. A low kataguruma attempt there from Katz in white. Now looking for the shimiwaza, where you can see the shimiwaza was straight across the face, so the referee will stop that straight away. It needs to be under the jaw for it to carry on. And you can see both of these competitors are right-handed. And well, although he put Katz down there, Katz managed to use one hand to avoid any part of his back and get going onto the mat. So there's no score. But if he had to put two hands down, it would have been a Wazari score. So he did well to avoid that one. And die-in seconds here, and no score and no penalties to either competitor. So we're going to go now into the golden score period. And it'll be first one to score will take the win. So it's like a sudden death really here. And well, it's a second round contest. There'll be a few more rounds to the medal contests here. And 24 players in the under 60 kilogram category here. And players from all over the globe here. We've had quite a big entry at this European Open in Glasgow. So So really an average to get a medal or to get into the final, you're looking at having about 4 contests, win 4 contests, you can get into the final here in this category. Well, for me, Joshua Katz now is looking stronger than his opponent. Not making any mistakes, and there you can see he takes the first score and the win. Well, that's a good finish for him there. You can see just, for me, he kept his composure and he had a good stance. And when I mean stance, it means that his position was very strong. He was nice and upright, where his opponent was just looking to tire towards the end of that contest. Well, Joshua Katz will go through and he'll take a place in the quarter final. Here you can see a replay. So he just switches into the left side and with a ko-uchi gaki, which is a minor inner reaping throw. And he takes his opponent onto his side there. Well, we're moving through, and the next contest in round 2 will be between Angelo Pantano from Italy, and he's facing Pierre Dumontier from France. Pantano in white and Dumontier in blue. You'll see with these competitors, they're just going to be making their way through here onto the mat, just taking a few sips of water. A bit of advice there from the coach, a bit of encouragement, and everyone does it in a different way. It was a bit friendly there, wasn't it? And come on, you can do it. Coach gives Pantano there a little bit of support. Well, Pantano, you can see, he's a little bit smaller than his opponent, but don't underestimate him. He's very fast. I've watched him come through cadet and junior, and he can really get underneath his opponents and do some really explosive judo. A bit of a reverse there. You can have opponents who favour either tachiwaza, which is stand-in judo, or newaza, which is groundwork. And you can tell sometimes when they do move into groundwork whether the player or competitor would have the confidence to work down there. And you can see, for me, Pantano, he's definitely a thrower. You can see here now Dumontier looking for an opening, and he's doing that by creating it himself by gripping the judo jacket and moving his opponent to see where his opponent moves and tries to defend, and sometimes that creates an opening to attack. You can see here again Dumontier ending up on the top, but that leg was really secured by Pantano, and if that leg's secured and there's no way out, the referee will decide whether to leave it long enough for his opponent to try and get it out, or he'll start them up again. And in judo, you must be able to hold your opponent down with control, and if your opponent catches your leg between theirs, they deem that the control's lost. So well, the referee decided to score that technique. I don't know if Dumontier had a grip when he went down, or even that Pantano landed onto his back. So sometimes they'll have a replay of that off the mat. There's two of the referees who sit and they have a live video playback, and it's from different camera angles, so they can see straight away whether there's a score or not. Well, they must have had a look at that and decided there was enough control and enough positioning of his opponent onto his side to take the score. Well, Dumontier leading here, but he picks up that first penalty, Judo, and that was for a false attack. And well, some nice sharp action there from Pantano, but he's not getting his own way here. We haven't seen any of his low Sianagi attempts. That he really just loses himself through his opponent's legs, and well, you can see here that his opponent is trying to get him pulled onto him, and well, for me, Pantana there has made a mistake. He got rolled over by his opponent there, and he'll take the second Wazari. Two Wazaris make a Nippon, and a Nippon takes the win. So the win there goes to Pierre Dumontier from France. You can see Pantano a little bit bewildered, understand what really what went on there. That'll get reviewed, but for me, I think there was enough control there from the Frenchman. You see, so Pantana here looking for, that was the first score. For me, I didn't think there was a lot of control there to deem that a score. And here's the second one. The first attack there, and it looked to be counted, but it was rotated over, and again didn't have fantastic control on the grips. Well, the win there goes to the Frenchman. He'll go through into the first quarter-final. And our next contest now, we're going to be looking to Netherlands and Portugal with their competitors. Making their way now onto the mat, we see Bas Koffenberg from the Netherlands, and he's facing Miguel Pisco from Portugal. Koffenberg in white and Pisco in blue. Koffenberg here in the white. It's that strong lapel grip and the sleeve. Well, Koffenberg here for me, he's stronger on that initial grip, and what he does is he puts his opponent under a lot of pressure. So when he does attack, he can really fight off the attack well, stay in a good standing position, and well, it'll either tire his opponent out, or his opponent will pick up some penalties for that as well. I'd like to see him opening his opponent up and looking for some big attacks as well. Nice reverse there in from Pisco. Saw the attempt, and what those few attempts have done have really pushed for the penalty to the Dutch player, so he picks up his first penalty here. Well, 3 penalties and he'll be out. So sometimes the penalty sometimes is a bit of a warning to the players, and they'll start stepping up their action here. Again with the first attack from Pisco. Before he tidies his judogi up, his jacket there and belt, the referee really has to allow that to happen. So he'll tell him that he got away with it that time. Sometimes if you undo the belt or take time doing the suit up before the referee has given you the action to do that, you can get a penalty for that as well. And you can see Koffenberg coming through, stepping forward now because he knows he has to start getting some attacks in here. He doesn't want to get another penalty. And he's just using that edge there, get a bit of pressure on his opponent, because an action forward will be able to get a good attack. And he did there. It was a nice drop through onto that side. And also, because he's getting the action forward, he can do the attack. But if his opponent steps out of the mat edge without a lot of force, he can pick up a penalty as well. A nice combination there from the Portuguese player. Switched in to the left side with the low Sianagi. Now, Koffenberg, he needs to come through with a good attack. Well, 60 kilograms here. It's the lightest weight category we have in men in judo. And you'll see really different styles throughout the weight categories. Really fast and sharp. Use a lot of low techniques, and they'll drop underneath very fast. Well, see a drop attack there, didn't quite get in where he needed to be, so just missed out on that rotation. And it's the setup that's so important for these attacks. You'll see the grip fight too, where the opponents, they need to have preferably 2 hands on the judogi. They'll have one on the one side, the lapel, which will control the head, and a sleeve hand which will help with the direction of the throw, and also the rotation. It's very difficult. You're trying to get your grips while your opponent's trying to get their grips. You're also trying to defend and try to get them to avoid a reverse Sianagi there, and well done. That was fantastically done in the opening seconds in golden score, which will take the win. Miguel Pisco from Portugal, he takes that through into the quarter-final. Now we'll be able to get a replay of that and we'll talk you through. Here we go. So this technique really was developed in Korea. So a lot of them call it the Korean reverse or the reverse cho, from a judo player who made it famous. And it's very popular now, we can see. So he has a left grip, but he reverses his body all the way through and then drives his opponent, and the pressure and the force of that, his opponent really can't avoid any defense from it. So he takes him there onto his side and then his back, and he takes the score. Our next contest, we're going to be seeing Joran Schildermans from Belgium, and he's facing Antoine Bidolt from France in blue. Schildermans in white and Bidolt in blue. Oh, and a nice attempt there. Nearly managed to hold. Well, he's going to have a glance over himself. He maybe thought there was a score there. But in judo, what we have is cameras on the mat, different angles, and they get reviewed by 2 referees who are sitting on a control table as well. And the referee actually has an earpiece, so he sometimes gets some direction. Because it's very easy, referee is always on top of the action, but he can only stand at one angle and sometimes can miss some action or where they fall. So he'll use the 2 side referees to be able to have a replay and look at things at a different angle. Well, Bidolt here, a little bit lower, looks to be very powerful, very strong. And it just seems to be taking his time to set up. And you can see here he's got the inside grip and very, very relaxed. Goes in for the low Sianagi and well, a counter attempt there by the Belgian player, but well, Bidolt, very relaxed, just manages to spin out there. You can see the control there of the sleeve from Bidolt and the movement. So the movement, he's getting a really good reaction from his opponent, and he'll maybe be able to switch into the left side and the right side from that position, allowing his partner to come over the top. He doesn't mind that because his main attack is low. It's well received there by Schildemans, but Schildemans picks up his first penalty for passivity, and that means he's just not doing enough attacks. To attack every 45 seconds, roughly about every 45 seconds, to stay in the match and avoid the penalties. And again, you can see that inside grip from Bidolt. Now it's the lapel grip that's going to cause him a problem. He wants to turn into that, and if it's too strong, he won't risk it. Now he gets it on the sleeve, uses that leg inside his opponents to drive through. Another good attack there from Bidolt. Now we're just over the minute mark to go, so these contests are 4 minutes, the same for men and the same for women. And well, they'll be trying to get a score before the minute's up. If they don't manage to get a score, this will go into a golden score period where it's the first one to attack, or the first one gets 3 shidos, the opponent will take the win. Well, frustrating here for Schildemans. He's not managing to get in first, and for Bidolt, he's looking the busier player. Now you can see here Bidolt getting hold of his opponent's sleeve, which is really needed for the Belgium to control, and now he's going to start putting some pressure on him, and there he goes for the low Sianagi, and well, unbelievably Schildemans manages to avoid that one, just landing without any of his back touching. Well, we're going to now go into the golden score period, so it's a bit like a sudden death. First one to score will take the win, or if they can push the 3 penalties onto their opponent, they will also take the win that way. Well, it's sometimes tough. They've just done 4 minutes, and well, you don't see that very often, but that penalty was for attacking the leg, or a little bit of a kick to the leg, and without having any hand grips on. So he takes a second penalty now. Bit of a mistake there for Schildermans, because one more penalty and he'll lose this contest. And you see the avoidance here of gripping up. Well, Biddle won't mind. I think they'll both pick up a penalty for avoiding the grip. And if you see, the first penalty will go to Biddle, and then third penalty will go to Schildermans, and that will be a disqualification. There we go. So the win goes to Antoine Biddle from France, and he'll go through into the quarter-final here in Glasgow. Well, our next contest is going to be a really interesting contest, and I expect it will be quite dynamic. We have Richard Vergnes from France. He's our number 2 seed here, and he's facing Henry Wakes of Great Britain. So Vergnes in white and Wakes in blue. While they're just making the way from the top of the arena, they'll have a long walk along where they'll be really composing themselves. There's a big warm-up area we have in judo, and that's hidden away, and it's a hive of activity where players are resting between fights. They'll stay warm, they'll do some sharpening work before they come out. You can see here they'll come up with their coaches. Henry Wake's coach is Luke Preston, and he trains out of the Camberley Judo Club. Well, Wakes here now in control on the top, and now he'll be looking for an opening in Neuwaza. Well defended there by Vergnes. Well, Wakes came in here unseeded. He had a very good win in the first round. And real crowd pleaser here. Demonstrates some super skills on the mat. He has a tough contest here. Unfortunately for Wakes there, picks up his first penalty, and that was for that posture of holding out. And we can see the referee in the middle himself, Olympic gold medalist. It's very unusual sometimes to see that high level of competitor looking after proceedings in the middle of the mat. But yeah, Pina Maddaloni from Italy took the gold medal in the Sydney Olympic Games. Now Vergnes now looking, you can see, looking for the shimiwaza. Well, Wakes looking comfortable under there. You can see he's just controlling his opponent's hands. Not really supposed to hold on to the fingers. Whether that'll get picked up, I'm not sure. Let's have a look at this attack. So there's the low attack. Wakes managing to avoid that. And well, we're just coming into the halfway mark here. Round 2 in the European Open for men and women in Glasgow. Wakes losing his posture there. You can see the suit really being pulled over the head. So although sometimes it warrants a Judo penalty when they lose posture that way, but Wakes felt that his opponent was just pulling the jacket over his head. Well, Wakes still in this match. Well, Bergnes just looking busier than his opponent. Henry Wakes here is down 2 Shidos. Still in it though, just a minute and a half left. He's fighting well against the experienced Bergnes from France, and again losing the jacket over the top of his head. Well, Bergnes himself, he has some good results. He's a Continental Open winner, and won a few Continental Cup as well. Oh, well, that was fantastic from the British player. Wow, and he's pleased about that, and so is his coach. His coach is out of his seat. Fantastic. Well, we'll get a replay of that. Well, you know, you can never ever say in judo that it's over until that bell's gone, and you can see here a fantastic counter attack from the young British player. Well, let's see if we can get another replay of that. So there's a low attack, and you can see Wakes there just really rotates his opponent straight onto his back, and there he takes the ippon win, which is full back on the mat, 10 points. A super win there for Henry Wakes of Great Britain.
Coming on to mat 3, the blue jersey represents Belgium,
Okay, our next contest we have Real Diaz Lopez of Spain, and he's facing Flavio De Marca from Belgium. Diaz Lopez in white and De Marca in blue. Well, a bit of a height difference here. You can see tall and rangy De Marca from Belgium. And well, Diaz Lopez in with the low Sianagi attempt. Well, just shows how fast these lightweight men are. Can just sink right underneath the legs with no warning at all. Again, there's that low attempt. Well, De Marca knows it coming, and he's avoiding it as best as he can, but sometimes that's just unavoidable, that attack. Well, he's doing the majority of the work at the moment, and what he'll do is he'll pressure his opponent into picking up a penalty. That'll give him an advantage, and the advantage it'll give him is his opponent will feel desperate to attack, because the longer he leaves it, the more penalties he gets. 3 penalties, you're going to lose the contest. And what it does also, it gets your opponent moving forward. And with his style of attacks, where he comes underneath, he needs his opponent coming forward with his body weight. Now, looking for something or an opening in Nuaza. You can see there, he's trying to tie off the wrist, and he has a lapel grip. Now he's looking for some rotation. As long as there's some progression on the ground in Nuaza exchange, the referee will leave it as long as he can if he sees something progressing. But there's a bit of a stalemate. He'll get them up and starting again on their feet. Well, common occurrence in judo, sometimes you get a little bit of a hit or a poke in the eye there. He manages to recover quite quickly from that. So you can see here 2 completely different styles of judo. One who likes to use that low attack, that low Sianagi attack, which is very common in the lightweight men's divisions. And you can see De Marca from Belgium, who's very rangy, very tall, but with that he really needs to either go off the grip. Oh, and he gets the score. Well, I'm not sure whether that was a nippon. The Nippon is straight on the back. Yeah, the referee changes that down, scores it to a Wazari. But you know, the attack itself, the first initial attack, didn't look very strong, but what he did do well was he controlled his opponent's sleeves, hooked onto the arm and kept rotating it round for a Soto Makakomi score. Well, he's going to be difficult now for Diaz Lopez to come back with this. His style of judo wants his opponent coming forward, and well, DeMarco will do everything but come forward now. Doesn't need to, he just needs to hold on to his score and avoid picking up any penalties. You can see, so there's the first attack. And you can see the avoidance there from the Spaniard, but the rotation was there right across the bottom of the back. Well, just a minute to go. Can DeMarco hold on to his win? Well, he goes again for the Soto Makakomi. He moves his opponent. He does enough now. He's just composing himself, trying to get that oxygen filled into his lungs, and sometimes it's just impossible to get up. Well, we're going to see a real onslaught here from Diaz Lopez. He's got to get back that score to stay in the match. "27 seconds to go." Well, DeMarco here, he's absolutely exhausted, makes his way onto the feet. Well, the style of attack there from, well, another good attack there from DeMarco. He's, well, it's those long limbs and the way he moves. He's just looks so unpredictable. Just seems to have the end of an attack where you think it's gone. He seems to be able to finish it off. Well, an uchi attempt to the back. Well, DeMarco can take one more penalty. Dying seconds now. And well, last attempt there from Diaz Lopez, but it's not enough. And Flavio DeMarco will take the win, and he'll go through into the quarterfinal.
During that one, the blue judo representing Slovenia, Luka Eckhart, and the white judo representing Ghana, Darren Elka. So our next contest here, we're seeing Vincent Lemaire from France, and he's facing Philippe Cruz
from Portugal. Lemaire in white and Cruz in blue. Well, Lemaire here, very experienced. Here he goes again. Nice low Kouchigari attack there from the Frenchman. Well, what I was saying was he's very experienced. He's been on the circuit a long time. And you see him quite often at these European Opens. Players in the under 60 kilogram contest, so you're looking at an average of about 4 to 5 wins to get through to that gold medal. And we'll see the preliminary fights in the morning. They'll fight through to the quarterfinals, and then we'll see the semi-finals and the medal contests a little bit later on. And we're here at the Emirates Arena in Glasgow. We're in throwing distance from Parkhead Celtic Football Club's ground. It's a beautiful day in Glasgow, and we've got a big entry here at this GB Open. And real mixture of competitors here. We've got Olympic medalists and a lot of young up-and-coming athletes as well. Obviously this is an Olympic qualifying event, so they'll pick up points here, but not a lot of points. So you don't often see a lot of the bigger names. Their programs are jam-packed, that you'll see them more at Grand Prix and Grand Slams. But here you will see some of these players will be competing in the Olympic Games. They will be fighting through and manage to get enough points to qualify and compete out in Tokyo, which is going to be the home of judo. It's probably going to be one of the best venues for judo, which is going to be held in Tokyo in a couple of years' time. And I think for everybody who's a judo fan, I think getting a ticket in that arena that week will be an amazing thing. Well, we're just over the minute mark here, and Vincent Lemaire, for me, just doing enough to stay in. We've got no penalties here, and as I say that, the first one goes to Cruz, so picks up that penalty for passivity. So he's just not doing enough attacks. And well, best form of defence here is attack, and I think that's where Lemaire is happy. He's happy just popping those attacks in first, as long as they're strong. He's quite content there. Well, he's looking for a shimmy waza here. You can see his hand went straight in underneath, and well, he got that. And the referee did well to keep that going. Sometimes they move out of the area, and if the referee doesn't see the action, they'll call a mate. Well, you can see there Philippe Cruz is he's frustrated. I would say he's very frustrated. He lost his chance there. He had just under the minute mark, and he was pressing ahead. He needed to get a score, and well, he made the mistake of attacking without much force really, and Lemaire managed to really quickly get that hand under on the collar and put the strangle on. Well, Lemaire will go through into the quarter-final, and you can see here the replay. You can see a mistake made. He lifted his head up there slightly and allowed his opponent in. He take the opposite lapel, and you can see there he uses his leg there to take more pressure and really to secure his opponent's shoulder so he can put on that strangle. Well, our next contest, we're going to be seeing Jolan Florimont from France, and he's facing Stefano Montecone from Italy. Florimont in white and Montecone in blue. Now we're just a minute in, really, and well, just one Judo to Florimont, and there you see Monticone picking up his Judo there, and that was for dipping underneath his opponent's grip. You're not allowed to do that. It seems to be defensive for Judo, so anything that's defensive or not positive you can pick up penalties for. And you can see here the control of the sleeve grip is very important for a Judo player. You can see he's using that not just to get movement and attack from, and to be able to get a reaction to get his secondary grip on, but it also stops his opponent controlling your head. Now you can see that grip's gone back onto the head, and well, a nice attack there from the Frenchman, but just disrupts his opponent. Now I really like this this turnover here that he's going for. You can see he's feeding. He's not doing a tidy job of it, but he was trying to feed the jacket, the lower part of the jacket through, and you get some tension on there. You can get a rotation and hold from that area. But anything that you do on the ground, or what we say in Nuaza, really has to be well done. It has to be neat, it has to be tidy, and it has to be in order. And if you don't get the order right and it's untidy, your opponent has, even if it's the smallest chance to escape, they will escape. Well, Florimont here with the advantage. He only has one Judo to his opponent's 2. 3 penalties, and well, you're out. You get disqualified from the contest. You have to remember all the different ways to win in Judo. Throw your opponent to get the full 10 points, and the ippon is to throw your opponent mainly on their back with some force and lots of control. Anywhere that's not on the back, if it's on the side or partly on the back, you get a wazari score, and if you get 2 of them within the contest, you can win. Another way to score is to hold your opponent down for 20 seconds, and that will give you the win, or a submission, and a submission can be from a choke, a strangle, or a lock on the arm. Well, we're into the last minute here. Monticone, they're nearly getting the Uchimata attack. It was a nice attack from him, but he lost the control of the sleeve grip, which helps with the rotation. Well, he's coming back into this contest. And, well, you can see there the referee just taking some instruction from the control table, as we would say. So there's 2 referees that sit on the control table, and they have cameras on, so they can review any action as well, and also help make sure that the referee's in control of the contest. Oh, now that was a nice attempt there, and whether there was enough for a counter there for Florimont, I would like that to be reviewed. Well, maybe it was a bit untidy whether there wasn't the control, but for me, I thought he anticipated that well, but whether they thought there was enough control for the score, obviously not. Dying seconds here. Last ditch attempt. Good attempt there by the Italian. You can see him hooking in for the Ouchi, looking for the Uchimata, but it's not to be. Well, what we're seeing now is a golden score period. So this in judo is like a sudden death, and it's going to be the first person to get a score will win. Or unfortunately, if you pick up a penalty for these two guys, it's going to be a third one. They will lose the contest. Well, it's frustrating for both of these competitors. They're both trying to throw. They're both have a very low centre of gravity. So they have to get underneath their opponent's centre of gravity. So they have to get in very low. And because of their bent posture, that's very difficult. And, well, experience does it as well. And, you know, strength, the fitness levels is so important in judo, and well, it also always goes down to technique. So if you have some nice, well-rehearsed technique and good reactions, well, look at that. That's what I'm talking about. That was pretty amazing. So you see, that was a real natural movement from Florimont, and well, just a split second of lack of concentration from Montecone. He just walked straight onto that attack. So we'll sure get a nice replay of that for you here. So you can see here, steps forward and just sneaks underneath his opponent there. We call that like a low kataguruma technique, right across the shoulders.
And on mat 3, looking for Judo from France. Now entering mat 1 in the 60-kilogram category, the blue jockey representing Great Britain. And in the white jockey representing France, Louis Macy.
So our next contest we see Dewey Courthouse from the Netherlands. She's facing Miriam Blavier from Belgium. That's Courthouse in white judogi and Blavier in the blue. Well, Dewey Courthouse, this is her first contest here in Glasgow. She had a bye in the first round. She's a #1 seed coming in here. Well, under 57 kilograms. And well, to me, they're still lightweights, but there's two other lightweight categories underneath these. So we have 48s, 52s, and then it's 57 kilograms. Blavier there looking for an opening, and you are very tight and controlled by Courthouse. Well, I hope you're enjoying our judo here from the Emirates Arena in Glasgow. We're here for the GB Open, and we've got the lighter weight categories in men and women fighting today, and tomorrow we'll be seeing the heavier weight categories. We're really lucky we have a nice spread of players here. It's an Olympic qualifying event, although it's a low scoring event. You don't always see the top players. We do have some very well established judoka from all over the world. We have some Olympic medalists, and you can see there at the top of your screen we have some different mats, and we have a real home nation favourite, Kimberly Rennicks, who won the Commonwealth Games when it was in Glasgow here was made very famous because her sister actually won her weight category on the same day. Well, no score here, and we're hitting the halfway mark. I'm just going to say a hello to Charlie and Jessica, who are listening at home with their mum. Karen Roberts, who's a very established judoka herself in a time, a junior world champion and a senior world medalist, as well as an Olympian. I hope they're enjoying the judo, and hope they're going to get their judo suits on and go down to their local club in Pinewood and do some work. I'm sure if they take after their mum, they'll be a fantastic athletes. Well, here we are, and very frustrating here for Dewey Carthouse. She's really struggling to get a score on the board against Blavier. And, well, unfortunately for her, she just takes a bit of a poke in the eye. And I was saying earlier, we saw this before, and sometimes it's unavoidable. You can see there's a lot of work going on to get the grips. I think maybe she's lost her contact lens. This amazes me how these athletes can do it. She's lost it on the floor. She's given up, I think, on that one. Okay, we're back onto it now. Let's have a look at how these are getting the grips. We've got a left-hander and a right-hander. You can see that with the way they stand. And what happens in judo is they'll have different attacks, different throws that they'll do on a right-hander and a left-hander, and different ways of entry. Now, there was a nice counter attempt there from Blavier, and then nearly countered again by Carthouse. Now she's looking for a progression in Nuaza. Well, she's struggling with Carthouse, because Carthouse for me is just really looks heavy in Nuaza. She doesn't do a lot to avoid it. She just seems to sink her body down into the mat there. And very difficult. You still need to get sometimes a reaction in Nuaza to get the momentum and the movement going to secure a hold. 30 seconds now to go. Tayatoshi attempt. The avoidance was really to throw herself onto her back there for Blavier. Now, for me, Carthouse just looking the stronger opponent there. She's initiating the movement. You can see she's drawn her opponent on, and again, attacking. Not the tidiest of attacks, but again, she's moving her opponent. And if she makes enough effort for her opponent to move or do a reaction to stop the throw, it's deemed to be a good attack. And you can see there what it did. It gave the Shido to Blavier for passivity. So Carthouse now taking the advantage as she moves into golden score. She knows it's a bit of a sudden death in judo, where she has to get the first score. First score wins it, or 3 penalties. Also, you'll lose the contest if you get the 3 penalties. Still in it though, Blavier. It's really, for me, it's about being positive now and not making any errors. And just having the confidence, to go out there and do what you train. Well, we're just over the minute mark. Another good attack there, and well, for me, I thought that was a score. Well, referee wasn't sure, but she takes the hold, and well, he looks up. He gets the recommendation from the referees who are observing and gives a score there. Well, Blavier just absolutely out of steam there. And what we'll do is we'll get a replay of that score and explain how that one happened. You could see there was really no defence there from the Belgian player. She really had just ran out of steam. Well, our next contest, we're going to be seeing Lily Nane from Great Britain, and she's facing Gatene de Burduc from France. Nane in white and de Burduc in blue. Well, Lily Nane, she trains at the British Centre of Excellence in Warsaw. She trains with the British team there. And you can see there she has a British coach, Denny Roberts, looking after her, giving her some advice here. Well, Nane, you've got to watch her. She can really throw big, and she can throw from any direction. And she gets the first attack in there. De Bird, she's looking for a Sangaku attack now. You can see she's on the arm as well. She's trying to straighten out that arm, but Nan, she knows she's in trouble, but she's turning away from her opponent, and you can see she gives her that control on the arm. Now she really needs to just adjust a body angle there, and she's doing well to do that. She's trying to adjust her body angle, but you can see there the pressure on her arm now, and you can see that the French lady just using her head to control her position there. Well, referee didn't think anything was going to come of that, so he stops that, and they'll start again back on their feet, and a minute gone. Well, bit of a wake-up call maybe from Nane. She knows she has to be careful now in Nuaza, that De Bird, she's got some skills. Oh, she attempt. Nane managing to fall onto her front. Well, the shimmy wazas across the face. And she loses her grip as well. Well, what a turnout for the books. Nane managing to secure the hold. Well, De Bert made a mistake there. She just relaxed. She thought she was in control. She relaxed when she was on the top. And, well, Lene Nane, she can be very unpredictable, but she did an amazing job there. So she's got to secure this hold for 20 seconds, and she takes the Ippon win and a place through into the quarter-final. Well, nice to see Lene Nane doing well here. We'll have to keep an eye on her and see where she, who she has next contest.
On mat 3, we're waiting for Lena from Great Britain. Approaching mat 3 in the 57 kilo category, the blue jersey representing Finland, Jessica Helgren, and the white jersey representing Great Britain, Becky Liston.
Yeah, well, Lene Nane, she'll go through into the quarter-final against the number 1 seed, who is Dewey Courthouse from the Netherlands. But our next contest, we're going to be seeing Becky Livesey from Great Britain, and she's facing Jessica Helgren from Finland. Livesey in white and Helgren in blue. Well, Becky Livesey as well. She trains out of the Centre of Excellence in Walsall. Her coach there in the chair is Dennis Stewart, a former British heavyweight player and Olympic bronze medalist. And she's from the SKK club from St Helens, and she's from a judo family, a sister as well, Amy, and a brother, Owen. They both also compete for Great Britain. So it's nice to see Becky out here. She's looking strong. Well, nice attack there and finish from Livesey, and she picks up the first Wazari. We'll be able to get a replay of that maybe on one of the breaks here. But she's going to try and finish off this contest if she can get another score. That's the end. 2 Wazari scores make a nippon, so that can finish the contest, or a throw flat on the back for a nippon. That will take the win as well. Becky Livesey here now looking to finish in Nuwaza, and just moving her opponent and trying to open up to secure the grip that she can work from. Ko-uchi, o-uchi attack. Again, she pressures her opponent. You can see her using the sleeve and the lapel. We don't quite get to see the finish, but she gets the finish because she drives through using her leg and a power from her second leg as well. So hitting the halfway mark now. Becky Livesey of Great Britain leading this contest. She looks comfortable out there, and she's got some experience as well. As soon as she has that control on the lapel, that's her first grip in. She secures, you can see there, she likes to secure it round the back where she can really get some drive from it. Her finish opponent here is trying to get back into the fight by pulling her head down. For me, Becky Livesey, she's a bit smaller in stature and she'll be comfortable there. She won't mind coming underneath that arm. As well, she has some good transitional skills. She's just switched from a sangaku to a juji gatami. She just loses the leg though. So in that position, she can try and pull out the arm and do what you would in other sports maybe call an arm bar. In judo, we call it juji gatami. We'll have to keep an eye out for the Livesey. She's got some nice ashiwaza techniques, which is foot techniques, so she can use her feet well. Here she goes again. And well, some ashiwaza given back from the Finnish player as well. You know, to score, you have to land your opponent onto the side or the back. Becky Livesey here, you can see she's on the inside lapel and she's trying to control that sleeve to her uchimata attempt. Well, Helgren manages, I don't know how she manages it, but she manages to stay on her front, and now you can see Livesey looking for the Nuwaza transition. Now she knows if she can waste some time down here, that would be in her advantage. Well, Becky Livesey there just picking up a Judo, and that's just for not gripping, but really that was a tactical fight at the end for her. She knows she could manage to pick a couple of penalties up and still keep that win. So the win and the quarter-final place goes to Becky Livesey of Great Britain.
On match 3, win for Becky Livesey from Great Britain.
Well, this is a contest I've really been looking for. Ines Bischmidt from Germany, and she's facing Autumn Pavier from France. Bischmidt in white and Pavier in blue. Well, Autumn Pavier, really strong French competitor. You can see she's very tall. She attacks right off the grip and she can throw big. She's an Olympic bronze medalist from London. She's really established European champion in the past as well. She's had some time out and has a new role as being a mum. Has a lovely daughter, and here she is making a really strong, I wouldn't say a comeback. I think she's probably always been keeping herself fit, but it's really getting back through into this French top numbers so she can get back into the big competitions, the Grand Prix and the Grand Slams. Well, she's having to put in the work here at the lower end of these European Opens, and although it's an Olympic qualifier, you don't get a lot of points for this level, but it doesn't determine how difficult it can be here to get through a lot of these first rounds. And well, Ines Bischmidt herself has had some really good results in Europe this year. But she's also a former European Open winner as well, and a strong junior player. But for me, Autumn Pavier, she still has a lot to give. Fast as she was, she has a good position. You can see how strong she is in her stance. So opponents bent over due to her strong gripping, but she's very tall and keeps her composure very well. Well, she takes the first score in the lead, and we're just now coming through to the halfway mark. Now, whether she can finish this off, another score will do that, another Wazari score will do that, or she can maintain this fitness and posture and control all the way through for the 4 minutes. Here you go. Well, both players here picking up a Judo, and that's really for avoiding the grip. Now, this is where it gets really difficult. You see, Pavier now has 2 penalties and the score, but Bischmidt just has the 1 penalty. Now, if Pavier picks up another penalty, she will lose, but she won't lose doing Judo. So she takes the win. Second score, 2 Wazaris make the Ippon, and she takes the win through to the quarter-final. And well, she's going to face Britain's Becky Livesey in that quarter-final. So there's another contest to really look forward to. Our next contest, we're going to be seeing Safo Koban from Germany, and she's facing Jodie Kaller from Great Britain. Koban in white and Kaller in blue. Well, Koban came in as the number 2 seed here, 20 judoka in this under 57 kilogram female category at the European Open here in Glasgow. Jodie Kaller, can't be underestimated. She has a really high work rate, and she knows how to tactically manage a contest. That being, she knows there's 4 minutes to do the business, and she knows how to put the work in as well to get penalties as well towards her opponent. It's part of judo and it can't be underestimated. Well, she's going to have her hands full here. Koban herself is a very strong player. She's had some good results as well this year. Koban here now looking for the transition in Nuaza. She's onto the arm, and now she's trying to get her opponent to rotate over the top. Sometimes to do that it's difficult if you can't get both legs, but she's done well there. She's got the far leg, and now she's going to try and use both of her thighs to control her opponent in that space, and at the same time try and prise this arm open. Well, Kala does very well to defend that. She felt comfortable there, even though it looked very strong. Well, Kala there just beating her opponent to the attack. And, well, that's really Kala's style. She likes to get the attacks in. And even though it might not be a winning attack, they'll be strong enough to move her opponent or get her opponent to put some defence in. And if she does enough of them, she can really force the penalties towards her opponent. Some nice attacks there from the German as well. The referee is really in charge of the contest, so he wants the contest fought in the middle of the mat, so when they do go towards the edge, he'll stop the contest and get them back into the middle. Obviously the edge as well, you need to be careful. You can't walk out of the mat area, even though sometimes it's a little bit forced. If there's not enough defence or pressure to get back into the mat area, you can pick up another penalty as well for that. Koban again looking for a transition in Nuaza, and I feel this is where she's very strong. She's onto the arm again. This time she gets a good rotation. Now whether Kala has enough to be able to defend this, but she is in a strong position. You can see there the arms coming out. She's working on that. Well, she loses the control with the legs again and escaped by Kala of Great Britain. Just over the minute mark. No score and no penalties, so anything to play for. And you can see there Kala again getting the attack in first, and now she's changed it and she's looking for the rotation and the hold herself in Nuaza. Well, Koban a little bit tight there. I think that was a chance really. That was a really good chance to finish the contest. You have to see whether the referees will deem that to be an attack. There wasn't enough rotation or movement to get a score from there. But what it does do, it has pushed a Judo penalty to Calban. So although Jodie Calla hasn't got any score on the board, she does have an advantage towards her opponent where she has that Judo. Well, this contest will go into the golden score period. 4 seconds to go. Golden score period is like sudden death in judo. So first person to get a score will take the win, or the first person who pushes their opponent to 3 Judos, they will get disqualified and then they will take the win. So really, I can't call this one yet. I think we could see a score from it. Yeah, this is where Calla from Great Britain really needs to be careful. If she drops down into one of these attacks where they're not deemed to be real attacks, if the referee feels, well, her opponent could score from it, could counter-attack. In judo, you can throw when your opponent's on the knee. So if you can get some rotation forward or backwards, and you can get part of their side or part of their back onto the mat, you can get a counter score from it. So that's something that Jodie Calla just needs to be wary of when she's attacking in those low situations. Well, for me, I think Jodie Calla could really score if she did a bit more of movement before, maybe initiated some movement to get a reaction. She just seemed to rush her attack a little bit too much, where that could cause yourself to be in a predicament where you could get countered easier. Well, some Ashiwaza attempt there, Kosoto from Coburn. And well, Calla, they're a little bit untidy on that attack. And well, you can see the referee is just looking out to the side judges. Sometimes just he's questioning whether there was a penalty there maybe, but they give him the nod just to carry on. Well, nice flurry of attacks. Yoko, Tominagi and Coburn there takes the score. Well, Calla there, you can see she's, well, she'll be devastated about that loss there. She was doing ever so well. But really, it was about movement there. And if you can see, there was a Kochi attempt and then a lovely rotation right underneath, and she just manages there. Really nice attack and nice finish there from the German. The German will go through there into the quarter-final. And well, you can see there, Jodie Calla there, she just maybe felt a little bit of a, maybe a bit dizzy with that rotation when she went down there. So what they'll do is they'll have some medical treatment. The doctor will have a check her out, and they'll move through. So we'll let you know how Jodie Calla is afterwards, but always good sportsmanship here in judo. And you see Coburn, she'll check on her later on as well. Okay, well, I think what we'll do is we're going to move through to a different mat, and I think I'd like to go on to mat 1. And we're going to see Niam Matt from Switzerland, and he's facing Michael Winkler from Austria. And well, what a time to join finishes there with a uchimata and takes the first score. We had an opportunity to see Matt earlier on, and we know he has some really strong Nuaza groundwork. And here we see him, well, he's in a position where he loses control of the upper half of the body, but we know we can't underestimate him because he had a fantastic win in the first round against a very strong French opponent. Well, sometimes get a real tactical situation here. Matt, he has the score. We're hitting the halfway mark, so still 2 minutes to go, and 2 minutes can feel like a very long time when you're an athlete out there. It's very stop-start judo. You're using all your muscles in your body. You've got to have your reactions on par as well, and you have to decide how you're going to fight against your opponent, left or right. And you know, some people have situations where they don't like fighting a right-hander, or they don't like fighting a left-hander. You have to have some combinations in your repertoire as well, which are techniques where you join techniques up if they don't work first time, so you'll move on to another technique, and also lots of counter-attacks. So what they do is, before they come on with each competitor, they'll have a look at some video footage. There's a lot of video footage online now, so they'll see if they can get some video footage, so at least they'll know whether their opponent is left or right, and then they'll have a bit of a plan of action, which will sit there. It's a reminder for them. But judo as well, it's an autonomous sport. You have to react and move as you go. You're going to have to try and throw your opponent while your opponent's trying to throw you. You have situations just like that where there's an opportunity to follow into groundwork, and it's got to be quick. You haven't got the time to think about it, and you can make a slip up in a second. So you have to keep your concentration levels very high as well. What they do, what happens as well, we have some two referees that sit and they observe we have a couple of cameras on each mat here, so you can see different angles, and they can give advice to the referee in the middle. What we used to do in judo was have two corner judges, but they've taken the corner judges off and they've popped them on the side, and for me I think it's better because they have they can review techniques, whereas before it was just what you saw, and if you didn't see it, well, that was nothing you could do about it. But just seems to be a bit fairer, and athletes, there's not as much mistakes made as well. Referee in the middle can't always see all action. He has one viewpoint, so that also helps the referee. Well, it also becomes a tactical battle here. 30 seconds to go, and Matt from Switzerland, he has no penalties against him either, so he can pick up a couple of penalties. He's managing to avoid that, and I was saying sometimes the best form of defence is attack in judo. You know, you stay positive, you get the gripping that you want, you don't really change your style. If you're doing well, why change it? You can see that often in judo, that a winning player will get a score early and start changing the way he fights and become very defensive. And the problem with that is you can pick up the penalties and lose that way. Well, it's a very mature fight here from Matt. You can see there he just dropped down, and he will pick up a penalty for that, but with 6 seconds to go it won't make any difference to the overall score here. Well, we're in the 73 kilogram category here, and Matt from Switzerland, he'll go through now into the quarter-final.
the white judo, representing Great Britain, Daniel Passiti.
Our next contest, we're going to be seeing Daniel Passiti of Great Britain. He's going to be facing Roy Schipper from the Netherlands. Passiti in white and Schipper in blue. Well, Passiti from Great Britain had a super first round contest, very strong. Now he has his work cut out here from Schipper from the Netherlands. Well, a sharp throw there for Schipper. He throws his opponent onto his back with enough force and control. He got the ippon score. So Roy Schipper from the Netherlands wins that one. We can see here a sodi, like a Sianagi attempt. So he goes right underneath his opponent and, well, takes the win. He uses two sleeves, so very hard for his opponent to defend that one, and he just snuck underneath him and well, very rehearsed, and well, it's definitely his go-to technique. Well, our next contest here, we're going to be seeing Julien La Rocca from France, and he's facing Lucas Diallo from, I'm going to have to check that one, I'm sure it is. Let's have a look. It's an unusual one, we don't see it very often. It is Burkina Faso. So Lucas Diallo from Burkina Faso here against the strong Julien La Rocca from France. So Julien La Rocca there with a deep Kouchigari attack there, and he picks up the first score, so he takes the Wazari, and now he's going to look to try and control his opponent there and try and pop that leg out. If he can pop that leg out, and he can take a hold down. So if he already has a Wazari score, he just needs to hold his opponent down for 10 seconds. Here we have a replay. It's a replay from an earlier match, that one. Okay, let's have a look. So La Rocca here. It's a nice stance position and a sacrifice attempt. So a sacrifice attack is when you put yourself on your back, and he's just having a close look at, not feeling that he can get any opening in groundwork. So the referee just stands him up to start again. Well, we're coming to the halfway mark, just 2 Judos each, but La Rocca from France having a comfortable win here, and he's leading by a Wazari. Well, the second penalty, and that goes for passivity, so the referee doesn't think that Diallo is doing enough work. He needs to try to attack his opponent and get through that defence of La Rocca. But for me, La Rocca is very well rehearsed. He knows how to grip well. You can see again in for the Sutemi Waza, and well, a bit untidy there for the Shimmy Waza. Maybe had an opportunity. It flew over the top there, lost his gripping. Minute to go. There's a Temi Waza attempt there. Well, a bit of a tactical battle here now for La Rocca. He's comfortable out there with the Wazari score and really just putting enough work in, and he'll force a third penalty and a final penalty to Diallo, where he'll be able to take this win. Well, we're here at the Emirates Arena in Glasgow. We're in viewing distance for the Celtic Football Club at Parkhead. We can see the stadium from where we are. There's some nice big windows here in the Emirates, and it's a really great venue for judo. And well, we've had a strong GB entry here. Lots of young athletes as well, having their first opportunity to fight at this level. Obviously, this tournament is has a littering of different judo players from different abilities. Some Olympic medalists here will be fighting over the weekend, and some really strong young European competitors really making their way through. And they have a nice some judo crowd. They really know what they're watching here, and they really do follow the home nation players through here. You can just see on the top mat there was a win there to Malin Wilson from Great Britain. She's made her way through to the quarter-final. Malin, who is a Scottish player based in Edinburgh at the Edinburgh Club, and she's part of the Scottish team. She's done well this year. She's already taken the European Open gold medal, so they'll be expecting good things from her as well. And I'm sure we've got our junior Scottish team who are out in Strasbourg with their coaches Ian Oliver and Ewan Burton, and they'll be following the competition here. And the Scottish players are doing extremely well on all of the mats, so there's a hello there from me, especially to Ian. I know he follows all the judo online. I wonder if he's there with his heavyweight programme. I know Ian's one of the GB heavyweight coaches, so I'm sure he'll let us know what they're up to and how they're getting on. Well, our next contest here is in the under 73 kilogram category, and that's between Bradley Langlois from Canada, and he's facing Dan Ten Houvel from the Netherlands. Langlois in white and Ten Houvel in blue.
The winning on 2-2 is the from France. Now coming to match 2 in the blue jersey representing Great Britain, Richard Jackson. And in the white jersey representing France, Cécile Cave.
Well, just coming to the halfway mark here Ten Heuvel from the Netherlands, leading by Awazari. Well, that hand signal was false attack, and first Judo goes to Langlois. Well, he really needs to get another score on the board to finish this fight. 2 Wazari scores make a nip on, and they finish it, or a throw flat on the back. Submission from a strangle choke or an arm lock will also do it, or a hold for 20 seconds will make the upon as well. Well, you can see here Langlois just really struggling with his position, right-handed, and doesn't seem to be able to get the connection or the reaction he needs to get his score. But it's not over. Still just over a minute and a half to go. Yeah, Langlois looks very composed, looks fit. Near error there from the Dutch player. Langlois now looking for an opportunity in Yuasa, and he is in a good position here. He just needs to really secure the head and pop that knee out, and he's doing well. And for me, that was just, he was still in a very good position to get that knee out, and it was stopped too soon. And referees really need to leave, understand where there's progression and leave it long enough for them to finish off here. And for me, there was an opportunity for the Canadian player there. A nice flurry of attacks from both. Pressure on the edge. Uses that force. Well, for me, oh, it was very close for me. He did a nice low Sianagi, an attempt there to counter. And for me, Langlois manages to control his opponent down, or really to avoid any counter maybe. That would have been looked at. We're very lucky in judo that we have 2 referees that have a live feed, and they can replay any action, so they can really determine if the referee does miss anything. It's very hard for the referee to see everything from every angle, so we were very lucky where it's, for me, gives players an opportunity to have a fair result really. Well, Langlois here really frustrated, not engaging how he wants. I think there's a few mistakes he could have capitalised on here as well. Ouchi attempt. You can see very defensive here now from the Dutch player, but uses that push on to try and throw his opponent over. But time's out, and Dan Ten Heuvel manages there to keep that Wazari score and take the win. He'll see him a little bit later on, but he makes it through to the quarter-final.
Coming on to match 1 now in the men's under 73 kilos. In the blue jersey, representing Germany, Robert Barry. In the white jersey, representing France, Luca Ottoman.
Our next contest, we see Luca Ottoman from France. He's facing Robert Barwig from Germany. Ottoman in white and Barwig in blue. Well, strong, secured, reverse Yoko Shiogotami here from Barwig. He needs to hold his opponent for 20 seconds to take the win. And, well, there you see it. Very strong win for him, and he'll go through into the quarter-final. Well, Ottman here, just taking his time to compose himself to get up onto his feet. But you can see there's no way out from there. Really secure on the arm. There's no gap at all between him and his opponent. And you need to keep that turn on the arm, that composure, because if the opponent can make any movement or any space between yourself and your opponent when you're in that position, you'll have a real chance of escaping. But there was no way out there for the Frenchman, and a super win there for the German. Really nice to see some nice Nuaza and strong Nuaza. You can see he's just adjusting his movement all the time, and he had a good view of the clock as well. Well, our next contest is Augusto Meloni from Italy, and he's facing George Cano Garcia from Spain. Meloni in white and Cano Garcia in blue. Well, 32 athletes in the under 73 kilogram category. Always a very big category for men. Meloni here from Italy. He's had some strong wins this year already at European Open level. And know that he's travelled through the weight categories. I'm going to get some stats on him now if I can. See if he's fought Cano Garcia before as well. See what their rate of wins is as well. Yeah, he's had some really good wins this year. Meloni won out in the Senior European Cup in Bratislava just last month. He took first place there, and also the Prague European Open, and he took first place there. Obervart European Open, a very strong tournament, third place. And well, these aren't the top ranked tournaments in the world, but always have a big entry and a littering of good opponents. So just to get into the medal matches is a feat in itself, but to take a couple of wins is very impressive. So we'll be wanting maybe his third one this year, and well, he has a good opportunity here. He looks strong here against his opponent, and as I say that, his opponent takes him over. Very close to a score, whether he had the opportunity to spin all the way out or he was caught on his side. But as we were talking about earlier, the care system here, we'll have a look at that, and we get an opportunity. Oh, I think that was the score. Well, maybe he had enough rotation. That arm has to be in front of your body when you come down on the side. So maybe it was just too close to call there. Still in it then, and just a minute and a half left. No score and no penalties. So really open. So we're left also to attempt there. I still feel we could see a score here. Oh, and there we go. Lovely left-sided Seotoshi there from Kano Garcia. Well, just timed that perfectly. I just think Meloni, after that good attack, maybe just switched off slightly. Let's have a look there. Yeah, switched off, really casual. And there you see Kano Garcia just switches in there. And, well, perfectly timed. You know, that was how he scores late on the board. And he has no penalties. So he can really make a few mistakes here where, you know, he's not attacking. He's being very defensive. And he'll pick up a couple of Shidos, but that's fine for him. He'll pick up another one there. Now he can't make any more. Well, he gets away with that one. Yeah, impossible task really for Meloni now to win this. Well, it slipped away there from the Italian, and well, for me, Judo always wins out, and that throw was quite spectacular. We're going to have another look at it here. There we go, switches in, lovely rotation, lovely finish. Well, the quarter-final place goes to George Cano Garcia from Spain. Well, we're moving really swiftly through this weight category now. See who we have coming up. Kenneth Henveld from the Netherlands. He's facing Michael Dubois from France. Henveld in white and Dubois in the blue judogi. Here we see low Sienagi, left-sided, lovely rotation. He grips off one side as well and gets that first score on the board. Makes a mistake there on the edge and you pick up a penalty for that. There we go. Shido to Henveld as well. Early Shido and an early penalty for him. He needs to be careful. He doesn't pick two more and he'll lose the contest. Well, untidy there from Dubois and gives Henveld an opportunity to attack in Nuaza. Now you can see there he's putting a lot of pressure on with the legs, and what he's trying to do is trying to get some rotation as well for the Sangaku attempt. Sangaku is a strangle using the legs, and can also take hold from it as well. Very popular, used in judo at all levels. There we go again for the low Sienagi. Very quick there. Really hard to defend. And again, looking for an opening. Now there'll be a time in the contest where he's not just looking to finish off in groundwork, and by finishing off he can hold him or get a submission from a shimiwaza, which would be a strangle or an arm lock. Well, he also will try and waste some time down there. So if it looks progressive and he can control his opponent and stay on the ground, the referee will leave it as long as it possible. Here we go, another attempt for a throw, and well, didn't get the rotation. He had sneaked his arm in, has some control. Well, Dubois now halfway and really needs to come forward, needs to really start believing in himself to get a score. Now, Henveld very quick coming underneath on that left side for the Sienagi, but Dubois could use that to his own advantage and maybe either look to counter from it as well. Well, very defensive from Helvelt. You can see he used his arms very straight, and well, the referee shows him what he was doing there, and he picks up his second penalty. Now really dangerous for him. He needs to keep his position, keep his posture and stay in control, and here you can see he's losing it with just under a minute and a half to go. Dubois coming back strong, and another good attack now from Henvelt. Well, took a warning there. Now we're going to see him trying to, well, I would have thought he would have tried to waste a bit of time down there, but we do know that Nuasa takes a lot of energy. Concentrating on the grips here, concentrating on avoiding his opponents, that strong hand here. Now this is where it's going to be dangerous for Henvelt. He needs to keep his position, keep nice and upright. Well, you could see there the referee was wanting to penalise him, but the control table and the care system said, no, not yet. You do want the player to win who has the score, but if they've been passive for half a match, that's they're the rules. Oh, well, that's what you get. Dubois coming back, takes the Wazari, and now the advantage goes to Dubois. He has one penalty. Henvelt has two. Now, for me, if I was Henvelt, I would just go out to throw. He has to go out to throw. He can't afford to make any mistakes. And we know he can throw, but has he run out of steam here? Just a glances up at the clock. Well, there was an opportunity to counter there. Lost control. You could see the control on the shoulder, and we missed that. I don't know if you can get a replay of that one, because you know, it's a mental game as well, judo, and you see this so often. Players coming up with the first score, and they change the whole tactics. And you know, they were doing so well to get that score. Need to stay positive and maybe finish with an attack. They get onto a defensive position, and the whole dynamics of the contest changed there. Dubois coming back stronger, and well, he finished there with the second throw. Takes the win. So our next contest here is going to be the round 2 in under 66 kilogram. Our number 1 seed, Kenneth van Gansbeck, he's in white. He's facing Antonio Aranda Olala Jose from Spain. And well, both very strong athletes. We saw the Spanish athlete beat the Robin Corrada in the first round. Well, number 1 seed here, Van Gansbeck, comes in at round 2. Had a bye first round, and you know, Van Gansbeck came in here as the number 1 seed, and he's had a really strong year as well himself. I think he won the European Open in Madrid. Had a really strong day. Well, yeah, Kenneth Van Gansbeck, 28 years old, and well, still managing to get out and get the wins in these tournaments. These tournaments can be really hard, hard going, and 25 judoka in this weight. Started out here this morning. I'm going to try and have a look at Kenneth van Gansbeck's head-to-heads. It's been around a long time, and I just want to see if he's fought Aranda before. Let's have a look. Yeah, he has. He's had him once before, and yeah, it was this year. He fought him this year in Madrid, and he had him first round, I think, first round contest, and he beat him that time. So well, he's leading the head-to-heads, but to me, he's looking tired out there. Sometimes it's an advantage, sometimes coming in having that first round contest. It gives you an opportunity to get on that mat and you know, get yourself warmed up before you hit someone who's got a lot more experience. Well, there was an opportunity there. The movement was really to set up an attack, but because he wandered out of the area, he picks up his first penalty for that. You've got to stay in that mat area. If you do drift out, if you drift back in very quickly, and you can get away with it, but if you just walk out of the mat area, you will pick up a penalty. Well, again, Van Gansbeck there losing his grip. He needs to get the momentum of the throw. It's very difficult to just attack and throw from a static position. And you can see Aranda, for me, he's superior on the grip. And he's looking for the counter attack here as well. Well, it's well received from Van Gansbeck. But he could pressure for another penalty here as well in this next exchange. He's taken that inside lapel and sleeve as well. So when you get a right to left situation here, it really is on who's controlling the head, but more importantly, who's controlling that sleeve on these forward attacks. If you're not controlling that sleeve, you can really get overturned. Good posture from the Spaniard, and beats him to the attack. Just 50 seconds left. Well, we're coming to the 30-second mark now, and really nothing in it. No score for either player. And if we hit the full 4 minutes where there's no score, we will go into the golden score period where it's a sudden death, and it'll be first one to score will take the win. Well, Aranda here for me, creating some movement to initiate an attack, but he gets beaten there by Van Gansbeck with the Yoko Sutemiwaza. Well, a last-ditch attempt from the Spaniard. You know, you need to keep a little bit of energy as well. You know you're going to go into golden score in those dying seconds. That walk from, you know, when the match there ended, and that walk back into the middle where the athletes have to compose themselves and get their energy reserves back, it's very difficult. They have to really reset plan of action, take some information from the mat side coach as well, and really go for it. They know they can't afford to make any mistakes. But for me, there was that a counter attack from Aranda. Well, Van Gansbeck, number 1 seed here for me. He's really struggling to get back onto his feet, but it's Oranda from Spain who takes the penalty for passivity. Well, he needs to be coming back again. He did well throughout the contest, but now he evens up on the penalties, so no one has an advantage here. Lovely Yoko Tomonagi attempt there by Van Gansbeck, and onto the arm. Jujigatami trying to straighten that arm, but he hasn't got a good position of alignment with his opponent. You can see there that his opponent just pulls his body over the top and avoids the lock on the joint. I was saying earlier on as well, sometimes these Nuaza exchanges, especially if you're on the attack, can really take it out of you. So you can see he's taking his time to get onto his feet, composing himself, and now you can see Aranda needs to come forward. Well, there's not going to be a score there, because what we saw, the first attack was from the Spanish player who didn't get the score, but then the attack, if we can have a look where Van Gansbeck, so he goes to you can see counter attack, you can see but can you see how he lands on his back first before he goes in for the attack? If you counter attack and land on your back whilst doing it, it's not normally a score. So whether they didn't think that was a score, I'm not sure. I'm going to have another look at that. We saw that at the World Championships just in Azerbaijan last week, and they weren't scoring it. So you can see there, he attacks, he goes onto his knees. Here's the counter attack. Drives onto his back, and his opponent as well. Where did his opponent land? So to land it, you have to be on your lower part of your back, and you have to rotate from one side to the other. Well, our next contest here is Greg Very of Great Britain, and he's facing Ilias Korko from Finland. Very in white and Korko in blue. Let's have a look who Greg Very beat first round. Greg Very's based at Bath University. He's been a British squad player for many years, and he's had a few injuries along the way. I know he had quite a bad injury to his elbow. There's a lovely attack there, and manages to get the first score. Have a look at the live results here. Yeah, let's have a look. Soto attack, and then manages to keep control of that sleeve and uses the arm around that. So we call that like Soto Makikomi throw. Well, experience there. Very managing to control his opponent's grips and just pressure his opponent on the edge. Now what that'll do is his opponent has to push back and can use that movement to throw with. And there you see a defensive grip from Korko, where he picks up his first Shido penalty. Yeah, I was saying before, Greg Very had a few injuries, quite nasty injuries, and I think he dislocated his elbow last year, so that put him out for quite a while. But it's amazing how these judokas have this inbuilt. I think the strong coming through, and I think judo can really teach you how to bounce back and dig in and work hard when everything's not going right for you. And for Greg Very, for him to come back from that injury was quite a nasty injury, but he's come back here really strong, and he's doing really well here. Well, what's happening now is he's just getting some medical treatment as we speak, but he's probably just getting a little bit of tape, I think, onto his finger. Maybe has a little bit of blood, so they'll clean that up and he'll be on. Tick. Okay, here we go. Just have to make sure that you don't lose concentration on those. Oh, and well, for me, I thought that was a score. There was a decent amount of side touching, and there you go. Well, that's why we have a care system here that gets reviewed, and it's fair for both athletes. So Greg Very here, you can see Losi Yanagi drives through and gets enough of his opponent's side of his body with his arm in front, and he takes the second Warzari score. So nice win for Greg Very of Great Britain, and we'll see him later on in the quarter final.
On mat 3, the winner to Natalie from Germany.
We're going to see our next contest is between, let's have a look who's coming up, Andrei Klokov from Lithuania, and he's facing Darren Eelcock from Guyana. Well, players now, they're waiting patiently at the mat, and you can see the mat is having some cleaned, and preparation for these athletes coming on. So it's our first time we've seen Andrei Klokov of Lithuania. He had a bye in the first round, and he's also came in as the number 4 seed. Well, he's facing Darren Eelcock, who won his first contest against Luka Eckhart from Slovenia. Well, we've got a right and left-handed fight here, so you can see there needs to be some head control, and you can see Eelcock is managing that. A Sutemi Waza attempt there, and again followed up from Klokov. Well, sometimes I think use that Sutemi Waza as a get-out clause, when they're feeling a bit of pressure. But if you can manage to move your opponent or get them to defend, you can make it look quite effective. Really is a fight for the sleeve, we call it in judo. So if you have a right versus left, it's really important to control your opponent's sleeve grip. And you can see now there's been a bit of a change of tactics from Klokov. He understands from that last exchange that that high hand of his opponent around the head feels dangerous. Now he's looking to finish in Nuaza, but well, Eelcock, for me, he's looking much physically stronger than his opponent, and I think that's what the pressure on the head for these grips. So you can see when he's coming over with that high left hand on his opponent's head, you can see now Klokov is using that sleeve hand now. He's taking it down, even though I don't think it's his preferred grip. He's deciding, I'm not having that on my head. It's too dangerous. I'll work from whatever I can get from this sleeve grip. Referee decides now Eelcock isn't doing enough work, so Klokov's plan is working out here. He's making sure that his opponent can't grip his preferred grip, and then popping some attacks in. Here we go, nice Kuchi attack. Yeah, gets the first score. Well, manages to land his opponent on his side. Now let's see what Eelcock's going to do. Has to come back with something now. Now, this is a signal. Sometimes the referee here has just asked both opponents to fix the judogi, so tidy up. And what we see here is a third penalty to Elcock, and that was for a leg grab. So Shido for a leg grab, and you could see that sometimes he was going down on that last attack, and he kind of held out on the leg to avoid the attack. So unfortunately for him, he goes out there in the second round. But we'll see Klokov later on in the quarter-final. I think it was the next exchange. We might be able to see it. We're going to leave that one here, but we're going to see this next contest between Sene Wins from Belgium, and he's facing Alexander Short of Great Britain. Wins in white and Short in blue. Well, this is Wins' first contest. He had a bye in the first round, but Alexander Short had a really good win against Alistair Ward of France. Well, Alexander Short, he's a local, really, Scottish player out of the Edinburgh club. He's on the Scottish squad as well, on GB squad. And, he has some really nice judo skills. Now, obviously, it's more about judo skills. It's about strength and fitness and mental strength. But Alexander Short is a really good prospect for the future here, and very young, but has a real mature ability to him as well. Low Sianagi attempt as well. And looking now for the Nuwaza transition, very quick from Alexander Short, straight onto the head. Well, whether he has that underneath for the shimiwaza, for the strangle, the referee will leave it as long as he thinks there's some progression there. And, well, what they'll do there is they'll get some medical treatment. The shimiwaza was obviously on for some time, but it'll be out momentarily, and what they'll do is the medical treatment will come on, and he's coming around. Well, what I can tell you now is he's fine. Athlete is absolutely fine. He's just probably in a little bit of shock that shimiwaza was on, and unfortunately for the referee and his opponent, it was really covered, so they couldn't really see whether it was on, but he was only out momentarily there, and he's just made his way back onto his feet. And well, there's nothing you can do about that in judo, unfortunately. You sometimes see we'll have a shimiwaza, and you know, if they can't submit straight away, they will go out momentarily. But he wasn't really in any danger there. Have medical straight on, and he came around very, very quickly. And he's walked off the mat himself fine, and he's just disappointed, I think, with his contest there. Well, got to give it to Alexander Short. He really is making headway here and progressing very well, and we'll see him later on in the quarter-final. Really exciting stuff. And now we're going to move through into the next second round contest, and we're seeing Matthias van Harten, and he's facing Michael Fryer. So Van Harten in white from the Netherlands, and Michael Fryer in blue from Great Britain. Michael Fryer too, he also had a very good win against Louis Macy of France in his first round contest. First time, sorry, my mistake, he had a good win against Kimran Borkashvili from Austria in his first round. Well, unfortunately, he's getting pinned here from the Dutch player. It's that reverse Yoko Shugatami again. You can see he just needs to make more movement here, but really this hold is so difficult to escape from. You're pinned in two areas, on the hip there, you can see, with that leg as well, and with the shoulder. Well, Michael Fryer will be disappointed with that, but he really did just get caught there. Well, good prospect as well for Great Britain. Michael Fryer trains out of Centre of Excellence as well. He's on the academy programme for Great Britain, and it's all experience in the bag for him here. From Rush Judo Club, his coach Laurie Rush will be supporting him as well. That's a really strong club, and it's nice to see Michael Fryer here coming through. And we'll be following his judo all the way through. I'm sure he's going to do great things in the future. Be disappointed with that, but we'll see Van Harten a little bit later on in the third quarter final here. Okay, our next contest is look who we've got coming on. David Garcia Torne from Spain. He's facing Louis Macy from France. Garcia Torne in white and Macy in blue. Yeah, it was Macy who had his first win in the round one against Lasha Lekeshvili from Great Britain. Garcia, well, he had a bye first round. Yeah, just an error there from referee in there. Very easily done, but Garcia Torne, he takes the first Judo, and that was for a false attack. Well, it really is a grip fight here. Both athletes trying to win their solid grip, and when I mean that, it's what they can attack from, and also how they can avoid their opponent taking their grip. It's a real art to it, but it's really can be power zapping and ferocious. You'll also see a lot of judo athletes have their fingers very heavily strapped, and that's really from a lot of joint injuries, dislocations, broken fingers. It's a rough old game when it's up close there. Well, you see as well there Macy picking up his first penalty, and that was for a grip and infringement. You can't break a grip with two hands. You can break a grip off with one hand, and you can use the other hand to maybe use a lapel or take a sleeve while you're doing it, so you can get a nice taut on to break the grip, but you can't use two hands. Very close contest, really just not getting the openings and the reactions they need to finish with a score, but still very positive from both players. Just out of camera shot there, some ashiwaza used from Garcia. Ashiwaza is foot techniques, using your feet to throw with, or you can use your feet to open up or get a reaction for another attack. Well, minute and a half to go. Macy picking up his second penalty. He needs to be careful now. A third penalty will result in a disqualification. Oh, wow. Now that's what we want to see. Wazari scored for the Uchimata from Macy. He takes the lead. I'm still not going to change what I want to say about the penalty. He still needs to be very careful. One more mistake and he could still lose it. Here we go. Uchimata. Yeah, well, the referee had a very good view from where he was on that landing, so he landed onto his side, so a clear Wazari score Anything more on the back, from one side of the back to the other, and that can go across, or it can go from bottom to top or top to bottom, or a clear landing, strong landing on the back will result to an ippon score, and that's a finish. Let's have another look. Here we go. Well. Well then, we didn't want it to end like that, but the Louis Macy picked up a third penalty there for well, what we would say would be an infringement, where your opponent has a strong high grip and you dip your head underneath to avoid you know, any problem where it's causing you, where you could attack. And well, it would have been seen as well on the care system, but what a shame when he had showed such skill in throwing technique. But obviously judo is, you can win with throwing, or on the ground you can win by a shimiwaza, which would be a strangle attack, or an arm lock or a hold. But also it's a tactical battle as well, and it's about keeping a clean sheet. You do not want any penalties, especially early in the first few minutes, because you can build up very quickly, and well, it's all over after you get 3. Well, we're going to have a look who we have here. We have Alexandre Mariach from France, and he's facing Marcel Bison from Germany. Mariach in white and Bison in blue. First round contest for Mariach. Well, although he comes in at the second round, he had a bye in the first round. And Bison, well, he put out Patrick Hill from Australia in his first contest. Oh, fantastic finish there for Mariach. We'll be able to get a replay of that and we'll talk you through it. Here we go. So pull his opponent up. Ashiwaza uses his feet to get a reaction, and then Uchimata from the knees. Gets enough rotation and enough control and real pressure on his opponent's back there, and takes the ippon. Well, these were new rule changes in international judo, with an opportunity to be able to throw when your opponent is on their knees. So before it was deemed to be they were in nyuaza, so you couldn't throw from that position, but now you have an extra opportunity. So it really works well when your opponent maybe puts in a false attack, they land on the knees. It's very hard to defend from that position. And it's a nice change in our rules in judo. Our next contest, we're going to be seeing Frank Venez from France. He's facing Nieto Chinarao from Spain. Venez in white and Nieto in blue. Adrian Nieto. Well, this is Vinay's first contest. He had a bye in the first round, but Nieto Chinyaro, he won to James Martin of Great Britain in his first contest. A nice reverse situation there for Vinay. Just lost control of his opponent's judogi. Can have a look here. So he looked to go forward with the taitoshi and then switched back for the Sutemiwaza, but you could see he had lost control of his opponent's shoulder. But nice show of what he has to offer. Well, Vinay now leading by Awazari, looking to finish off. And we were mentioning about tactics earlier on and whether some players, you know, halfway they have one score on. They just need one more score. So in judo, you have a Awazari score and a Nippon score. A Nippon score is a real strong throw onto the back with force and control. That will finish you the contest, but anything less than that, as long as your opponent is on their side and partially on their back, that's a Awazari score. And if you get two of those scores, you also can finish the contest. But sometimes you see athletes get one score and then they get a bit defensive because they don't want to lose it, and sometimes it changes the whole dynamics of a contest. Sometimes your best bet is to stay positive, stay doing what you're doing, stay winning the grip, stay winning each exchange, and try and get through to the last seconds of the contest. Here we see now Nieto Chinaro winning on the grip, controlling his opponent's head and coming forward. Has to make real strong attempts to throw as well. It's okay looking busy, but the referee knows the score, they know how it works. But that's not looking good for the Frenchman. You will see this is a replay of the low taitoshi. That was the score. A lot more positive from the Spaniard. Just lost control on the way down. Now Vinay looking for, well, there was no way he was going to waste any time down there. As soon as he was on the arm, the Spaniard released his grip and was straight up onto his feet. Now coming forward again. Doesn't want to lose this contest. You can really see the dynamics changing. Now Vinay there holding out on the grip with that straight arm. Needs to be careful there he doesn't get penalised. Well, 2 shidos to Vinay and just 1 to Nieto. The score always wins in judo, but 3 shidos you will lose, and that's what's just happened. So you can see he's smiling, but he knows he made the mistake, and it's all about being confident, being in control. You get those first scores, you have to look after them, and looking after them isn't about being defensive. Well, he stood out of the area, and that's why he got that 3rd penalty. Unfortunately, he'll go out even though he did get the score in the contest. Well, we're going to move through now into the quarterfinals, and this is where it really does get exciting. We have the under 73 kilogram category here, and our first contest will be between Gabriel Sulu from Italy, and he's facing Nam Matt from Switzerland. Sully in white and Matt in blue. Well, it's been really good having the opportunity to watch Matt from Switzerland. He's a player who's maybe been under the radar, but for me, he's had some super throwing skills, and not only that, he can match it in Nuasa as well. Not to be underestimated either, Sully from Italy. He's come through in the top quarter of the draw, having a really strong win against Sanchez in the first round as well, and then Isiev from Germany. Well, there we see some real skill from the Italian. Gets the first score on the board, just manages to get his opponent rolling onto his back there with that low Kataguruma attempt. You can see it again. Uses Sodi initial attack, stays in control, stays close to his opponent, but drives off his feet, just drives and drives and drives. So it was a Sodi attack there. Inside grip he uses, and he uses that inside grip. He doesn't stay still with it. You can see his opponents come inside, but he still has the inside grip, and he just maneuvers it underneath, uses that grip to unsettle his opponent, and he has the ability to move in left or right from there as well. Now, this is where Matt can be really dangerous. You can't afford to lie still. You can't afford to think, well, I'll wait for the referee to wait till there's nothing going on, because when you get someone who is good at Nuasa, they can really attack and get some movement and creep into the places where you think a defended. You really can't lie still. So for me, Sully needs to be aware of Matt's strong Nuasa attacking positions here. And well, I'm not sure why he's not going for it. Maybe sometimes you have a feeling you can get a score on top, and maybe if he's only halfway through this contest, can't afford to be caught again. And well, for me that was a score. The referee called Mate because they were so far out, but for me that exchange started inside. If it starts inside the mat area, it's and it's continuous, it is a score. I suppose if it goes too far out and it can be dangerous for the athletes, it will be called Mate. Yeah, we're just having a replay here. So for me, I think that was that started inside, and it was so the fight really should be finished by now. Anyway, a minute and a half to go for Sully. He needs to stay in control. He needs to stay being positive in what he's doing. Doesn't need to change his tactics. For Matt, he's surviving out there, and now it's role reversal in Nuasa. Sully now looking for some openings, and as long as he's positive and as long as it's progressing, the referee will leave him as long as he thinks he can score. Well, he's in here now. He's going to push that leg all the way through if he can. You can see that, and he needs to keep his head in a position to stay very tight on the arm. He was looking for a Jujigatami roll. It wasn't there, but he wasted valuable seconds, but a lot of energy as well. You can see there he's just recovering, just taking his time. Sometimes you just need those extra few seconds to get that energy reserves back in and ready to go again.
In the white
Now this could be dangerous. Now I think this is maybe the last opportunity for Matt, but referee for me stopped it too soon. I know they were out of the area, but it was very progressive. His leg was nearly out position. Well, just over the 20 seconds to go. Can Matt get this score back now? Pressure on the edge. He's going to get a Judo, but it's too late in the game to be starting to play on the penalties. He needs to be looking for the score. Should have kept going there. If his opponent was coming up onto his feet, he made the error. If he kept going there was an opportunity to score. Dying seconds. Well, the win, and to be honest, I think for me that was a deserved win to Gabriele Sulli of Italy. He'll go now into the semi-final contest. Well, let's have a look through now who we have coming up in the next quarter-final. It will be between Roy Schipper from the Netherlands. He's facing Julien Larocque from France. Schipper is in the white judogi and Larocque is in the blue. Well, Roy Schipper has had a really strong start to this competition. Let's see if he can get past the equally strong Julien Larocque, who has showed some real skill in his previous contests. Yeah, Larocque finished off Antonio Sanchez Fernandez in his first contest, and then we saw him show some really nice skill against Lucas Diallo. Well, here he is with a chance for a semi-final contest, but he has to get through Roy Schipper. Some really good spatial awareness there from Larocque, managing to rotate his opponent over. Now Roy Schipper there just getting some advice from the Dutch national coach. Roy Schipper, only 22 years old, and I'm going to have a look to see if they've met each other before. I'm sure along this European tournaments that they've been doing this year, I'm sure they've met each other before. Now, this is where Schipper is really strong. He has some very fast Nuasa transitions. And, we've seen this attack a few times. But sometimes when we're going for the shimiwasa, and it's so fast, the athletes can't get it underneath the jawline, so they'll take it across the face, and it's not always intentional, but I'm not sure why the referee gave that. I don't think he's sure why he gave that the penalty there. So what he's doing is he's getting some advice from the care system where there's 2 referees and they can observe any action. They can have a look back at it. But that wasn't clear at all. There was no showing of why he had that Judo, and it's important for the athletes to know exactly why they're getting a penalty if it's unclear, so they don't obviously do it again. But, anyway, he's still getting some advice there from his coach. Still got to stay positive. It's not over until it's finished, and I've seen a lot of people come back from being down on 2 Judos to win a contest. La Rocca here really hasn't made any mistakes though, and I just have a feeling very good fight management from the Frenchman. And when I say fight management, I mean that they know when to attack, when not to attack, when to reserve some energy, how to use their gripping skills to stay ahead and stay in the advantage. But now he picks up a penalty there, and that was for a false attack. He went for the attack, lost his grips. There was no real intention to score. Temiweza attempt. Well, he moved his opponent. You can't complain about that. And you can see there, the Dutch coach is giving him a thumbs up. Come on, you're doing well. Stay positive. And you can see it can get frustrating out there. And if it gets frustrating for players, they get a negative response to what's happening in the middle of the mat, and it doesn't look good for them. Well, here we can see as well, not a lot going on from Skipper. The pressure on the edge was from La Rocca. Now he's looking for the Nuaza, but he doesn't want to put himself into that position. You can see now Skipper moving into the area. He just has the knee to come out. It's tight there. You can see he's just got his toes wrapped around the bottom of his foot, but even though he can get the leg out, he needs to stay in control of the top. And well, good adjustment of his body from the Frenchman, manages to escape that one. Well, the clock's still clicking down here. Never stopped. So just under 10 seconds to go, and there's no score. This is going to go into golden score period, where it'll be a sudden death. Sudden death, when I say that, I mean whoever gets the first score will win the contest. And unfortunately for Roy Skipper, he's at a disadvantage. He has 2 penalties. If he makes one more mistake, he will lose the contest. Oh, and there we go. Well, so Temiweza, he made a few attempts throughout the contest, and he manages there to take that with Tomanagi, and it takes the score. Here we see, uses his opponent's position. He's bent over, moving forward, foot into the stomach, and a rotation over the top. Nicely done from Julian La Rocca, and we'll move through into the semi-final contest. Here we see replay, uses his opponent's momentum, and neatly done, very neatly done. Moving through onto the next quarterfinal, and this one is the 3rd quarterfinal in the under 73 kilogram category, and it's between Dan Ten Heuvel from the Netherlands, and he's facing Robert Barvig from Germany. Ten Heuvel in white and Barvig in blue. Oh, a nice first score there for Barvig. Puts a Wazari on the board, and now he's going to look to secure his opponent in Nuaza. Well, he needed to get the head and the shoulder down there, and he was too far up, so he decided, do you know what, let's do this. We'll do this standing up. He needs one more score to take the win. And there we go. Ippon. And an Ippon full score. And, well, it doesn't get better than that. And if we see a replay, we'll have a little chat through how that one was done. Here we go. So, new rules. He's on his knees. And, well, look, thinks he's defending against Nuaza. He gets lifted and just rotated over Sutemiwaza, and because he rolls directly across his back with a clear line, here we go with the second score. So switches underneath and gets fantastic momentum through, and if we get another look at that, we might be able to see the grips. So here we go. So he's on one side, he has the shoulder and arm, just dips his head under, and that lovely low kataguruma for the finish. Well, our next quarter-final contest and our last one in the under 73 kilograms is between George Cano Garcia from Spain, and he's facing Michael Dubois from France. Cano Garcia in white and Dubois in blue. Cano Garcia had a great win in his previous contest against Maloney of Italy. Strong Italian, and he was very clever in his approach, took his time, and when his opponent lost concentration, he really slipped through for a nice left attempt. There he has taken some advice from the Spanish national coach there, and he's had a very successful week, and he was a coach for the first ever Spanish world male champion who won out in Azerbaijan just last week. So he'll be absolutely exhausted, I'm sure, but he's here doing a great job with his young Spanish team. They're doing very well, and we'll have to keep an eye out for George Cano Garcia here to see how he does. Well, we know Dubois had a strong win last, but there we go. First score goes to Cano Garcia. Well, quick look up to the coach. He's pleased with that. Few more instructions. And now he doesn't have to worry about going forward. His opponent can come to him if he wants to score. He just needs to stay positive, keep in the fight. Have a good posture. Still with just over 2 minutes to go. He can't afford really now to make mistakes. Does well there to cover that one. Here we go. Low Sianagi drives through the shoulder, keeps driving, and you can see when he finishes that technique, he's actually facing up to the ceiling, and to do that you have to have a lot of rotation. Now he's concentrating on how he grips his opponent to avoid that pull-in from the Frenchman. Frenchman likes that high left-handed grip, and you can see he's pulling into his head now. This is not what Cano Garcia wants. For his judo, he needs to have some space, so he's taken that inside lapel grip to avoid that high hand. But Dubois won't stop. He's very fit, and he will be determined to score. Uses his long reach, especially with the legs here. He goes for Ouchi Gari, which is in the middle there. You can see the low Tayatoshi, and he'll wrap around for the Uchimata. But he's, well, very close there for Cano. He managed there just to stay and avoid his back touching, but what has happened, he's picked up his second penalty for passivity. Now this is where it's dangerous. Another penalty, another mistake, and he's going to lose. You can see Dubois, he has a real engine on him. He's very fit, and you know, he's just going to come forward and be relentless here. The best thing for Kano would be another score. Yes. Has he got it? He's got it. He's got it. Well done to Kano from Spain there. Another contest, just fought extremely well. We thought it was slipping away from him, but he came back with the second score and the win. He'll see him later in the semi-final contest, and we're going to move through now into the lighter 66 kilograms. Well, this is going to be the first quarterfinal in the under 66 kilogram category for men, and we're going to be seeing Kenneth van Gansbeck from Belgium. He's facing Greg Very from Great Britain. Van Gansbeck in white and Very in blue. Well, Van Gansbeck came in at the second round. He had a bye first contest because he was the number 1 seed. Greg Very, on the other hand, he's had a really strong start here, and he's also coming back from quite a nasty injury. He had dislocated his elbow joint last year, so this has been a real comeback for him. Managing to avoid that and well, controlled his opponent. Took control. Well, it needs to be nice fast reaction there from Very as well. Just going to compose himself, maybe took a knock himself, but can't underestimate Van Gansbeck. We know he won the European Open in Madrid just this year, not too long ago, and he didn't look sharp in his last contest. He came in at the second round, but was really slow off the mark. Whether that's first contest nerves, or sometimes you're just having an off day, but he wasn't his normal self. Now, Very there, just picking up a Judo, and that was for knocking the grip off with 2 hands. Right versus right here, but Very here switching in left-handed just to disrupt that, and now he's looking himself for Shimiwaza. Didn't quite get the opportunity there, but the referee can see the goings on underneath there. Had a good view and decided there wasn't enough progression, and he started that up again. Well, Very trains out from Bath University with coach Jürgen Klinger, and well, we were saying earlier he's had a real difficult time with injury, but managing here very well. He's had a couple of really strong contests, and there is something about Greg Very where he can really fight. He going gets tough out there. He won't give up. He's like a terrier, and you can see he's super fit, and he's ready for a contest. He knows now. Sometimes things happen in a contest, and you can see here, I think Van Gansbeck, for me, looks to be struggling. He's complaining a little bit, and I think if Greg Very can use this to his ability, he can take some confidence on here, that he's putting some pressure on Van Gansbeck. Van Gansbeck very strong with a right-handed grip. Poor attack there, very poor. Didn't really move his opponent, and well, Very just doesn't want to engage with him there. Well, Very coming forward with the grips, but you know, Van Gansbeck not engaging with the grip, and there you see he gets his first penalty. Well, Very just really needs to stay composed in his job, getting his grip, doing his style of judo, staying strong, you know, staying ahead of the game, and he has a really good chance here. Yes, and well, he goes for the counter attack, doesn't get his opponent onto his back, but you can see he's really worn out, Van Gansbeck. He really is struggling here. Well, we're under the minute mark now, and well, for me, Van Gansbeck, he's looking, you know, not as strong as we normally see him, but for me, Greg Very here, he really is looking strong, needs to stay composed, but I really think he has an ability to throw here. Right versus right, good attempt, another good attempt by Very, just lost control of the head. You can see his coach there, mat side coach, Andrew Burns. He's given him some good advice, and that was, you know, 2 hands on, keep control of the head. You know, when you're throwing backwards, if you can move the head there, that's all it's all about. Now there's another failed attack from Van Gansbeck. For me, I think as well, the penalties are coming in too late. I think he should have really been on his 3rd penalty now. But we're in the last 10 seconds. And can Greg Very from Great Britain stay ahead here? Now he has the advantage, and we're going to see the golden score period, and it's tense out there for him. He needs to stay in control, you know, avoid any mistakes. A win, a throw will take the win for either player, but a mistake made by Van Gansbeck will really sneak it for the British player. If Very can stay in control of that high hand, come in, that grip, that sleeve grip. He sometimes prefers to get onto the lapel because we know he likes to switch in, but he doesn't want to make any mistakes. You know, if he just does the same as his opponent. And then again, well, was that a failed attack? Could it be deemed to be a failed attack? There wasn't a lot of movement, there wasn't a lot of defence. Oh, now that's where it was dangerous for Very. He didn't need to engage so close. But, well, it does show Van Gansbeck, for me, you know, Very had that contest all the way through, but Van Gansbeck, you know, Ashiwaza is one of those things that it is taught. It takes time in and skill, and it can get you out of a sticky situation, and that's what it did for Van Gansbeck there. You could see here, Very attacked, and on the way out of the attack, Kuriashi Barai took both feet away, and well, there was no mistaking of the Ippon score there. Well, he'll go through into the semi-final, but consolation for Very, we'll see him in the repechage, and he will continue to fight on for a bronze medal. Another contest we've been waiting for is Andrei Klokov from Lithuania. He's facing Alexandra Short of Great Britain. Klokov in white and Short in blue. Well, Alexander Short, for me, has had a great tournament. He's come through beating Alistair Ward of France, Senny Wilms of Belgium, and here he is in the quarter-final contest. Alexander Short, still a young athlete from the Edinburgh Club. Here he is, some real skill set, and we saw he had a super counter from the knees. There he is, just dragging his opponent up there, trying to engage. Well, first minute gone. You can see here as well, mat side coach for him is Billy Cusack, his national Scottish coach, but also he's club coach from the Edinburgh club, and I'm sure he has a lot of his teammates here who'll be following him. And what we do know about Short is he has some very good throwing skills. Well, that was a very nice low Sianagi attempt, a little bit too slow, and Short managed to avoid that one as well, very well. Good spatial awareness from the Scot. But now he really needs to step it up, maybe change the tempo of the fight. If he speeds up some of his movements, he could catch his opponent off guard here. Now searching for some good grips, and when we say good grips, he wants that sleeve hand. He's looking to control his opponent's sleeve. That avoids his opponent from gripping up high, and well, he just wants to be positive and go for his judo. Sometimes that's very difficult when you have a strong gripper, but he's looking that his opponent has a pistol grip on the sleeve. Well, he may have, but he wants to go for his own judo. Don't worry about that. Let the referee deal with that. Now this is where we know he can throw from. Maybe run out of steam a little bit there. Just has a glance over to his coach, gets some advice, but unfortunately picks up a penalty for passivity. So that's going to give him a bit of a warning. Come on, we want to see a little bit more of what you've got. This is where he was dangerous before. We saw him throw. Yes. Well, there was a good attempt there. Now, whether there was enough of his opponent's back on the mat, that's what they've got to question. So to get a score in judo, you have to throw your opponent with enough of their side on and enough of their back on. If you get a full back or a continual roll from above the belt, either up or across, you can get a ippon score, which finishes the contest. But if you get a wazari score, it isn't quite a full rotation on the back, and it can be on the side. So they were looking at that score and thinking there wasn't enough back on to warrant a score, but it did show Alexandra Short here really does have the ability to win this contest. Well, Klokov is 26 years old. He's a bit more experienced than Short, but now we're going to move through into the golden score period. Yeah, you could see a replay on that. There was no back at all on the landing. Well, golden score period, still very open. It's going to be the first one to score, first one to either hold, get a submission, or get a throw. Well, Alexander Short, for me, still looking strong, managing a good attack there. Now, can he follow it in ground? Well, this is where they're getting tired. They've already done 4 minutes stop-start. They've had a couple of contests previous to this, and just see whether he can get through this one without making any mistakes. Now, Klokov coming forward. So Temi Weser attempt. Just lost his grips. Well, it's a close contest. I really can't decide who's going to come through. Alexander Short there maybe just taken a knock, and the referee will give him some time just to compose himself and recover. But not much time. They don't give you much time. See, Alexander Short struggling to get close. Uchimata attempt. Oh, what a shame he stopped there. Yeah, well, he was looking for a score there. It wasn't a score. They were both in Nuasa when that happened, but he could have looked for an opportunity to hold there. He was in a great position. Well, another nice exchange there from the Scot. He's really looking to score when his opponent's on his knees, and I'm not sure whether that one was overlooked to deem that they were both in Nuasa, or it wasn't the landing. We couldn't see from this angle. Well, we're hitting the 2-minute mark now, so these athletes have been on for 6 minutes now, and still no score. Only one penalty on the board for Short. And a missed attack there. Well, really tired now, both athletes. Short not really having the energy there to carry on in Nuasa, but whether he can got something in the bag to finish it off now, really getting tired. Losianagi just missed on the Sutemi Waza attempt. Maybe could have followed up with some Ashi Waza. Well, and unfortunately for Short, he picks up a second penalty there for that false attack. Now he just needs to be very clever now. Just stay careful. Just keep his posture, stay ahead. Get onto the head there. Nice attempt. Well, he's moving his opponent, but his opponent isn't doing anything back. So he doesn't want to put himself into jeopardy. He's attacking there. I don't think that was an infringement on the mat edge. I think for me, Klokov could pick up a penalty for passivity. Now super grip there. Well, three minutes, golden score now. Well, it was a nice attempt, but there was no score at the end of it. It was well received by Short. Now, really just, have they got anything left? We'd just like this one to be finished with. They know there's ability to throw from both of these athletes. Short there, going for Uchimata, loses the control, but a fantastic attack from him. Now, glance over at the coach. One just needs to get some real strength in there to finish this one off. We're searching for the second hand on. Well, sleeves getting controlled, but well, does that warrant an attack, or? No, it's really close now. 4 minutes now into the golden score. 8 minutes on the mat. Still no score, but well, Klokov with the advantage. He doesn't have any penalties, but well, I think he could get one there. Was that a false attack? Strong grip in there from, yes, oh, nearly attempted. Well, Billy Cusack in the chair asking for the score. Crowd fancying that one for a score as well. Well, I think Alexandra Short will be out there thinking, what do I have to do? Another false attack from Klukov, and you know, they really need to respond back to this with a penalty, I would say. You can see the difference now. I think coming in, I think Short for me is coming back stronger. Well, kill that attack. And now hitting the 5-minute mark. Well, pressure on the edge from Short. Oh, and he does it. He absolutely does it. Well, the counter-attack, fantastic reaction there from the Scot. And he will go through now into the semi-final contest here at the European Open for men and women in Glasgow. Well, he has absolutely put a fantastic performance in here, winning all 3 contests well. But that was just an epic battle. Over 9 minutes in that one. He's in the semi-final. That semi-final fight's going to come over really quickly. He really needs to get back into that warm-up room and recover, and get some work done and recover so he can get back onto this mat and do a good performance in the semi-final. Well, he's got to be pleased with that. Yeah. Yeah, I think for me, a few mistakes made in the whole of the contest. I think there should have been a few more penalties towards the Lithuanian. And I think, well, he's complaining, he didn't feel that was fair, but I think he had a few extra chances in there. But for me, that was a clear counter. It was nicely controlled down by the British fighter. Well, we're going to see next contest, and it'll be the quarter-final contest between Van Harten from the Netherlands, and he's facing Garcia Torné from Spain. That's Van Harten in white and Garcia Torné in blue. Well, we know Van Harten has some super Nuaza skills. You can see here he's trying to tie off this shoulder and this arm. Good reaction from Garcia Torné. He's not having any of that. Well, he manages to get the score there. He stays in control of that sleeve, and that rotation was there. So he manages to get enough of his opponents back onto the mat. Now, you know what, the referees sometimes they'll stop the proceeding because they'll want to review something. Well, I know what they'll be reviewing there. What they do with that reverse throw is, can you see there? He's gripping. If the gripping is underneath the belt, it's a Judo, and you know that's a new change of rule. It used to be a disqualification straight away, and well, because they've given him the Judo for that as well, they've had to take the score off. Yeah, it used to be a lot worse for players, you know, even if they just touched the trouser leg and it wasn't even in the defence. Sometimes you used to see them lose the contest. So I like the rule changes. If he does it again, he will be disqualified. But it's a shame. It was a positive reaction as well. He was trying to throw. It's just he couldn't get his hand high enough up onto the belt. So, well, a minute in and no score, just the one penalty to Van Harten. Well, Ippon. And Ippon to Garcia Torné, what a change of effect there. Well, Van Harten can't believe it. We'll get a replay of that throw, and we'll be able to give you a run through very quick. Well, the Spanish team are doing very well here. Just out of camera shot, maybe. Let's have another look at that. If we can get another look at the finish of it. Sometimes they're that quick, the camera angle can't keep up with them. No, just out of shot. Yeah, we can see here, reverse. It was a little bit of a low Kataguruma, really charged him, but the continuation in the drive just got his opponent on his back, but it was with real force as well. So, yeah, Ippon there, and semi-final place. Well, the last semi-final place is going to go to the winner of this contest, and that's between Alexander Mariac from France, and he's facing Nieto Chinaro from Spain. Mariac in white and Nieto in blue. Well, I was just saying, the Spaniards are having a strong tournament here. We've seen some really strong performances from them, but not just that, some real skill, and they can really come back through as well and bounce back, and that's through mental toughness but also physical toughness as well. Yeah, I'm giving you some wrong information about penalties on. Yeah, if you touch a leg or grab a leg, whether it's in a defense or an attacking position, it is a Shido, and it's just a regular Shido. So they changed the rules originally to have a Shido, and then the second one would be a hand Sokumaki, which is a straight disqualification, but now it is just a regular Shido. Well, Nieto here, left-handed, likes that inside grip. It's nice and fast mover, but picks up a first Shido. Well, they both do, both having a grip and infringement, and that's really just like avoiding a grip or breaking off a grip with their two hands. Yeah, a nice flurry of attacks there from the Spaniard. Really can't underestimate Alexandre Mariac either. He's shown some real skill, and he can come back. He's tall, and you know, sometimes he's unpredictable in the way that he moves and the style of judo he does. Well, he now right-handed, has the inside grip, which is the controlling grip for him, and he likes to come up high as well on the head. He can nip underneath for the low Sianagis, but he also has a nice upright posture, which allows him to be able to throw forward and backwards as well. Well, frustrating here now for Nieto and Mariac. They're both struggling to really get the confidence to use the grip, but yeah, for me, Mariac hadn't done anything wrong. He had that strong inside lapel grip. He just needed to set his opponent up, and it's Nieto who obviously feels in a lot of danger. Those long limbs, yeah, you can see inside, using it to create space, and yeah, he has Nieto sussed. Yeah, Nieto likes to move in, show the right-sided attack, the left-sided attack, but likes to drop in to the right. And well, he's shown that twice now. He's not going to catch Mariac with that. Well, we're under 30 seconds to go. This quarter-final has gone so fast. So fast, with not a lot of real throwing in it, or a lot of throwing attacks. It's just mostly grip, and it is a real grip fight here. There's a lot of skill involved, and although sometimes as a spectator it doesn't look like there's a lot going on, believe me, it can be ferocious in there, and it is really the drillies, the grip and attacks and defences, and then it really does become autonomous when they get very good at it. But we're going to now go into the golden score period, which, as I've said before, is like a sudden death. First one to score will win the contest. And, well, unfortunately for Nieto, he has a disadvantage here with 2 Shidos to 1. So if Nieto picks up a third penalty, that'll be him out, and the win will go to Mariak. So let's see how this goes. Well, unusual for the change in golden score for them to be asked to do the kits up. Normally they go straight into it. Here we go. Tense situation here. Place in the semi-final here, up for grabs. Let's see who's got it. Uchimata attempt. Nice continuation, and followed by Sutemi Weza attempt by Mariak. Needs to be careful there. Didn't have any second hand on the opposite side of the suit or the sleeve, and he attacked with his opponent's arm straight. Sometimes that can be a disqualification as well. And this is where Mariak is really strong. He makes sure he has 2 hands on, and especially when he has that right-handed grip straight onto the sleeve. Well, just lost concentration and was well out of the area, just walked straight out of the area. Second penalty to Mariak, now even. Now neither player can afford to make a mistake. Nieto, he needs now to look, see if there's any other direction he can throw. We know he can dummy to the left, we know he can switch in on the drop to the right. Nice little dummy there from Mariak. He showed a forward technique and then dummied it back. Switch, nice little switch back. Oh dear. Well, third penalty. That's a disappointment for Alexandra Mariak from France. Very frustrating. He gets the third penalty there for stepping out of the area. And well, rules are rules, and unfortunately he made the mistake there. And well, he loses the semi-final contest, but we will see him later on. He'll have an opportunity to fight in the repechage and then on for a bronze medal. Yeah, it's disappointing, isn't it, when you can see someone really has the ability to throw, and you know, out of maybe two players there, I thought he looked the stronger one, but he made the mistakes, and you know, that's part of judo as well. There's a lot of tactics involved, and you really have to keep the concentration levels high. Well, this is going to be a really hard contest, under 73 repechage contest between Niam Mat from Switzerland, and he's facing Roy Schipper from the Netherlands. So Matt in white and Schipper in blue. Yeah, both of these players lost out in the quarter-final contest, and Niam Mat had already showed some very good throwing and Nuaza skills, but became unstuck in his quarter-final contest. Oh, lovely attempt there. Well, referee called it an ippon, but it wasn't an ippon. It was a definite wazari. It was on the point of his shoulder, not enough of his back on, and that's been quickly changed back down to a wazari. So it's not over for Matt.
The winner of match 2, moving forward to fight in the final, Tina Zettler from Austria. Coming on to match 2 now, the second semi-final.
You can see a replay there. You can see, yeah, just on the point of his shoulder. Well, Matt just managing to avoid that one.
In the white jersey, representing France, Léa Judo.
Oh, nice attempt there from Matt. Well, he is now in a good position for the Jujigatami, but didn't have his hand through the elbow joint there and missed out on that. But he, you know, Skipper will be looking at the clock, and when you lead in a wazari, yeah, we saw that as well. You can just look at the clock and think, has it moved? Nice attempt. Oh, yeah. Niam Matt there from Switzerland picked up his penalty for a grip and infringement, but he did a leg grab on the way down. Really didn't look intentional at all, but he picks up his penalty. And we were mentioning it before. When the rules got changed originally, a leg grab was brought in and it was a disqualification. So, you know, a player made a small error like that, they were disqualified out of the competition, and it was painful to watch sometimes. But they've changed the rules, and now a leg grab is a simple Shido penalty, and well, it's just the same as any Shido.
In the first semi-final of the women's 148 kilos. In the blue jersey, representing France,
Well, just over a minute and a half left. Skipper from the Netherlands leading by a wazari. Matt from Switzerland picking up his second penalty. Well, for me, Skipper really is showing he's on good form here, and he's managing to stay ahead and stay in control. Well, here picks up his first penalty there for slapping that grip off. Just needs to stay in control, keep his good posture, just stay really sharp and ahead. Now, pressure on the edge, Sutemiwaza attempt, and now on for the Shimiwaza. Now, oh, bit of a glance up there from Matt saying, come on, that was across my jaw. But yeah, if the referee sees the Shimiwaza, the grip of the jacket, and it moves across the jaw, they will stand that up straight away. Just under the minute to go. Another strong attempt there from Skipper. Now this is where he's strong. If he can keep his opponent down, well, impossible task there. Let's see if he can keep his opponent down. He can really burn some seconds out there and knock that clock down. But well, we saw in the earlier contests, Matt from Switzerland, very strong in Nuasa as well. Well, Matt now feeling he's going to lose out here, and you can see there just walked on, and the second low Sianagi there, and takes the ippon score. Royskipper will stay in and continue now to fight on for a bronze medal. He'll go into the bronze medal contest, and we'll see him later on. Here we are, full rotation, and that's a ippon straight across the back with force and control. Our second repechage contest in the under 73 kilograms will be between Dan Ten Houvel from the Netherlands. He's facing Michael Dubois from France. Ten Houvel in the white judogi and Dubois in the blue. Well, to get into this repechage contest, they've lost out one contest, and they've lost out in the quarterfinals. So to get a repechage contest and a chance for a bronze medal at this level in judo, you have to have made it into the quarterfinal. So any losses before that, it's just you're straight out of the competition. It's a really tough one, but it does show these repechage contests. It means that they've won a couple of contests before they get here. Yeah, and I think, well, the penalty there goes to Ten Houvel. He's passive, so referee deems that he hasn't put enough quality attacks in a set period of time. It's normally around 45 seconds. Well, second penalty, 2 on, and it's not looking good for Ten Houvel. He really needs to score here. He needs to push on. Can't afford to think, well, I've got 3 minutes. I can manage to not make a mistake or not be negative. And, well, he's just allowing his opponent in here. Dubois, for me, had a really strong quarterfinal contest. He lost out, made a few errors himself. Stepped out of the area a few times and lost it, and it was disappointing because he'd showed such real quality of skill out there. He has a nice long range, and he has some really different attacking skills as well. Here he is over the back now, searching for the belt. You can see he has the belt now, and that's real pressure. Goes for the Tsutemiwaza attempt, very good. Now it's difficult here for Ten Houvel. He manages to escape that one, but he really has to step it up. He has to get some attacks in. He's going to get another Shido for passivity. There he is, searching again for that strong grip. It's tough out there, isn't it? It's really tough out there for the Dutch player. Really needs to think, right, if I take the same gripping strategy, I'm going to get caught again. Now he needs to take that strong hand out. There he is, 2 hands on the sleeves. That one will do it. Well, score there. Even Dubois was looking up saying, did I get a score there? Was that mine? Well, the new rules deem that even if your opponent is on the ground and you're still on your feet, as we can see here. So he's on the ground, he's still on his feet. He goes for the Tsutemiwaza. He rolls him. He gets enough of his side, and he's back on for the score. And the referee was in a great position there to see that. And the win goes to Michael Dubois from France. We'll see him later on. He'll be fighting it out for a bronze medal. Okay, we're moving through these. I'm just having a look on the top of our screen, see who we have. Henry Wake still in for a chance from Great Britain. He has 2 minutes into a contest there in the repechage in the under-60s against Jolan Florimont from France, and there's no score, so still has a chance for a medal there. And we have now Greg Very from Great Britain. He's facing Andrei Klukov from Lithuania. Now this is the repechage contest in the under 66 kilograms. A win here will take them through to fight for the bronze medal. Greg Very here, we saw him in the quarter-final contest, and it was so close. He was definitely coming out to be the stronger opponent, but caught with some skillful ashiwaza at the end. Well, also Andrei Klukov, he got beat by the young Alexander Short, British player who fights out of the Edinburgh club here in Scotland, and he did so well to win out. Well, this is a strange predicament to have, and I think the referee was right to stop that action as well. Well, the thing with Klukov, he went through the whole of the quarter-final without a penalty, and he just seemed to keep himself busy. I think there was a few errors that could have been penalised, but he has a good fitness, he has a good spatial awareness, and he must have a really good fight management of understanding when he needs to attack and when he has to pull back and save some energy. And that shows real maturity in his approach to competition judo. Here he is, picks up his first penalty. We're just under 3 minutes to go, and no score for either player. Well, some clever work there from Very, and I think I think that was a wrong decision from the referee, really do. I think Very was controlling grip, but I think for me, Klukov maybe stepped out of the area, whether he came in time, but anyway, it got changed back, and Greg Very from Great Britain here still has a real chance for a medal. Well, a strong right-handed grip there from Very. Would like to see him initiate the movement from it as well. We've just given Klukov a little bit of time, and those Sutemiwaza attempts that he's doing aren't really to throw, they're really it's a get out close, because he obviously feels that he's in some danger. Very again with that high grip. Now he has the sleeve. Now can he use that sleeve? Well, just manages to avoid the score there. Elbow was out, and he landed more or less on his front. But he's going to pick up a passivity warning from the referee. Now he just wants him to step it up and get some more attacks in himself. And this is the trouble. I don't think the attacks from Klukov warrant too much of a threat. I just think they're coming in to break the fight up, and what it does, it avoids varying. he struggles to get in for the attack. Very there with that unusual grip with the high collar and the lapel. He likes to switch into the left side, but also for me, I think that attack was warrants another Judo. But you know, Klukov did very well in his last contest to avoid the penalties. He's doing the same in this one. Very now can't avoid any mistakes. Well, that's a timeout now, and with no score on the board, just an advantage to Klukov with 1 Judo to 2. We're going to go into the golden score period. Anyone can win this contest. First score will win, or first 1 to 3 penalties, their opponent will win. Oh, and an opportunity for Very there. Just lost the grip, didn't have the control of the head. Now is Klukov tiring? Can Very come back? Now some strong grips here. Klukov inside on the lapel, holding out, and well, the referee, did he see that? Sometimes, well, now we're going to see Very now has to come forward. He's got the sleeve grip. Now whether he can follow it in with an attack, he really needs to set his opponent up. He can't afford to let Klukov in. He really needs to go for this now. Well, Klukov there, beating him to the attack again. Referee just looking for some advice from... I would just like them to leave it, you know, leave it one more. I do think there's could be a positive score from this. It's very difficult for these athletes, and they've had some long contests. They've had some long contests into golden score as well. They're very tired, and we need to see some real strong finishes here. They both can throw. They both have the ability. Well, they're not real attacks. We're very close to the mat. We can hear the frustration from Klukov, but you know, he's asking. They're both now asking for penalties, and it doesn't look good for the athletes. They need to just let them do the referees. Stay positive, stay in control, stay strong, but difficult situations, the pressure on the athletes here. Golden score, anyone makes a mistake, they sometimes lose control of their emotion, and then they can start asking or start trying to referee the contest, and really just need to concentrate, stay positives. Now what's happened there is I don't know if they maybe took the penalty off, so they stayed in the same position. We really need to see Very come through now and look to score, stay positive, believe in himself. What Klukov, yes, does a great attack there, followed up from Klukov's, but what Klukov is very good at doing, he's staying inside on the lapel grip, he's breaking up any strong attack, very good on the defence, uses his body well, and then just pips his opponent in with the attack. Even if those attacks aren't to throw, they're enough to just, you know, move his opponent and make it look like he's avoiding the attack. And again, Sutemi Waza, well, pops his opponent onto his knee. 2.5 minutes now into this golden score contest. So tough here. Well, that's not going to do him any favours. He's riling the the crowd. Didn't like that one, where they deemed that not to be an attack. Very now looking strong on the high grip. Now coming forward, pressuring his opponent. Now can he get the attack? And he needs to get close to his opponent. Oh, and well, he lost his composure, lost his stance, was bent over, and well, you've got to give it to the Lithuanian. Klukov really pulled that one out of the bag. And he's absolutely exhausted there. And you know, I think for me, what was good about that contest was it got left. And even though there could have been opportunities to penalise them at the end of the contest, there was obviously an opportunity for either athlete to win by a throw, and that's what we saw, and that's what judo is about. That's what we want. So the win there, and the place in the bronze medal contest goes to Andrei Klukov of Lithuania. So our next repechage contest in the under 66 kilogram weight category is between Matthias van Harten of the Netherlands, and he's facing Andrea Mariach from France. So Van Harten is in the white judogi and Mariach is in the blue. Well, it wasn't long since both of these athletes were fighting in their quarter-final contest. They both lost out there, and this is what's difficult for them when they come into the last stages, especially if you lose out in the quarter-finals. Repechage contests can be really quick, so you don't get a lot of time to recover from it, and they both, I think, had really long repechage contests. Nice low Sianagi attack there from Van Harten. Well, Van Harten there, good piece of judo, attacked well with the low Sianagi, put his opponent on the edge, and well, Mariach was lucky not to pick up any penalty there for stepping out of the area. He managed to get in quite quickly. Now we know Mariach has some really throwing skills, but Van Harten really has some engine on him. He's working very hard, high temperament, high pace, and he's just managing to beat his opponent every time. So Temiwa's attempt there, not really have the control, the purchase for that. Well, Van Harten really just out of juniors, 21 years old. He's started, had a strong cadet in junior career, and now coming through into a senior level, and he is picking up the medals now at European Open levels. He's He was a bronze medalist right back in 2013 at the European Youth Olympic Festival. Well, cadet under 18 silver medalist as well at the Cadet European Championships, and a bronze medal at the under 23 Europeans in 2015. He was one of the youngest medalists in that tournament. Well, some acrobats there as well from him, and I'm going to have a check to see if he's ever had a head, see if he's got any head-to-heads against Mariach. No, it doesn't look like it. Well, just under a minute and a half to go. No score and no penalties here, so very open for both of these athletes. Uchimata attempt. Oh, and it was countered by Van Harten. He manages to get the first score. Uchimata Sugeshi, and well, it's gone on the wrong side there. They'll adjust that. It goes to the Dutch player. Under a minute now, and Van Harten leading by the Wazari. Minute to go. Can he control this score? Well, he just needs to stay positive, stay what he's doing. It's been working so far, and Mariach really struggling with his style. He needs to come forward and bring him close for his style of judo, but well, Van Harten's managing to stay inside on the lapel and create that distance with his grip. And well, Mariach has a few years on him. He's 25 years old, and he has some Continental Open medals, mainly from the African nations, and one in Lisbon. That was last year, European Open in Lisbon. He picked up a bronze medal. Well, university as well, World University silver medalist, and that's you know, it's a tough competition. You get some real strong athletes in there, and that was a couple of years, quite a few years ago, he managed to get that silver medal. Well, Shido, second Shido to Van Harten, but it's not going to make a difference here. The die in seconds, last attempt with a Sutemi Waza, and well, French coach there is wanting a score from it, but there wasn't a score. It was Van Harten's attack. And well, that puts him in to the bronze medal contest, where we'll be seeing him a little bit later on. Well, we're still moving through these contests. And I think for us here, we've been following the men very well. I think we might have to have a change of mat, and I think we're going to move up to mat 3 if we can. And we're doing that just so we can see some of the latter semi-final contests in some of the female weights as well, because we've got Autumn Pavia. She's going to be coming out, bronze medalist from the Olympic Games in London, and I want to have a look at her as well. But this contest here is the semi-final between Pierre Dumontier from France, and he's facing Antoine Bidol from France as well. So Dumontier in the white judogi and Bidolt in blue. Bidolt leading here with one Wazari, and just over the 2.5 minutes to go. Well, it's always difficult when you come abroad to one of these, well, any international, and you end up fighting somebody from your own team or your own country. Well, you can see here they maybe have come out from regions or from clubs, because normally if you're from the same team country and you've come officially, you won't have a mat side coach in your chair there. So they've obviously come from either regions or clubs, because they've got their own personal coach there supporting them from the edge. And we know that the mat side coaches, they can give you some information and some guidance between the fights. So when there's a mate, which is the pause, when the referee brings the players back to the middle, either to, if they've gone out of the area or players kind of gone stale, or they need to sort out their judogis and tie up, normally that's when the coaches will give some indication of some support. Well, Bidolt comfortable here with the Wazari, but he does have 2 Shidos. He can't afford to make a mistake, and you know, when you're out there at that last minute can feel very long. And well, Dumontier has nothing to lose here. He really has to go for it, and well, he is doing so. He's could be in some trouble here. Bidolt looking for the Jujigatami, just needs to tighten up on the legs. Even though one leg's caught, he could just angle himself, tighten up on the thighs, but well, he's lost that. Angle went the wrong way, and he's gonna have to look at the clock. I've got just 30 seconds left, and just need to compose myself. And well, these athletes do a lot of training, situation training, and they've been put through the paces with different scenarios. So he'll have done this hundreds of times, you know. I'm up a Wazari, I have 2 Shidos, and what do I have to do? What is your game plan? And he'll be taking some more direction from his coach, just to make sure he's doing the right thing. He resets when he goes back. And situation for Dumontier, he just needs to go forward and just throw himself into anything. Anything can happen. Well, last ditch attempt. It was a good attempt, but not good enough this time. And Anton Bidolt, he wins the semi-final and he makes it through to the final contest. Pierre Dumontier, he will fight through for a bronze medal. Well, there was 24 players started this morning in the under 60 kilograms, which is the lightest men's weight category here in Glasgow for the European Open. And now there's a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 left with a chance of 4 medals. So we'll be seeing them later on. It gets really exciting on the medal matches, and there's put a lot of pressure on themselves, and there's a lot of hard work goes in to get into this level. But these athletes now, both of them have got another fight to prepare for, so they'll go back into the warm-up room. And well, you know you're in the final. It's just really getting your head and keeping composed, staying warm in the break, and getting ready for that pressure contest. But for the loser of the semi-final, they really need to you know, get back focused after a loss. It can be really difficult sometimes to you know, bounce back from it and put in a good performance for the bronze medal. But we'll catch up later on, see how he gets on, and I'm sure Pierre Dumontier will have a good effort for a bronze medal a little bit later on. But in the meantime, let's watch the second semi-final in the under 60 kilograms, and that's between Pierre Dumontier Flavio De Marca from Belgium, and he's facing Vincent Lemaire. Oh, sorry, my mistake. We're going to move through into the female weights now. And the next contest is one we've been waiting for between Lily Nane from Great Britain, and she's facing Autumn Pavier from France. So Nane in white and Pavier is in blue. Well, Lily Nane, we talked about Leni before because she's a really exciting judo player. She comes from, well, she fights and trains out of the British Centre of Excellence in Warsaw. And she's got her hands full here. She's facing Autumn Pavier, and Autumn Pavier, bronze medalist from London Olympic Games, and she's here. She's back on the mat. She's had a daughter, and she's here climbing back into the judo world and making a mark. She's had some really strong contests, and the difference with when you see someone like Autumn Pavier, she doesn't change from a plan. She's very strong. She's very good at what she does. Very strong on that high grip, catching onto the sleeve. She doesn't make errors, and she waits for her opportunity to go. It's not a rush, but when she wants to change her tempo, she will change her tempo. She can go so fast, and what she was really good at was catching onto that sleeve hand. She's right-handed, so she wants her opponent's right sleeve as well. That against a right-hander will stop them controlling the head. And just, you know, the simple pressure of her doing that is causing Nane to lose her posture altogether and fall to the floor. So you can see now she's onto that sleeve really quick. And she's drawing her opponent with it. Well, a lot of work coming from Nane, but she's not putting a lot of pressure on Pavier. What will happen with Pavier is she could pick up a penalty for passivity, but for me, what we've witnessed in other contests is that she waits. Now this is where Leni Nane is dangerous. She needs to keep going. Now, bit of a wake-up call for Pavier, because I was saying earlier on about Leni Nane, she's for me, she's not unpredictable, but she is for players who haven't fought her. She's got some really lovely throwing skills, and that was one of them. And if she catches them off guard, they've gone. You can see Leni's coach as well, Pete Douglas. He's sitting in the behind, giving her a cheer, and it won't faze Leni, who you know, any stature of her opponent. But for me, I don't think that was a score. I think Leni, if we have another look, it was controlled well. Oh, this is the attack from Lely. What was nice about it, she just didn't stop, and Pavier really had nowhere to go. Would it be nice if she could have hooked with her legs there, maybe? And I've seen her do that. She does sometimes hook for the Kochigake or the Kosotogake from that attack as well. Well, Pavier now coming forward, and as I was saying, she doesn't seem to get too disgruntled, and she waits for her opportunity. Now, referee stopped that for some reason mid-flight. I hope not to give her a penalty or give the coach a warning. Well, Nana just picking up a penalty there because she attacked, didn't really have a grip. So that is just a negative attack. Well, only 20 seconds left. Can we get another surprise from Nana? She's in the contest still. Pavia really hasn't shown what she can do. But she doesn't make errors. She doesn't rush it. She has too much experience to do anything silly within the last remaining seconds. Well, it's going to go into golden score, and the advantage is to Pavia. She has no Shidos, and with only one Shido to Lele Nane from Great Britain. A great performance here from Nane. Now Pavia looking to draw her opponent in. She wants that right-handed side of her opponent. She likes the Uchimata, she likes the Osoto. Kuuchi attempt there. Now, was there enough rotation from Nane? Referee had a very good view. He didn't deem it to be a score, or we would have seen it straight on. Well, an opportunity there for Pavia for the Nuaza, but she didn't fancy it. She wants to stay standing. Bit of an error from Nane. She'll know not to do that one again. Well, Nane here, she's getting a lot of support from the crowd. Well, coach there just getting his second warning, so he's out. He'll have to get out, and he's not allowed to even coach from anywhere in the vicinity now. And even if she moves through into any more fights, which she will do, he won't be able to coach her. And then they're the rules, and that's because he's coaching when there's no matter when the fight's active. Well, a minute and a half into this golden score, still no more change. There was no more Shidos. Big opportunity there. Good attack there from Nane. Just lost the grips. Just needs to keep hold, keep confident, keep initiating a bit more movement. And what she's done is she's forced a penalty to Pavia, so equal now on penalties. That penalty to Pavia was for passivity, so just that extra work. Good attempt there, but really Pavia just not in the right alignment for that, so it was like hitting a brick wall for Nane. Well, another golden score on another mat here for Alexandra Short and Van Gansbeck. He's the #1 seed from Belgium. Now there's a chance there for Alexandra Short to get into the final. It'll be a great result for him. Yeah, just really young and you know, coming through here, and he's on the Scottish squad, GB squad out of Edinburgh. And he's had a fantastic day, some really exciting judo from him, some really courageous fights. But we're going to stay here with Lili Nane and Autumn Pavia. Golden score, 3 minutes into golden score. And this is where Lili Nane, she's fit and she's unpredictable for Pavia. She needs to do some of that magic that she's got. And I think what they're going to do there, I think there was a coachy attack maybe from Pavia, and they're just going to have a look at that to see if there was enough side of Lilian, and obviously it was untidy, but you could see from Pavia's reaction she felt there was enough of a score there. Well, Autumn Pavia, she will take a place in the final, and Lily Nane, she will have an opportunity to fight through for a bronze medal later on. Really courageous, strong fight from Lily, and really great to see her coming through here. And she will fight the German Safio Coben for a bronze medal. Now here's a well, we're going to stay on this mat, I think, as well, and it's going to be a tough contest here between Malin Wilson from Great Britain and Josie Steele from Great Britain. Well, a place for the final, and well, they both know each other extremely well. It's going to be very difficult, and they know each other extremely well because they actually train together with the Scottish team here, and that's out of Ratho in Edinburgh. So yes, they know each other very well. Both of them from very north of Scotland, very high up as well. And Malin Wilson on form this year. She won the European Open in Bratislava. Had a good day out there. And well, Josie Steele, a little bit younger, hasn't got the same maybe time and experience, but also had some really good cadet results. Still a junior, and yeah, youth Olympic bronze medalist was Josie, and she has a completely different style of fight from Malin. Well, Malin just taken the advantage with Steele. She has no shidos. Josie there. Josie Steele doesn't want to mix it in Nuaza. She wants to do it standing up. And also, well, Malin there taking her first penalty for that attack. Didn't deem it to be a strong attack. Well, Josie Steele here really working hard to control that sleeve grip. We've got a right versus left here. And really, whoever can control that sleeve to them, really bring it on, has much more of an advantage of control. Malin here using a few tactics, putting some pressure on Steele on the edge. Steele aware of that now, and she just adjusts her body and gets herself into a situation where she's a lot stronger. Now Malin will work here. Now what Steele doesn't want to do is hang around there too long, because we know that Malin has got a few skills in Nuaz, and you can see there Steele pulling in that chin to avoid the shimmy waza. And Malin working through, because she knows if she keeps the pressure on there, she can take a hold as well. Now the pressure definitely is on there, but Steele does well to avoid that one. That would have been uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. Well, Wilson here working off the lapel, putting some pressure on her opponent here. And although she's just using her feet with some ashiwaza taps, what it does do, Steele making the mistake and the error of stepping out of the contest area. She needs to stay in the middle if she wants to stay in this contest. And I just have a feeling this is going to end in some tactics, just because they know each other so well. Steele wants to pull in and pull her opponent close. She doesn't want to give Wilson the space to attack, and Wilson knows that. She doesn't want to fall into Josie Steele's trap there. She likes to do that nice reverse sumigashi as well. Well, Malin now working hard to try and get through those legs. Well, Steele as well, strong, and what both of these female athletes have is they're very tenacious and they can really dig in deep. And you know, when the going gets tough, these two can fight, and that's what we're seeing here. You might not see the skillfest or the most dynamic contest, and that's solely because they know each other so well. Here we go, Wilson at head. Now this time Steele turning the tables and putting Wilson on the edge. It's going to come back to who wants this more, who can put that extra effort in. Oh, and there you go, Steele. She absolutely fell into Steele's trap. Now that's what she's good at, and I'll tell you what she's improved on is her timing. She held out for that attack, and well, look at the clock. She did it on exactly the right time, and that's what it's all about. Well, we said that Wilson and Steele knew each other very well. And well, was Josie Steele just holding out into those dying seconds to pop that one in when Wilson felt a bit more comfortable? Well, we'll have to ask her in the break, but she's through for a chance and a gold medal, and we're going to see Malin Wilson. She'll fight through for a bronze medal later on as well. Well, we're going to move through, and I think we have just one contest left here, and it is the semi-final contest between Nathalie Rouvier from Germany and Dorian Coleman from France. Rouvier in white and Coleman in blue. 52 kilograms and a place for a gold medal here. Place in the final. Well, it's attacked there and countered straight away by Coleman, and Coleman is in a perfect position to finish off here. She has to pop that knee out, use the other foot as well if she can, and well, didn't get the opportunity there, but that was an error from Rouvier, and you can see the rotation on the shoulders from Coleman. Very well done. Now she just needs one more score and she'll be in the final. Sianagi attempt. Oh, and an error from the French woman, and she's in a predicament where she could get held here. Now, can the German control that upper body and get those legs out and make sure she finishes off here? She's doing well. Now she's controlling the head. She's taking her time. And, well, she's been overlooked by the referee in charge, and that's Pino Maddaloni, Olympic champion himself. He understands judo. He will leave it if there's a progression. And well, that was a massive error from Coleman, really, and you've got to give it to Nathalie Rouvier here. She took her opportunity here, and well, she's going to do it. 20 seconds she has to hold her for Ippon, and well, a win and a place in the final. Well, Dorian Coleman will be absolutely kicking herself there, but she'll have to take that loss and, well, give herself a shakedown and get ready for a bronze medal contest. She has a chance still to win a medal here, and, well, if she can take some learning from that contest, it's always can always take a positive from it. Okay, that's going to be the end on that mat. We're going to just move over into the last semi-final in the under 66 kilograms, and that's between David Garcia Tone from Spain, and he's facing Nieto Chinaro, also from Spain. Well, the 2.5 minutes now into golden score. Only a Shido advantage to Nieto. And yeah, as you can see, there's no coaches sitting mat side with either of these athletes. And they obviously train together. They know each other very well. And well, it could be anybody's here. But just the Shido, it's obviously, for me, it could go on a score. And it really is sometimes whoever can take the opportunity. Is this going to be one? No. Well, Garcia Tone, they're looking now. Well, it's so difficult. They've had quite a few contests so far. I'm going to have a look who they've had. Well, Garcia Tone had a bye first round. Put out Louis Macy from France, and then Matthias van Harten, and then here he is. So a few fights he's had, but his teammate Nieto, he's had an extra fight. He had a first round contest, and James Martin he put out, and then Adrian Neto Chenaro fought Frank Vernes from France, winning that one, and then Andrea Mariach. That was a tough contest, also winning to him. So both will be very tired. They'll probably had a few golden score contests along the way, and this one, well, they've been on the mat now for 7.5 minutes. Uchi attempt, countered. Oh, well, there we go. That was a lovely piece of judo. And you know, Garcia Tone, he initiated the attack, couldn't quite get the drive and the control of his opponent's shoulder, and Nieto Chenaro just switched it round, and what a finish. Let's have a replay if we can. Here we go. Here's the initial attack. There's the uchi, strong uchi, but then rotated with a Harai Makakomi from Nieto Chenaro, and takes the score. Well, absolutely shattered. They did over 8 minutes there, but the win goes to Antonio Nieto Chenaro from Spain. He'll fight in the final here at the European Open in Glasgow. I hope you're going to join us back here. Our opening ceremony is at 4:40, and our final block and all of our medal contests will be starting at 5 o'clock. So hope you're going to join me. I'm Chloe Cowan-Vickers, and I'm going to say goodbye, and we'll see you later on. Goodbye.
I am Lukas Krpalek and I will fight in Ippon gear.
Judo is an Olympic martial art where competitors known as judokas face opponents in single combat in a tournament of elimination. The founder of modern judo, Jigoro Kano, had a philosophy of maximum efficiency, minimum effort. This is key to the sport of judo. Judokas must wear a special jacket, trouser and belt, the judogi. In competition, players wear white or blue. The judogi is essential to the strategies and tactics of the sport. Gripping up is critical. The person who dominates the gripping of the jacket will normally be in the best position to dominate the fight. Many variations of grips are allowed as long as they're deemed positive with the intention to throw. Negative gripping is the intention to block without the intention to throw. So how do you play and how do you win? Each fight is up to 4 minutes long. Opponents begin the fight with a bow. This is fundamental to the principles of judo. The referee then signals the start of play and the contest begins. The highest score is an ippon. This is the ultimate score because it wins the contest outright and it finishes the fight. There are 4 ways to score ippon. The first one is to throw your opponent on their back with force. And this can be done using a variety of throws from many different directions. Sometimes as a direct attack and sometimes countering an opponent's attack. Ippon can also be awarded during groundwork if you hold your opponent on their back for 20 seconds by controlling the upper part of their body, then ippon is awarded and the contest is finished. 2 other ways to win by ippon are to gain a submission, either by arm locking or strangling your opponent. If your opponent taps out, ippon is awarded and the contest is finished. Wazari is the next highest score. If 2 wazaris are scored, then ippon is awarded. Wazari is scored for a throw that is not quite the force that warrants an ippon, so a throw that lands the opponent onto their side, shoulders, or rolls them onto their back. You can also score a wazari for a 10 to 19 second hold down. If all is equal at the end of the contest, a period of golden score will begin. In golden score, play continues until a wazari or ippon is scored. There is also a penalty system. Disqualification or honsakamaki can be given for major breaches of the rules. Any behaviour not deemed to be in the spirit of the sport. Penalties for smaller infringements of the rules are shidos. A shido might be given for stepping out of the allotted mat area, pushing your opponent purposely outside of the mat area, any touch of the opponent's legs whilst throwing or in defence, not attacking your opponent quickly enough or purposely using negative gripping tactics against your opponent without attacking yourself. Judo has a moral code that operates on the principles of politeness, courage, sincerity, honour, modesty, respect, self-control and friendship. Enjoy the judo.
Lukas Krpalek, and I will fight in Ipongia.
EJU Commission members, athletes, coaches, volunteers and spectators. It was a great pleasure that I welcome you today to the Emirates Arena in the East End of Glasgow for the 2018 Glasgow European Open. We're delighted to be here in Glasgow for the second time this year after a huge success of the veteran European Championships here in June. What a morning it's been with some fantastic contests in all three mats, and this afternoon session promises to be even better with some fantastic massing still to come. Can I please ask you to show your support for all the athletes who have fought here today? It's a testament to all British Judo that we have had athletes travelling from all across the world, from Burkina Faso, Chad, Australia and New Zealand, and of course Europe, to fight in today's competition. I hope you're all looking forward to the final block, which promised to be breathtaking, and which we're hoping to see many great contests and many British medalists. I'd like to thank our event partners, Glasgow Life and Judo Scotland, for their assistance in staging this championship. I'd also like to thank our team of excellent staff and volunteers for their hard work and dedication and the time they have put into hosting this competition. And last but not least, I'd like to thank you, the spectators, for coming along and supporting our European Open. I'd like to pass over now to Michael Vacuum to say a few words and officially open the championships. Thank you.
Dear President, Ronnie Science, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure, honor to welcome you here as well on behalf of the European Judo Union and the President, Mr. Salvich. And we are happy to be in this lovely city of Glasgow and wonderful Emirates Arena to celebrate the European Judo Open 2018. And I would like to welcome here all the athletes, coaches, referees, team officials, and also spectators and media. Spectators here in venue and in our live stream coverage. It's my pleasure to thank and congratulate the British Judo Association for excellent organization, staging this very important event, part of the Olympic qualification to Tokyo 2020. I would like to thank for support the city of Glasgow, the commercial sector, all the sponsors, and I hope that all of us will enjoy the event so important for British and European judo. Ladies and gentlemen, I declare the European Open Glasgow 2018 open.
Ladies and gentlemen, Michael Buckland, Vice President of the European Judo Union. Our thanks to you.
90, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 12, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, it's a welcome back to the Emirates Arena in Glasgow for the European Open for men and women 2018. And we're here now for the medal matches of lightweights on the first day. And we're going to start with the bronze medal contest in the women's under 48 kilogram category. And that's between Cinta Garcia Mesa of Spain, and she's facing Kimberly Rennicks of Great Britain. It'll be Garcia Mesa in the white judogi and Rennicks in the blue. Well, the day started with 20 competitors in the lightest weight category in the women's division, and here we are with Commonwealth champion Kimberly Rennicks from Great Britain, and she has her hands full here with Garcia Mesa from Spain. And here we go. Well, Rennicks is from Glasgow herself, so she's got a lot of support here. She trains out of the Camberley Judo Club, and you can see there her coach Luke Preston is sitting in the coach's chair, ready to give her some support when she needs it. Oh well, a disaster for Kimberly Rennicks there. Absolutely perfect Uchimata technique from Garcia Mesa, really caught her unawares, and she takes the Ippon win. So throw flat on the back, doesn't get any better than that, and the bronze medal goes to Cinta Garcia Mesa. Well, that was an early finish there for the Spaniard, so we're going to move over and we can catch the other bronze medal contest, and that's between Shireen Boucli from France, and she's facing her teammate Cheyenne Mounier, also from France. Well, Boucli is in the lead. She has a Wazari score, and with 3 minutes still to go, the contest can still be open and still changed. A reverse Seonage attempt there by Mounier, and you can see this strong gripping from Boucli in white. She's looking for that strong high hand round her opponent's head, because that's the one that's going to control her techniques. They're using the feet here to set up, and there you see the setup and the control of the head drove backwards, takes the second score to Boucli, and she takes the win and the second bronze medal. Well, that's an Osoto Gari. You could see really driven well. Well, she picks up a Wazari score for that. 2 Wazaris in judo make an Ippon, and that really does finish off the technique. Well, France have had a great day in this lightweight category, and we're going to see the finalists making their way through onto the mat any minute now.
We welcome our referee to the mats. And let's bring the fighters into the ring, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, they're coming through now, and they'll be nervous. The trouble is, sometimes when you're competing against somebody from your home nation in an international, it can be very difficult. I think sometimes the pressure is there, and sometimes also you can't have your coach in the chair because they have to be impartial. So they'll be watching on Melody Vargani from France in white. She's facing Marine Henry, also from France. She's in blue, and we're going to see, I'm sure, a really tight match here. They'll know each other very well. Sometimes it can cause a real problem when they know each other well, cancelling out each other's techniques. We'll have to see how they go. Lightest weight category here in the women's divisions, under 48. Well, first looking to grip up, and they'll be looking for their own grip, their special technique. And well, a bit of an error there made by Henry. She turned in for an attack without any setup, and she puts herself in a vulnerable position there. And you can see Henry looking for the shimiwaza. Well, the shimiwaza is a strangle technique which they use the top of the jacket underneath the jaw, and they'll drive that through till they get a submission. Well, the referee there just stated it was across the jaw, so he stands them back up. Well, just fighting again for the grip. You can see they both wanting the lapel grip. We've got a right versus left, and now the fight will be who can catch the sleeve, because when they get that sleeve, you'll see a real rotation of a forward technique. Well, an attack each. Well, there's a high work rate from each player, no mistakes yet, and just a minute gone into this 4-minute contest. Well, there's a few different ways to win in judo. You can throw your opponent, and there's 2 scores you can get, a wazari or a nippon. A nippon will finish the contest, and that's a throw with a lot of control and drive, and to get your opponent onto the back. Anything less than that, onto the side or partially on the back, is a wazari. 2 wazaris also make a nippon and will finish the contest. A hold for 20 seconds, or a submission from a shimiwaza, a strangle, or an arm lock can also do it. Well, a low kataguruma technique, and well, Henry trying to drive that over, doesn't get the rotation that time. Well, we weren't sure whether they would have coaches actually at match side. So what sometimes happens is at a European Open they may come with a regional coach or a club coach. So that's obviously been the case here. So their main personal coaches are sitting in the chair here, which will give them a little bit of support and confidence into the match. Really cancelling each other's grips out here. You can see with the sleeve grips, very difficult really to get the rotation, but for me there could have been a score there. I thought Vogani managed to control her opponent down onto the mat, but what we do have in judo, we have a care system, so there's a couple of cameras on the mat at different angles, and we have 2 referees who used to sit corners, used to be corner judges. Now they sit with the camera angles, and they can have a replay of the technique. Now that was a lovely technique there from Henry, a low kataguruma. She got the drive that time, and there was enough rotation of her opponent's back onto the mat to take the first score. And just a minute to go. She just catches on the outside with her foot and has that full rotation, using that arm to drive across her own body. Now what's going to go well for Henry is she doesn't have any penalties as well, so she can make a couple of mistakes and she'll be all right, because she has that score on the board. Less than 30 seconds to go. If Henry needs to stay in with this contest, she really needs to come forward and really look to throw. 10 seconds to go. Well, all that Henry needs to do is stay in the fight, be strong, and yeah, well, it won't matter that she makes any mistakes now. She can pick up a couple of penalties, and there's no way her opponent will be able to catch her now. Well, she will pick up one more penalty for walking out of that area. Well, it was hard-fought contest, but Marine Henry from France, she takes the gold, and well, Melody Bogani, she'll take the silver medal there. She'll be disappointed. In judo, unfortunately, when you pick up that silver medal, you've always lost your last contest. But for La Henry, she'll be pleased to finish on a high there.
The winner and gold medalist, Marie from France. Melody Bogani from France takes silver.
Well, what we'll see now is we'll move through into the bronze medal contest in the under 60 kilogram category, which is also the lightest category for men. And I think we're going to stay on mat 2 because we're going to follow the contest between Jolene Florimont and Pierre Dumontier, both from France. And the referee in charge is Mr. Keith Merrick of Great Britain. Well, both of these athletes have come through a tough field. Started this morning. We started the contest at 10 o'clock this morning, so they have their preliminary contest and they fight through all the way till they get to the semi-finals, and then so the semi-finals and the repechage contest, and now they had a very short break where they just have a little bit of rest, maybe take on some food, some fluid, and then prepare for the medal contests here. And well, looking through both of these athletes, well, Antoine Bidolt had 4 contests all the way through here. Well, the other bronze medal here, that goes to Miguel Pisco, and that goes automatically because there was an injury from DeMarco. So Pisco takes the first bronze, but we're going to stay here and follow this contest. And again, when we say, you know, you come all the way through to an international competition and you fight somebody from your own home nation, it can be very difficult. Here he is looking for the arm lock and pressure on the head. He's going to try and get some rotation from his opponent and at the same time try and drive that arm out. Now he needs to, needs to be some more movement and some more progression for the referee to allow that to continue. And there was a bit of a stalemate down there. So the referee in charge decides, right, let's get back up and let's see what you can do on top here. So first exchange is gripping, and you can see there some nice ashiwaza from Dumontier. Well, it's very difficult for them when you both have the sleeve grip and where to go from there. There's a couple of attacks you can do, but here we're going to see some transitional work from Dumontier, looking for control of that sleeve and then now to get the rotation. Well, it was well received from Florimont. He really understood where his opponent wanted to go and was defending that one well. And he's coming up now to the halfway mark, and there's no score here and no penalties, so very open, anybody's fight. Well, the referee wasn't happy with Florimont. He feels he needs to do some more work, so he gets that passivity penalty. In judo, 3 penalties and you lose the contest. So 2 minutes in, he needs to be careful he doesn't make any more errors. Florimont here now looking for an exchange where he can tie up his opponent. And well, Keith Merrick there didn't feel there was enough progression and then starts them up again. Sometimes when they know each other very well, you can really cancel out each other's techniques. Sometimes it can look really difficult to score, but they'll be finding ways. They'll have done some homework before this contest and they'll have a game plan of how they want to grip, what scores will work best, what scores they'll be able to counter from. And then with that, there's also the autonomous movement of a judo player where they'll be able to react and also put their opponent under some pressure. You can see there the low Kataguruma attempt there where he's trying to wheel his opponent over his shoulder, and well, it just gets stopped well there by Dumontier. Sometimes when it's difficult like this and their opponents know each other very well, it will come down to tactics and who's putting more attacks in, who's can put their opponent under some pressure maybe to step out of the area. So it can be a mental game too, and it really does come down to who's fittest and who wants to win. Well, an error there for Dumontier, stepped out of that area, so he picks up his first penalty. Well, Dumontier, he came in, he saw the number 3 seed, and well, he's going to go out here. And Florimont here, I thought, had a good attempt there, and he picks up the Wazari score. And well, with 1 second to go, it couldn't be better timed. Well, unseeded Antion Bildot. Yeah, Florimont came in unseeded here, and takes the bronze medal and the win. So in judo, you can see here a replay. So reverse Seonage and then drives his opponent off, and he doesn't stop driving with his legs until he gets that rotation of his opponent's back onto the mat. And in judo, the respect for their opponents, yes, they are in a fight, but they're controlled, and afterwards they just show each other the respect in the bow and appreciation of a good contest. Well, now we're going to move through into the final contest in the under 60 kilogram, and we see an Antoine Bidol from France, and he's facing his teammate Vincent Lemaire. So it's been a real strong French lightweight attack here in this GB Open, and well, these guys have showed some real skill coming through. Bidol, he's had 4 contests to the final, putting out Neil MacDonald from Great Britain, Shilmans from Belgium, Bidolt also fought off Pisco from Portugal, and de Montier in the semi-final. And Lemaire came in as third seed, and he came in the second round, so he's had 3 contests to the final, beaten Philip Cruz, Johan Flamont, and then Flavio De Marca from Belgium. Well, real tactical fight here, just trying to work out how to get their preferred grip. Their opponent will know each other very well here, so they can cancel each other out, and well, they have to really take the opportunities when they can. Lemaire here just doing enough, more attacks than his opponent, and forcing the penalty there for passivity to Bidolt. Bidolt now just needs to be aware that this is the game plan. He'll have to step it up as well. Well, he came back there, strong attack from Bidolt. He wants that high, strong, right-handed grip. And well, you can see Lemaire working really well to try and avoid that. Just coming to the halfway mark. We'll have to see what's it going to take for either of these players to win, and really it's about being in control, but also about taking opportunities and setting your opponent up. And the trouble that Lemaire is having here is he's having a lot of problems setting his opponent up. He's not getting the reactions to attack, so sometimes it's like hitting a brick wall. But what he is doing, he is putting more attacks in, even though we can see that he's going to really struggle to score with them. But he's forcing the penalties, and well, looking for the shimiwaza, but it's across the face. The referee spots that straight away and stops the action. Well, we have a minute to go. Bidolt now really has to come up with a score. He can't leave it any longer. Any mistake by him, he's going to pick up a third penalty and he'll lose out here. Vincent Lemaire doing what he has to do. He's played a very tactical battle here, just managing to, keep the gripping at bay. He's staying in control. He's keeping a good posture, and he's just not allowing his opponent in close to get those strong attacks in. Just having a glance over to the clock, and I think the referee as well may have had enough here. It's a difficult one, and sometimes it's difficult to watch, but when they're very equally placed here and they know each other very well, it becomes a tactical battle, and it's all about winning. Well, the referee decided to tidy the jackets up, but they're still hoping for a finish throw from here, and well, sometimes it will just take one of them to open up a little bit as well. And for me, for Bidolt, he really doesn't have anything to lose. Well, a good attack there from Lemaire. Second attack, but you can see there he nearly drove his opponent onto his side, but Bidault managed to take his elbow out, and that stopped the technique. Well, I'm not sure what they're checking there for, maybe just checking on the landing, but it was quite clear from our point of view that there was no score there. Well, strong finish there for Lemaire. What we're going to see now is golden score. So this is a period of time where the clock's set. There's no time on it, but it'll be the first person. Yeah, don't know what happened there. It looked like he started before the referee said, "Hey Jimmy," which was a bit unusual. Yeah, golden score is first one to score will take the win. It's a bit of a sudden death in judo, but also if you pick up 3 penalties, that'll also give the win to your opponent. So here we go. You can throw from that position. So Bidault, even though he's lifting his opponent up, he's lifting him up to show a false attack. The referee wasn't convinced though. Well, Bidault now really needs to put some attacks back in. He needs to get back into this contest, because if he doesn't, the referee is going to be quite happy to stop the... Yeah, he's going to stop this contest, and Bidault will find himself with 3 shidos for passivity, and that'll be the end of this final. And the win goes to Vincent Lemaire. He takes the gold medal here at the European Open in Glasgow.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we now move to begin our first medal ceremony.
We're going to move through and follow the medal presentation, and it will be under 48 kilogram category to go first.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the women's under 48 kilos will now take place. To present the medals, please welcome Michael Vice President of the European.
Well, the medal presentation has been made by the Vice President of the European Judo Union, Mr. Michael Vahoun. And the first bronze medal goes to Cinta Garcia Mesa from Spain and Shireen Boukli from France. Silver medal will go to Melody Rogani. And the gold medal will go to Marianne Lehenry from France.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for for the national anthem of France. Ladies and gentlemen, your medalists. And so moving on, ladies and gentlemen, to our next two bronze medal contests. Let's welcome the fighters into the arena, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, and back here now for the bronze medals in the 52 kilogram category, and I'm very happy to be joined with Loretta Cusack-Doyle. How are you?
Very well, thank you, and it's lovely to be here. I just got back from Baku at the World Championships, and to come here in your own home, I'm literally about 40 minutes drive from here. So it wasn't as early as a start it needed to, but it's still a delight to see the great performances that we have seen already today. And what prospects we have some of these countries that produce fine athletes.
I tell you something I've been really impressed with the young Scottish players we have coming through here who are locals, and maybe it's because they've got a lot of family and friends, or they're quite close to the arena. But we have quite a few finalists as well from Scotland.
Oh, definitely.
Really,
and this is just going to give them so much confidence, and the exposure on an international level is going to be amazing for them to grow and develop as judokas throughout this time.
Well, we're seeing here Julia Rousseau and Marie Orsini, both from France, and we've had a really strong French entry here, haven't we?
Definitely. They've put in a very strong team, and as we can see, it's already reflected on the medal table so far, hasn't it?
Yeah.
But two very strong ladies that have had a good performance, very solid performance throughout the day.
Yeah, it's interesting. Let's have a look who they've... there was 20 judokas in the 52 kilogram category, but really strong as well. It was really interesting to see who was coming through, and for me, Penelope Bonner, hadn't seen her for a while. She was a former European champion, and well, she's come through. She's had, I'm trying to have a look how many contests she's had, but I think 1, 2, 3 contests into the final. So I mean, it's not a massive amount, but it's amazing how much that takes out of you as an athlete.
Yeah. For an open event, 20 athletes in this weight category is actually a good turnout, isn't it? And like we say, we've had a massive influx of French athletes, but you can never write off any French athletes.
No.
They turn around, they're number ones all the time. And like we say, she's a phenomenal athlete herself, and is in her own right, has had some good results under her belt. And yeah, it was a right sort of call to get her over into that final. But looking down, we had some really good athletes like Molly Harvey, who's a good, she's a youngster that's got potential there, and also Abby Blackie, who's from Great Britain, but also is a local girl. She lives in Edinburgh, and again on the national squad for Great Britain. And this type of exposure for her would be amazing.
And I think you can't discount that. You can do as much judo training off a mat, off a competitive mat, but unless you're getting those matches, and it's difficult to get matches now, the way, especially at these European Opens, you make one mistake, you can be out first fight, and it's the matches that you need, isn't it, for
That's
experience.
it. And this is the problem with some. They go to an international event, they have to travel. The expense for, like for British athletes, the expense it has to go over to these international events, their flight, their accommodation, and sometimes because they don't have that much exposure, it's like 30 seconds could be the 4 minutes. They might even get the golden score, but it's not a lot if they go out in the first round. It's they have a really sore lesson to learn, and a very, very expensive lesson as well. So to come just not that far over the border into Scotland, for some of them it's good, and for the Scottish players themselves, we've had over the past quite a few events. Like in June we had the Veterans European Championships hosted in this very venue, and it was an amazing turnout. And what was quite refreshing is a lot of the ex-international athletes that we know very well that I thought were absolutely mad as a hatter for getting that judo suit on again and competing, because I'm not brave enough to do it. I don't know what you're like, but
no, I think we're a bit broken.
I did enough fighting in my younger days to start coming back into a veterans. Then you have to applaud them, because it was amazing, and I'm sure they're still sponsored by aspirin, trying to get over the aches and pains of that time. But it was a great atmosphere. But it was amazing that the actual spectators, how knowledgeable they're becoming since we've had the London Games in 2012, 2014. We hosted the Commonwealth Games in Scotland in this very arena. And over the years, judo has become more and more popular, but they've become much more knowledgeable, so they can understand when they're watching how hard and how dedicated these athletes are, and to get to this position, it's not easy. And and they support that and applaud them, so it is really good.
Well, these two here, it's a tough contest here. I think sometimes when they know each other very well, they're obviously from a region or a club, they have the personal coaches there sitting mat side. But Orsini here, well, she's has the disadvantage of 2 shidos. Well, now Rosso there picking another one up, so evens that one out. But well, in judo, the best way to win is with a score.
Oh, definitely. And this changes the dynamics, because either one of them make a mistake now, false attack or lack of engagement, will forfeit this bronze medal, and we know that. So both really have to exchange one for one. And you have here Orsini there looking for an Iwaza opportunity. I can't really see anything down there on offer, but she's looking busy, and it'll keep her, it'll most probably rest herself a little bit.
Well, it's kept her in the contest, hasn't it? And we'll probably see a golden score period coming from this one as well. So I think they'll have a look at the clock, see the 4 seconds, and think, well, there's not much point in engaging here. We'll wait for the real.
I don't know about you, but I find it amazing that they can go for 4 minutes and they fight their heart out, and then you think it's a little bit flat, and they're sort of lack of engagement. They pick up 2 shidos apiece, and then when it comes to golden score, they go really bat out of hell. They fight like mad, and you think, if you could fight like that at the beginning, you would have won this match.
It's a real mental game, isn't it? I think.
I suppose it's getting to that last hurdle. As we know, when we're running around and doing our own jog, we get to the last bit and we can sprint the end, even though we've died all the way through that run. It's just that last hurdle. But we've got the Tati Shiogatami.
Yes. She's just looking there, isn't she, to get that last toe out, and she manages it. Now she just has to make sure she can maintain the control on the top of her opponent.
And that's vital. It's the upper body control, and that's where a lot of athletes make the mistake. They're so busy trying to get that foot out that they forget to control the upper part of the body, the head especially, to be able to maintain the hold after they've done all that hard work to get the leg out. And it's not easy.
No. The other thing with Nuaz, it takes a lot out of you, doesn't it?
Yes.
So that exchange down there, and the attacker sometimes is more. Well, I think Orsini during this contest she didn't have a good start, but I think she's coming back, and her confidence looks to be building and building.
Well, 1 minute into golden score. These ladies have been battling away for 5 minutes now, and not easy at all to try and keep that level of momentum going and pushing forward and stay engaged. 2 shidos apiece, and either one of them could make that mistake, especially when they start getting tired. Then the techniques start to become a little bit misjudged and poorly entered.
Yeah. Well, I think we're just asking them to tidy up. And well, unfortunately for Orsini, she takes the third penalty, and that was, you know, just really from being tired. She didn't manage to get as many attacks in as her opponent. And well, Julia Rosso, she takes the first bronze medal here in the under 52 kilogram category.
And I think you're right in saying that we weren't going to expect too many fireworks going off in that match, because both will have known each other so well. That it was really just a matter of errors, or who was going to be able to cope with that sort of pressure.
And I think as well, I think in a lot of the lightweight male categories have had the same type of contest, because they're from the same country, they know each other very well, and it gets to be a little bit of avoiding, you gripping up, if I get the first grip or if I get the first attack, and then it comes down to tactics, and it's not always pleasant to see, but at this level, when they're both very well matched, unfortunately that's the way it does go.
Yeah. And that's the sport we love, isn't it? You can never write off anybody in any of these level of competitions, because it's a matter of getting everything right. If you make a mistake, it can cost you dear. And being a straight knockout to the quarterfinals, there's you don't get a second chance at it, do you?
No. Well, this final contest, really been looking forward to this. It's Penelope Bonner from France, and she's facing Natalie Rouvier from Germany. Bonner in white and Rouvier in blue. Well, Penelope Bonner, former senior European champion, and as you were saying before, the French team have always produced, especially women. They just seem to back them up and back them up.
Especially in this weight category. The middleweights, they tend to dominate quite a lot. They've had strong athletes over the years. And here you have it
that shows
once more.
her class. Yeah. Well, she finished there in the Juji Gatami, which is a armbar to a lot of people who don't follow judo, but follow a lot of other sports.
And to those watching, it's an ouch, isn't it?
Yeah.
That was a sore one.
But it was a real quick, we can see here, she just anticipates the first attack, and then looks there, she has the arm already out, just has to manoeuvre herself round, and well, that's straight on, she's not letting that one go.
Definitely, the transition down into the Niwaza was superb. Very sharp. She knew exactly what she was going for, and she was just biding her time.
Yeah, a good win there. It was interesting, we had followed her through because she had Caitlin Barber from Great Britain, first contest, and that was a real tough contest for her. So I think a good performance by Caitlin Barber there in that first round. She then went through and put out Roxana Conradis from Germany, and then Cecile Herriat, and then Marie Orsini. And then, well, she had a really good run, didn't she?
Well, Caitlin Barbara will look at that. At the beginning, she's most probably been out at the back of house licking her wounds.
Yeah,
thinking,
without a doubt.
I've got out on first fight and desperately disappointed in her performance. But when now she sees the gold medal, she only lost. She was just unfortunate. She had the worst draw possible. Yeah. She lost to the gold medalist. So that most probably will give her a little bit of comfort out there. That she gave her a good run for her money, but on the day, it was just the draw. She wasn't lucky with it.
Right, we're going to see the medal ceremony for the under 60 kilogram male category. Miguel Pisco, he takes the first bronze medal, and Jolan Florimond from France takes the second bronze medal. And silver medal goes to Antoine Bidot from France, and it's a full French house here in the final, and Vincent Lemaire, he takes the gold medal.
Well, there had been some real battles in this weight category, and well-deserving medalists sitting on that podium right now. An overpowering medal podium there as France dictates the medals today in this weight category.
British Judo Association Chairman, Mr. Ronnie Sayers there, just you can see him.
A Glaswegian born in through and through. Very proud moment for him as he stands there with those medalists.
Brilliant. Well, we're going to move through now into the under 66 kilogram category for men, and we're going to be following, I think we're going to follow Mat 2, and that will between Matthias van Harten, and he's facing Kenneth van Becke from Belgium. Van Harten in white and Van Gansbecke in blue. And I think
Van Harten, this is going to be a really tough match, this one, definitely. Van Gansbecke, well, for me, is a strong story. He was the #1 seed coming into this competition.
He was,
And 25 athletes participated in the event, and they've had some real battles, some interesting matches along the way. And in fact, we had Greg Barry, who we expected, obviously, on that podium. Sadly, he missed out in the quarterfinals, I believe, was it? Yes, in the quarterfinals. Went into, obviously, the repechage where he lost in that first round to get into the bronze medal fight.
He had a really great quarterfinal contest.
Great
lost it with some Ashiwaza skill, wasn't there, involved? But it was a good fought contest. But here we are with Van Harten. Yeah, he was the #1 seed. He won the European Open in Madrid. To me, he'd had a really slow start in this competition, but he's come back stronger and stronger. But there he is, he picks up the first penalty, and that was for just really walking out of the edge, losing
really definitely a silly mistake to make. And the last thing you want is start accumulating these shidos right at the early stage of a contest. He's got 3.5 minutes remaining and he's 1 shido down. You start collecting them, it totally changes the dynamics of a contest completely. You're always then on the chasing, but you cannot afford to make any silly errors.
Well, Van Gansbecke has really showed some strong Nuwaza skills as well. He's comfortable down there, and you can see, well, he was looking for the shimiwaza, lost his grip, and just glances up the referee and says, "Oh, I've had my go there, let's go again."
Well, this is where you see a true sort of strong judoka as they transition into the Niwaza. It makes them very threatening indeed, and it makes their opponents very anticipating where their next move is going to be, because they have to plant the attack so right, otherwise they end up finding themselves on the receiving end of the Niwaza, and someone on the back of you who's got good Niwaza, you just don't want to be down there. So if you're one of those athletes that loves the tachiwaza but doesn't want to engage in Niwaza, you tend to just play half-hearted, and those attacks don't seem to be as strong as they should be.
And we've seen that a lot throughout today.
Definitely.
There's been a lot of shimiwaza from poor attacks, and as well with the new changing of rules, you can attack from the knees. There's been some fantastic scores from the knees. People are just still getting a little bit complacent and thinking, well, I'm safe, and they're not safe.
No. And from the World Championships in Baku, what we were seeing, the biggest scorer in that time was the Uchimatas, the Sianagis, and Niwaza was very, very strong. Juji Gatami, Tatishio Gatami, Keza Gatami. Those were the strong, biggest scorer of attacks. But what was quite nice, and I love it, because for me as a former judoka, it was the Ashiwazas, and I love the Ashiwazas. You're same as well. You were good with your feet, very light and nimble, but it makes you a massive threat. And it gives you that creation of openings for the Kosotas, Kochis, Ochigaris, and then you can then follow through with Uchimatas, Siatoshis, and all sorts. So it's great to have good footwork, and it makes you a very dangerous athlete. Good footwork, good Ashiwazas, good transition, good Niwaza. You've got an overall package there for an athlete taking medals.
It's very hard, isn't it, to initiate movement. We always say try and initiate movement off the grip, because if you're initiating your opponent's movement, you're going to get a reaction to throw. That's very difficult to do just off a move, off you moving out or off a grip. It's a lot easier if you've got some nice ashiwaza, some nice foot techniques. And
Yeah.
we see there Van Harten himself, he likes to touch on the feet, but it would be so nice for him to maybe stick that foot and really go for it.
Well, these athletes are in on the circuit quite a lot, and they will watch each other and analyse each other through video analysis, going back and doing their homework. So they would have met or even just seen the performances of each other over and over again, and they'll know those that will just put the false attack in to look busy to the referee, or being on the receiving end where they know that ashiwaza is really threatening and they have to be careful of it. And you always tend to find that that foot will step out. But there's the osotogari, beautifully executed there.
Now he just missed the score there because of his landing. If he'd been landed more onto his side with his arm tucked in, would have had the score there. But Van Harten manages to miss that one, and straight off the grip again. Now the referee will ask maybe for the care system there to have a look at that. Well,
because it was the transition. You're starting off, if you've caught the elbow, you've actually locked the elbow for that arm lock. And if you continue into niwaza with that, then that's a dangerous move and you can be penalised for that.
Yeah. Well, must have thought there wasn't enough connection there maybe with the arm, so it was okay. But we know the technique he was going for. It's like a wraparound. It's like a mixture between a makakomi and a sianagu.
Yes.
You see Fabio Basile doing it.
Basile does it exactly, the Italian champion, yeah, he does it. And there's also, when you come over the top, as if you're going for the osotogari, you wrap the arm, and then they go for the sutemiwaza, for the sumigeshi, and they've got that wrap and take it backwards. Again,
no
it's
way out,
very effective. Oh, it is very dynamic. Well, last 27 seconds, and there's only one shiro on the board, so they've been very evenly matched there. And there's been some interesting moves. The osotogari once more, and anticipated well by the young lad from Belgium. Tried to turn it into a makikomi, a little bit too loose down there, and obviously didn't. You know, one's touching his mouth saying he went across my face, the other one saying he's trying to eat me. But one or the other, it wasn't a comfortable situation for either one of them, I don't think.
Well, it's a dying seconds here now, and I think we're going to see another golden score.
They obviously want to take their time out here under the sunners of Glasgow, the experience of Glasgow, making it last as long as they possibly can. Nice ashiwazas though there.
Well, it was Van Gansbeck who showed some nice ashiwaza against the British player Greg Very in the quarter. Yeah,
give him an ashiwaza lesson.
He wasn't tired, and he'd had a hard contest, and it wasn't looking good for him. A little bit, I would say, very reflective of this match, and he really he can pull some nice ashiwaza out. So although he's looking tired and he's looking slow,
still very dangerous. Yeah, can still be very dangerous. An attempt there of a sutemiwaza, but very poorly judged at that time, and lost a lot of upper body control as he dropped under his opponent. Side skipping, which is always dangerous when you've got ashiwaza, the kuriashiare.
Yeah, it's like giving him a gift.
It's like saying here,
but if he's too tired, it's so hard, isn't it, to react from that? It's got to be off the grip, straight away off the grip. Well, and you know, it's done at the highest level as well, isn't it? When you see it, you just think, I can't believe that they've skipped across the mat, but sometimes it's such a natural thing to do.
Certainly your opponent can be very, very clever with that as well, and the Japanese are very clever when it comes to their ashiwaza. When you watch them compete, and those that have got really good ashiwaza, the one thing they don't give is big messages, here I come with their arms. They don't put that power on the upper body to allow their opponent to be quite rigid and tense with the situation, because if they're tense, they tend to stay solid on the ground. So by having the lightness of the hands and lapel and sleeve and bringing the weight up, they tend to skip. And then as they get the skip, that's when they hit them with the ashiwazas. And the Japanese are brilliant. I've been on the receiving end of that so many times, and I still never learned the lesson.
Well, we're hitting the minute and a half mark here in golden score, and well,
Well, Van Harten he was actually lured into doing that Osotogari, wasn't he? And you seen Van Gensbeck, he showed him that leg as if to say it was a bit of a tease. There it is, go for the Osotogari, because what he's looking for is the Makikomi.
Yes.
And we've seen it a couple of times now, but he's very clever in what he's trying to do. But like you say, his opponent's quite tired and he's not responding maybe the way he would generally react under those circumstances.
Yeah, you can see he's frustrating him now, and Van Harten, if he gets frustrated, can lose his concentration. But yeah, you're very right, he's pushing him into that side for the Osotogari, and yeah, just looking to reverse that strap foot back, wasn't he, to go for it. But he's Van Harten's done well there. He's forced a second penalty with him stepping out of the mat area there.
Oh, nice Cianagi, and then changed grips to go the opposite direction. Sadly, it didn't pay off, but it was a good reaction there as he dropped under his opponent. Now we've seen that drop there. We also saw the Uchimata, and then there's two good attacks. I know he did come on the receiving end of a Shido because he just misjudged it on the edge of the contest area. But he is putting more attacks in, but he's got to be careful not to make the mistakes. Two Shidos, one more Hansokimaki. Van Harten is definitely a strong enough opponent that's going to be playing that to his advantage.
Well, it's so difficult, isn't it? They've been on the mat now for 6.5 minutes. This is a last contest for both of them. Chance for a medal here. It's just to see who can keep it together, not make any mistakes. And unfortunately there for Van Gansbeck, he's really tiring.
And he's been challenged. The Osotogari switched it through for the Siatoshi, but Van Gansbeck waited. We've seen it a couple of times. He teased him with the Osotogari. He was looking for the Makikomi, but this time he had a better control with that Cianagi move, and it paid off eventually. But gutsy enough to keep persevering with the same tactics, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, he did so well there. He hadn't looked his normal sharp self all throughout today. Every fight was really hard work for him, but yeah, you were right, he was clever there. He really set him up, didn't he? You can see here, he allows the Osoto in. There he is, strong, hooks in, and then he gets the rotation on the shoulder. The first shoulder hits there, and he continues with the control.
Nicely done. And he's obviously, the Dutch coach wasn't happy with that, didn't feel like it was going the right direction, but on that replay we can see very clearly that Van Gansbeck deserved well and truly that bronze medal.
We're going to move through into the final contest, one that we've really been looking forward to here. And that's between Alexander Short of Great Britain and Adrian Nieto Chiñaro from Spain. Short is in the white judogi and Nieto is in the blue. Well what a day Alexander Short has had. We were talking about Alexander earlier on today. You know, he has so much talent, and he's still so young, and he's fought every contest with a lot of courage. He's been really mature in what he's done, but he's a really exciting prospect. He can really throw.
He looks so calm. His body language oozes confidence. Doesn't seem to have been phased. Every stage he's just taken each match as it comes. He's one that's actually trains out of Edinburgh and under the Edinburgh Club with the guidance of Billy Cusack, who's obviously got players like Sally Conway, who's an Olympic bronze medalist, and obviously knows very well what it's like to be there himself, and gives such good instruction for athletes and confidence, having them by his chair.
Yeah, he has. He's it's not that the fact that he's fighting in this senior European Open, it hasn't phased him at all. He's taken each contest very well, and
Oh, yes!
Oh, he does it! He does it!
Wow, what a finish! Alexander Short, obviously a crowd pleaser here today in Glasgow. I'm just glad I got out of bed early today for that one. That was an amazing
he's had a
finish.
fantastic run all day, but different techniques, and that technique, you would have thought that would have, paid off, but he just drove and drove and drove. The confidence is oozing. I think we've got a real champion on the
Oh,
cards here.
definitely. We go Garuma.
Yes.
Followed it through, winding his opponent over. What a finish!
Oh. Well, that's the way to win on your home ground. Scottish gold medalist, and a first one of many, maybe, we hope.
Hopefully. Well, definitely, he's a really nice guy. He's and loved by a lot of people out here, and he would have had a lot of support wishing him on for that gold medal, and it's all paid off.
Brilliant. Well, we're going to move through into the medal ceremony for the under 52 kilogram category.
To present the medals, please welcome European Judo Union Marketing Officer.
And bronze medals
Our 2 bronze medalists
will go to
representing France,
Julia Rosso
and also representing
and Dorian Coleman, both from France.
Once again, a domination there from France.
Yeah, when you think about France, I think about the women's team and how strong they are, the depth at the top level, at the Grand Slams and World Championships and Olympic Games. And
They never
your
fail.
depth.
They
No,
never fail
they
to
never do.
hit the podium,
Yeah.
do they?
No.
At world and Olympic level.
Yeah. Well, we have silver medalist there, Natalie Rouvier from Germany, and the gold medal goes to Penelope Bonner from France.
And well-deserving gold medal. What a finish she had in that final.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of France. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Ooh, there's lots of French anthems.
Oh,
to do,
definitely.
isn't there?
It's a good thing. We like it, isn't
Yeah.
it, really? And some very happy moments, some very happy ladies as well. That would, out of 20 athletes, only 4 come home with a medal.
Well, we're going to move through to the 57 kilogram category, and we're probably going to follow. It's difficult, isn't it, to see who we want to follow, but I think we're going to stay on mat 2 for this first one, and that's between Safo Koban from Germany. She's facing Lily Nane from Great Britain. So it's Koban in white and Nane in blue. So I had an opportunity to watch Lily Nane earlier on. She had a really courageous contest against Autumn Pavier from France, Olympic bronze medalist, so strong. And she worked so hard. She lost out in golden score. But the thing is with Lily, she can be unpredictable to her opponents. She can really throw both directions. It's just whether she can maintain a composure and a defence against a strong German here.
And really, that's all it's about. When you're capable of doing judo like she is, Lily, she's got nice judo, and like you say, she's got a wide variety of skills that she can bring to a tatami. But does she have enough experience, and can she control the emotional part of her judo that comes is a major package, doesn't it? It's being able to compose yourself and channel those pre-match nerves into being positive. She came out very positive there.
Yeah.
Finds herself in the receiving end of the Niwaza though, and the Germans are very good in their Niwaza transition, as you can see, going for that shimmy waza. And she's got to be careful there. We've seen quite a few.
Searching there for that left low Sienagi. German looks really strong in her defence.
Still punishing her down in the Niwaza though, and Lanning has to be very careful there in approach. She's on the attack herself. Lost a little bit of away in the Niwaza. Wasn't really sure which to go for. We're talking about the Ashiwaza there with the Koichigari stumbling her down.
And it's a catalyst, isn't it? It might not be first go, but it stumbled her down there into Niwaza, and that's where Koban is really comfortable there. She's again on the shimmy waza, and you know, it's not over the jaw there, it is underneath, and
very, very close,
very
isn't it?
close, yeah.
Nani May was trying again, her only Ashiwaza drops some.
Oh, yes!
That's got to be it. Oh, it looks so much like
I
Ippon
would say that was
from
an
there.
Ippon. Yeah, there was a direct roll, wasn't there,
It was
down
it.
the back? If it was
For
an
me,
inch off,
that
maybe.
was so so close to perfection there. But Awazari's been called, so
yeah, well, she snuck in, didn't she? But it was the sheer determination and the belief that she could throw was the one that got her. And this is where she can be really exciting, because she can really, really go for techniques. But then she can maybe put herself under, you know, a problem here where she's not maybe defending properly, and concentration level might just go out a little bit. And she's looking over there to her coach and just getting some direction from him.
well, like you said before, she was very versatile. She came in one direction, which was, I believe, the right, and then moved the left, and then switched it to the right. So good change of direction. Scores Awazari there. Came in with the Sienagi, but then off to the opposite direction. Yeah. Nicely executed. And yeah, you can see where the Wazari is.
Yeah.
I think we just got a little, well, I got very excited about that one. Kosota, beautiful gun.
Yes.
Transition, she left herself a little bit vulnerable there as she attempted what looked to be the Sangaku, but her legs were too wide, and there was an option there for Koban to really attack, but if she didn't have the edge of the contest area, she might have had a few problems.
Oh, she's in some difficulty here. She needs to rotate up, and she did well there, didn't she, to get out of that one. That was a dangerous situation.
Oh, a very naive move there, I would say, from this young lady from Great Britain who picks up her first Judo.
Well, it's a bit of a warning for her, isn't it? I think she just really needs to control her grips, and that just means getting hold of her opponent's sleeve, holding it, and then getting that inside grip. And then that allows her to control the distance of her opponent. It's hard. Her opponent now hasn't to come forward. She has one Shido. She can give away one more Shido, but it's still too early days to be playing with that game, isn't it?
Definitely, just under them. Oh, nice as she was stumbling her opponent down.
And you know she's going to be glancing up at that clock and see 52 seconds, and it feels like a lifetime, doesn't it, out there?
And that worries me, because the body language is, she's then not focused on her opponent, she's focusing on time, which means she must be a little bit lacking confidence out here as the pressure is starting to now be placed on her. Koban is now coming at her, she's attacking her more. Tactically, she's doing whatever's needed now to try and keep back in this contest. Nani really can't afford to hang on to this Wazari.
Well, she's doing the right thing here, isn't she? She's trying to keep her opponent down in Uwaza and trying to keep the progression going. But she wasted some valuable seconds.
Very valuable seconds. We're down into 19 seconds now. She, unless she makes two very, very silly errors, I can't see her losing this bronze medal. But
oh, well, we were talking about Ashiwaza before, and well, how dangerous it can be.
And there it was.
Well, you just cannot switch off.
I was surprised it had been upon. I didn't think upon. I thought it might have been a Wazari, but that was the angle we were. I don't know what we're.
It's different bit of Ashiwaza, but it'd be nice to see if we can see it. She went down with some force.
Oh yes, no doubt about it.
And
possibly when she went feet.
Yeah. Let's see how it was
Got
set
the bounce,
up. She
the
did the
kochi,
and the Diashibarai.
She controlled that sleeve and planted that shoulder flat on her back. Well, sorry about that. I think I jinxed that one. Didn't think she was going to get it in the last 19, but well done.
Well done to Corbin, and well, commiserations to Lily Nane, because she'd had a great day and she just keeps showing a lot of
but a fifth place should be happy with
Yeah.
placing in this competition, but like you say, it's always nice to be on the podium with a medal around your neck.
Yeah.
But she'll have learnt some valuable lessons from there, one, and two, gained a lot more experience from that and exposure on an international level.
Well, we're really looking forward to this final contest. We have Autumn Pavier from France, and she's facing Josie Steele, and this is the under 57 kilogram final. Pavier in white and Steele in blue. Well, this is probably one of the biggest contests for Josie Steele. She's up against Autumn Pavier, European champion and an Olympic bronze medalist. She's back.
It's lovely to see her back, you know, and for me, what a tall athlete. She's all arms and legs, this young lady, and what a beautiful uchimata she has as well. Yes. So this is one that we'd be looking out for. Josie Steele will obviously know that. She's, again, a tall athlete, you see of her own, but hopefully she can take aside the experience of her opponent and then channel that direction into her own judo.
Yeah. What I do like about Steele, she's a developing player. She's coming through the junior squad, and now she's based at university in Edinburgh, so she trains full time with the Scottish team now.
Yes, at Rathel.
But she trains very, very hard. She's very determined in her contest, and yes, she hasn't got the experience of the French player here, but she can be really unpredictable, but she knows her judo, and she can switch it back and she can throw forward, and you know what, she's very awkward to fight as well. Pavier on the other hand
God, those long legs are very dangerous, aren't they?
Yeah, very dangerous, and you could see there the strength and the power. She's tall and rangy, but does not have some power from there.
She can generate some real. She's got those long, and she works her height to her advantage. She has the Ouchigari, which we've just seen. She's got the Osotogari, and she's got the Uchimata. When those legs and that right arm attaches to the high collar, and she draws her opponent in, the elbow gets tucked in, she gets that sleeve, and what leverage she gets from the Uchimata is one of the best I've seen for a long time with the Uchimatas. Whether she'll be able to do it against Josie Steele is another thing, but again, another strong attack from Pavier, but Josie Steele really not having any of her nonsense and giving it just as back the amount of punishment she's taken.
Yeah.
Well, she's got a bit of a split lip there, and Madeloni, the referee, just highlighting that.
Yeah,
and, an amazing athlete in his own time, Olympic and world champion.
Well, Autumn Pavier there just taking some direction from a coach, and we can see what it is. Get that strong hand.
Get that arm over the top.
Yeah. Well, I think this is this really does show the level of class of Autumn Pavia. She's had a break, she's had a baby, and she's coming back into this, and it's tough having a baby, coming back to judo, and then she's having to do these lower ranking runners than what she was used to, and it's difficult, it's hard, especially to motivate yourself. I would expect to come back, but she's doing the work, isn't she? And she's here.
She has put the work in. And she looks very fit out here. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
She oozes confidence, and experience is just flowing from her. And as we know, we're mums ourselves. We know that our lives do change, but our reasons for doing what we do is motivated by our family, isn't it?
Yeah.
And maybe this is something that she's motivated by, is that she's had this baby and she really wants to prove not only to herself but to every other woman out there that is capable.
Yeah.
And she's putting on a great performance here. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah. I've got to give credit to Steele here. She really is working extremely hard, and she's not giving anything away here.
And her awareness in Niwaza there, that transition, she was looking hard for something down there, and Pavia didn't look comfortable at that exchange.
No. I know Steele has a few set pieces, and she can really switch round to the rear if she can put her opponent's arm in. Unfortunately, she's got Pavia pulling her head down, but she's not stopping. That was a good exchange there from
She was
Steele.
able to maintain the control of that right sleeve. Well, even though it was high collar, she maintained enough that it wasn't as threatening as what we've seen in the previous attacks of the Ouchigari. But that threat is the Ouchigari, isn't it?
Yes.
Those long legs are coming in deep each time.
Yeah, and she doesn't give up. She's really, I mean, you can see the hard work in her face, but she doesn't give up, and this is where she can be dangerous. Let's hope the camera can keep up with it. Oh,
that's it. The cameraman's really trying hard to keep up with the pace of these two athletes. Right on the edge of the contest area, and for Josie Steele, this was really a dangerous situation, because not only do you not want to back off and get at the second Shido, which we've just seen, but it takes your focus on the actual attack itself and leaves you very vulnerable.
Yeah. Well, I felt she initiated a lot of that last exchange. She came out maybe worse off, but I don't know if she deserves that second penalty there.
Josie looking a little bit under pressure there with that Ouchigari. She knows that is a real threat, the Ouchigari. But there's no score on the board, although we've seen it so many times, and it's been a very skillful move. She's not actually got a score from it yet. So Josie's doing extremely well to control the situation. She has put herself on a vulnerable, and the dynamics of this match has now changed. The Uchimata, with having two Shidos, she's got to just keep battling away now, otherwise she can't afford to make any more errors here.
Well, what Pavia does, she doesn't, she doesn't get rattled by anything. She can see every time they start, she draws her opponent forward just by taking small steps back, circling her opponent until she's ready. And when she takes a grip, she carries on drawing her in until she can get that second grip on. And you can see her posture is just that little bit stronger. She just looks a little bit more in control of the fight.
It's like a fisherman, isn't it? She's got the hook in and she's just reeling it in. And it's just the amount of tension you're looking for to just hit it right, to get her opponent to react in the way she wants to be able to finish it. That was a better combo, that was a better exchange there, the Uchimata. She got the reaction from Steele, and then the Ouchigari came from it. So that's a reverse of what she's just been doing up until now.
Well, we're 30 seconds now into the golden score period. First one to score will win this one, or a third Shido to steal will lose the contest for her. Well, it's nervous times here. She's got a lot of support in the crowd, but you can see she's just getting drawn on again by Pavia.
Tactically, Pavia is just keeping the distance. She's having Josie actually trying to chase her now. She's got the cross grip there, but she needs to use it. Throws the leg in for a Makikomi. A good attack.
Yeah, Well, this is what the French are very good at, aren't they? Managing the contest.
Definitely.
You know, they just stay strong, stay composed, keep doing what they're good at, and they just allow their opponents to come up, and then they wait for the mistake, they wait for that one error. And here we are, controlling the grip. Josie now really needs to get out of this situation.
She can't, and if she does, she's leaving herself open for the ouchigari, and that's what she's wants. So I think this will be the third and final Shido going to Josie Steele, sadly. But Pavia played a real tactical game here in this golden score. She knew that the dynamics had changed, but in her favour. Now she was pulling her down. It wasn't an attack. We knew what she was playing at, but it backfired on her. And any other occasion, if Josie had brought her head up, it would have been a different situation.
Well, we're still here. Oh, strong attack from Steele.
She was in deep. She was definitely in deep with that Osotogari.
Well, Ashiwasa there just broke that up again. Such a difficult fight for Steele, but she's courageous, isn't she? Moving forward again
definitely.
now.
A gutsy fighter. The Uchimata there, but just on the one sleeve. Didn't really get the upper body control, Pavia there, but still got the raising of Steele up onto her toes. And the support here for Josie Steele. She's got that high collar grip. Switches it.
Yeah, I'd just like to see her get onto that sleeve first, because she's so vulnerable with that.
She's taking second best all the time, isn't she? You're so right there. It's that she's not really instigating the first move and taking control of the pace. This has been totally dominant. Yes! Josie Steele steals it! And that's exactly what she done. Steals the match right at the end. She persevered with it, and that was an amazing finish for Josie Steele. And here we have the highlights for it.
This is her.
Yes.
Well, she was looking for that move, wasn't she? She had control of the opposite sleeve, and she wound her Pavia round, and then took the lovely low category. She hooks around the back and really drives that back. And well, that was
for the first time she took control.
Yeah, she did.
First time in that match. We were just about to say that Josie really was always on the receiving end, but look how she battled into the corner of that and control the upper body. That was
I'm super happy for her. She's worked so hard.
Beautiful Tewaza. Beautiful execution of Tewaza. How to control your opponent and get a wonderful finish like that when she was under so much pressure. Just put a smile on her faces.
So really 2 gold medals there for Great Britain. Young athletes, junior athletes, both training
amazing
in Scotland. Fantastic.
Absolutely amazing.
So our next medal ceremony, we're going to be seeing the under 66 kilogram category. We're going to hear a different anthem this time.
Yes.
And the bronze medals go to David Garcia Torn from Spain and Kenneth van Gansbeke from Belgium. The silver medal goes to Adrian Nieto Chinaro from Spain. Medals there presented by Peter Blewett, who is the chairman of the English Judo.
Chairman of the English area and board of directors of the London area and England. English chair and board of director of the British Judo Association.
And there we go, Alexander Short of Great Britain taking the gold medal.
We're like sitting here like Cheshire Cats.
We are.
We've got the milk and the cream. That was nice, isn't it? Very nice.
That's great. Yeah, well, you can see them there. They're getting their family portrait taken there. They'll be all over the media. I'm sure there'll be a big story on Alexander Short in British Judo and in European Judo.
And Alexander Short's granny is going to be having that picture right in the middle of her mantelpiece there. So that's my boy.
Okay, we're going to move through now into the under 73 kilogram category and a bronze medal contest between Michael Dubois of France, and he's facing Gabriel Sully from Italy. Dubois in white and Sully in blue. Well, this weight category has been a tough weight category, I think, with one of the biggest entries as well. I want to tell you how many there.
32 athletes have battled away here today and have given us a lot of pleasure along the way of some great performances. And it'll be interesting to see who ends up on that podium, because there's some real tough competition amongst the 6 of them that's remaining, but obviously 2 have guaranteed them their place already on that podium, and that will be the final. But what place and what position will they be in?
Well, let's see where Dubois fell in the quarterfinal to Cano Garcia, who was fighting for the bronze in the opposite bronze, and Sully, well, he lost out to the finalist La Rocca from France. So it'll be a really interesting match. You know, Dubois has some real skill to throw as well.
Well, the Italian, as you can see, comes out. And what I like about the Italian fighters, they're real gutsy and aggressive approach to their judo. In some cases where they miss out of their technical expertise, they make up in the condition and the big hearts that they have, and they come with a real fight. This young lad, though, in saying that, has come out very sort of cagey. He's come out a little bit suave and not going to be rushed, is he?
No,
and,
but he has pulled out some really fantastic throwing skills as well today. And there's that Yoko
Tomanagi there, isn't it? That was nice. That was a nice little move there.
He's definitely scored with that today. But, just, I mean, that movement, and that is so well trained, isn't it, when you can do that movement.
It comes with that nice little skip that also can base off a Kosoto. You get the sort of touching of the foot, and then it creates that foot stepping back, and then the Yoko Tomanagi can be slotted in quite nicely. That was very powerful, wasn't he? I didn't think he'd actually got that, and then there was the switch
like
of direction to the side, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But he overstretched himself there. 2 very strong attacks, though, from the Italian. Dubois really needs to get started in this contest. He hasn't really put his mark on this match. Combination of attacks there from the Koso to the Ouchi,
and I think another good attack there from Sully. I think we're going to push for passivity to Dubois. I think Dubois, for me, in this contest, he just feels very closed down. Everything seems quite tight, doesn't it?
He seems to be restricting his movement slightly here. He's engaging too tight, which is not creating space for him to come in and move. And again, so tight that when he attempts to Sutemi Waza, he leaves himself very vulnerable in the Niwaza.
Yeah, and I think that was just well read, wasn't it, by the Italian. It was so slowly done.
He definitely, it was a big message saying, here I come.
Yeah, here I'm coming again. And for me, it's a style, it's really an orthodox style, but it's not an attractive style to watch, is it?
No. And the skipping motions, what we're seeing is that they seem to levitate towards the edge of the contest area, which is halting the process of finishing the techniques, because it's like the mate situation. Well, looking at the Italian coach, it's his actual father who's his coach. Former international athlete himself. Trying to name. First name.
His first name.
Yeah. But yeah, he's a former international, was a national coach as well. And quite sure that this is his son.
Massimo or Massimo?
Massimo, yes, yeah, I'm sure that might be. If we look back at the age and yeah, Massimo Sully. I recognised him.
Best result.
And he was under 71 kilos.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so that was the old eras. That was my time,
Yeah.
not yours, because you were in the changes. You're a lot younger than me, but definitely in my era, the 71 kilos. And Antonio de Paris instead of the Paris Grand Slam, as it's called now. Oh, nice finish there. And scoring a Rosari, Judo takes the lead, and what timing, perfect timing in fact. 35 seconds, and he's still punishing him down in the Niwaza.
No, he's not going to get out of there, is he? That's so strong on the shoulder.
So powerful, very uncomfortable indeed for the Italian Sully. And he taps up there, the Sangaku Jimmy, scoring Ippon. Nice win.
Well, it was a really strong finish here. We see, well, he misses completely with the Uchigaki, and there's the counter attack.
For Sully, he just gave him that technique, didn't he? He overstretched himself. He committed so much, but he misjudged it. The timing wasn't there. If he'd connected, could have seen a different outcome. But sadly, Sully went for it and he misjudged it.
Yeah. Well, Michael Dubois comes through there, and he takes the bronze medal, first bronze medal in the under 73 kilogram category.
And on that, I'm going to have to do some board members' duties and present a medal a little bit later on, so no commenting on that, please. And I'd like to say thanks very much for having me join you. It's been a pleasure, and it's been great judo. And enjoy the rest of the day and tomorrow, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Well, we're going to probably move over now to the opposite bronze medal contest. And that will be between Roy Schipper from the Netherlands, and he's facing George Cano Garcia from Spain. Well, we're into a golden score period now, and a minute in, and with just one Shido to Cano. And now Roy Schipper there just really looking to put some pressure on his opponent, and I think he's going to force the second penalty to Cano. Well, Cano's had a really good run today. We've seen him win with some super judo. Here he is with his low Sianagi driving through, but well, Schipper there just manages to avoid that one again. Really tired, these two athletes. It's going to be really who can pull this one out. Difficult for Cano. He's down on two Shidos. He can't afford to make any more mistakes. Roy Schipper, well, it's looking good for him. Schipper there just managing to control his opponent's sleeve, pulling it in close to him, and well, it's just stopping his opponent attack, and there he waits for his opportunity, skips right underneath and manages to drive his opponent over for, well, what was a spectacular Ippon throw. And you can see here, yeah, think it was off, maybe off both sleeves, so Sode underneath. And a nice finish to what's been a strong tournament by Roy Skipper. Well, commiserations have to go to George Cano Garcia. He'd had some super contests today. He's a super talent for the future as well. But he will be disappointed with that last loss. Well, Skipper from the Netherlands takes the bronze medal. We're going to now wait for the final contest here in the under 73 kilogram category. And we're here in the Emirates Arena in Glasgow for the European Open. And well, it's been a fantastic day in lightweight judo, and we're going to be following the last contests now. 73 kilograms for men and under 63 kilograms for women to come. In the final, we're going to be seeing Julien Larocque from France, and he's facing Robert Barvig from Germany. The players now, they'll just be awaiting in the tunnel, and they'll be making their way through onto the mat. Nervous times for them here. We'll have some excitement in there as well, but they'll be wanting to finish this one strong and end up on the top of the podium. Larocque in white and Barvig in blue. Referee here, ready on the mat, just making these space, just squaring himself up there, and you can see there the players just making their way on, get themselves prepared, and mat side coaches as well just make their way to the mat area. And, here we go, 4 minutes on the clock. Well, Larocque there, fast on the transition, didn't seem to be able to get much control with his grips though in the transition. But here we see another error, and this could be costly for Barvig. He's opened him up there for the Newaza transition, and you could see there Larocque just loses interest in that exchange. He doesn't maybe want to waste too much energy down there if he doesn't feel he's got a good opportunity, and he's going to stay on in Tachiwaza here. Obviously feels he's more confident to throw his opponent. Well, now it's the control of the lapel, and looking now to switch in to the left side of his opponent. Losianagi, and manages to get the first score. Barvig leading now. Wazari on the board, now looking for the transition. He's secured the shoulder, and now if he can just drive back and get back into a good position, he could secure the hold, but it's been reversed now by Larocque. Larocque managing to get up on top, but Barvig there had control of his leg between his legs, and in judo if that happens it's a bit of a stalemate, and if the person who is looking for the hold can't get that leg out, the referee will be more than happy to stand them up to get them to start again in Tachiwaza. Halfway through this contest, and Barvig from Germany, he's leading by a Wazari. Now Barvig on the arm, looking for a Juji Gatami, and again just wants to readjust, get some more opening with his opponent. Just ran out of steam there. Look at that, low Katagurumi now. Couldn't manage to get the drive through, but very dangerous for La Rocca. Really is losing this battle out here now. Just looking up to the referee to see if he'll stop the Nuaza. But if his opponent's moving and looking to be progressive, the referee will be happy to leave it down there. Glance up at the clock, just under the minute mark now. Well, La Rocca now having to push forward and, well, putting himself onto his back there. And now we're looking at Barvig. He's going to look again to try and finish this in Nuaza. Not just to finish it, but to really waste some time there. But it doesn't help if he's looking up at the clock. The referee sees that and stands them up. Well, there's no Shidos on the board, but there is now Barvig picking up his first penalty there for that drop attack. He's okay, he can manage one more Shido, and if he can, well, it's an okay attack. It wasn't set up properly, but he has to finish strong here if he wants to maintain this position. Low Sianagi attempt, well, just too far away, left it too long. Robert Barvig of Germany had a super contest there and fully deserves that gold medal. Here we see some of the highlights. Low Sianegi, lovely rotation.
The winner and gold medalist, Robert Barvig from Germany.
Well, we're going to move through now and see the medal ceremony in the under 57 kilogram category.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ceremony for the women's under 57 kilos will now take place.
Well, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of friends and family back home watching this for Josie Steele. They've watched her come through from our morning session. She's fought so well. And well, that final for me was something that showed real determination and grit from the British player, and came through and had a fantastic win there in golden score against Autumn Pavia. But the bronze medals here go to Safo Koban from Germany. She takes the first bronze medal, and Dewey Carthouse from the Netherlands takes the second bronze medal here. Silver medal goes to Autumn Pavia from France. And the winner of the gold medal, representing Great Britain, is Josie Steele.
For the national anthem of Great Britain. Ladies and gentlemen, your guests. So ladies and gentlemen, tonight's weight category of the day. Let's welcome our bronze contestants into the arena. Coming on to match 2. The bronze contest of women's under 63 kilos.
And we're going to be following the under 63 kilogram bronze medal contest, and that's between Michelle Herzella from Germany, and she's facing Maria Centracchio from Italy. Herzella in white and Centracchio in blue. Well, Herzella here looking for an opportunity in Nuaza, just trying to control her opponent there down on the ground, and you can see she's trying to wrap up now. She needs to decide where she wants to go. The referee will feel that she can't see where she has real connection, where to go from, so the referee decides to stand them up there. Need to really decide which technique she was going for there. Well, Centracchia there looking for the low Sianagi, doesn't quite get the connection, and now this time can Herzella manage the wrap? She's now looking for the arm, and she needs to wrap that arm up on the other side now on the shimiwaza, but it's across the face. Well, Centracchia there didn't feel she had an opportunity in Nuaza, and it was just turned over by Herzella. Well, no score here. We're over the halfway mark in this bronze medal contest. Just a Shido to Herzella. So she's not in any danger here with just the one Shido, but she needs to keep the work rate up. Another low Sianagi attack, but you know, Centracchio, she's miles away here. Don't think she has the confidence here to finish off in Nuaza. She looks to be just playing at that here. Well, Herzella, she needs to come back into this contest, and you know, you can see that there's that low Sianagi. Doesn't look to score, but it's just she's having more attack rates than her opponent. And there again, drags her opponent down. Well, it's dangerous for Herzella. She could pick up her second Shido for passivity, and there you see it there. So the referee isn't happy, needs to move a little bit more, do something, not just break the grip off, keep hold of that grip and set her throw up with it. just under now the 30-second mark, and just 2 Shidos to Hertzler. No score, but Centrachio has the advantage here. And although these attacks are a million miles away from scoring, she's just putting more work on. Well, the referee wants her to just tidy up the belt. We're now going to go into the golden score period. A bit of a sudden death in judo. We know that whoever takes the first score will win the contest, or if one of the players picks up 3 penalties, that will also forfeit the fight. So, well, for Michelle Hertzler, she's has the disadvantage here. She needs to really come forward with a score and not make any mistakes. Oh, she attacked there. Well, for me, she gets enough control down there. And, well, Maria Centrachia from Italy, she takes the bronze medal. 17 seconds into golden score.
A win and a bronze medal to Maria Centrachio from Italy.
Well, we're moving through these weight categories. This is going to be the final contest here on the first day of the European Judo Open in Glasgow 2018. And it's been a spectacular day today. We've seen some really young British talent coming through and having some spectacular contests. 2 gold medals for Great Britain so far, which has really been a crowd pleaser here in Glasgow. Well, no British contenders in the under 63 kilogram category for medals, but we're going to be seeing the contestants walking out now. Maëlle De Cintio from France, she's in the blue. She's facing Tina Zeltner from Austria in white. De Cintio in blue and Zeltner in white. Tina Zeltner here with a right-handed grip. She has control of her opponent's sleeve. She's looking to control the shoulder on the outside there, and she's just forcing her opponent near to the edge of the mat. Now, she's not really pushing her opponent out, but she's more or less trying to get some movement from her to set up for the attack. Well, goes the opposite way. Sasai Chishiro Komiyashi from De Cintio, and manages to get her opponent onto the floor, looking for the Nuwaza attack. Well, Tina Zeltner from Austria, herself a Grand Prix and medalist over the years. She has a lot of experience here, and a few continental opens and cup medals as well. And well, De Cintio manages to take the first Wazari here. Male De Cintio, really strong French competitor. Looking there for the low Sianagi, and well, Zeltner had the right idea for the counter there, but she didn't get enough rotation, and she's going to just hang on to that leg to avoid the hold. And the referee didn't think there was anything coming of that, so he decides to hold that up. Here we have, well, first attack was the low Sianagi, and then it was switched to the back. I think more or less it was Tina Zeltner's error there, really, for that counter attack. Male De Cintio, as we were saying earlier on, such a strong squad from France in the women's. It's got such depth that De Cintio, she's here, but she's already a Grand Slam medalist this year from in Ekaterinburg, and yeah, we've seen a medal at the under-23 European Championships as well, and she's had a real mixed bag, and she got the silver medal here. Sorry, she got the gold medal in the European Open in Rome this year, and have to see how she gets on today. She's here, she's looking for the arm lock, and now I think she might, well, the referee didn't think there was a, I think she was looking to go back on for the hold down there, but the referee didn't really give her the opportunity to do that. In the last minute now, and well, De Cintio for me just looking really strong, managing to avoid any real engagement from Zeltner, and she'll be happy she can burn some time out there, and also she can pick up a couple of penalties and still keep hold of her score. She'll look there onto the sleeve again, just controlling her opponent's sleeve. Just rotating her opponent over there, using the legs. Now she'll really try and burn some time out. Some valuable seconds there. Well, a clever fought fight there from De Cintio, and she takes the gold medal for France. Tina Zeltner had a good day, manages to get into the final, didn't manage to do it on the day, but takes a well-deserved silver medal here at the European Open in Glasgow. And there we see the score. Nice combination from De Cintio, and a really strong win there.
The winner and gold medalist, De Cintio from France.
Well, we've had a fantastic day here on the first opening day at the European Judo Open in Glasgow. We're going to finish here with the last medal ceremonies, and we're going to have a look at the under 70 kilogram medalists here. Present the the medals, we have Loretta Crisac-Doyle, former world champion and member of the British Judo Association Board of Directors. The first medal and the bronze medal goes to Michael Dubois of France. The second bronze medal goes to Roy Schipper from the Netherlands.
Representing France,
Julian La Roca from France takes the silver medal, and Robert Barvig from Germany takes the gold medal.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of Germany. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying with us, ladies and gentlemen. There's just one more medal ceremony to go. We look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow here at the Emirates Arena for another fabulous day's judo. We've seen the lightweights in action today, tomorrow it's the heavyweights, right through to the giants of the arena over 100 kilos. Ladies and gentlemen, your medalists.
Well, we're going to move through now to the medal ceremony in the under 63 kilogram category for women. And, they're just going to make their way through now onto the podium. And I think there's just been some really good judo from the opening rounds all the way through to the medal matches. And what's been really great is we've seen some really young athletes making their way through onto the podium, you know, having not just shock wins, they've worked really hard, and their wins have been really well deserved. And well, our last medals are going to be presented now, and let's have a look who we have. Well, number 1 seed Ljubljana Privasana made an early exit, and well, the gold medal came all the way from Jacinto from France. She was a number 2 seed, and well, she had a strong win there in the final. And I think we're going to have a real treat for us tomorrow. We've got some really strong athletes, Olympic medalists competing tomorrow. Laura Varditschok from Germany in the under 70 kilograms, and some real strong British athletes who are coming out of the World Championships, had some really good results out there, and well, there'll be a lot of fans, British judo fans, coming down here tomorrow to see them compete. But before we leave you today, we're going to see the medal ceremony here for under 63 kilograms. And we have the first bronze medal there goes to Maria Centriaccio from Italy and Cristina Cabana Perez from Spain.
Winner of the silver medal, representing Austria,
Tina Zeltner from Austria takes the silver medal.
winner of the gold medal, representing France.
And the winner and the gold medal goes to Maëlle de Cintio from France. We're going to leave you now. We hope you can join us tomorrow. Our start time will be 10:30, and we'll see the national anthem of France.
So ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying with us. As I said earlier, we look forward to seeing you tomorrow here in the Emirates Arena. It's been a wonderful day in studio today, and there's more excitement to come. Tomorrow it's the turn of the heavyweights. So for the time being, we wish you a very pleasant evening here in Glasgow. Thank you, and good night.
I am Lukas Krpalek and I will fight in Ipongira.